Day, second gathering place, Yuanhai City, the first central hospital, ophthalmology. First department of ophthalmology, Dr. Zhao. Reading the papers, he realized that perhaps there was some mistake in the number. There must have been a period of X. The main character is Zhang Yu. The doctor asked him to describe his symptoms again. Zhang Yu's eyes don't see so clearly. His eyes see, but things common to people appear differently to him. When looking at an object, a red stripe appears, and every time it became brighter. This scarecrow didn't frighten him much, but it seemed strange. There was also always an interest account. The doctor asked how long it was there now. The hero began to look closely, but he had to wait until the blur passed. After a while, he saw that there was the number 18. At first, the boy thought it was the doctor's age. But this could not be. The guy might just have the wrong department. If this is the death rate, 18% is not that much. And the doctor looks very energetic. The doctor asked if the guy had taken alcohol. Definitely not now. Dr. Zhao didn't know what to say, much less what to attribute to such a strange patient. Zhang Yu was thinking about something, and later he apologized to the doctor for being a little distracted, but he just needed to concentrate. The doctor asked him to forget about it and began to examine his eyes. While examining the eyes, the doctor asked to look a little in different directions, but his eyes looked as usual, like everyone else's. The boy knew that this was not so. He clearly saw everything in red and could not do anything about it. And when I squinted a little, I could see the numbers. Each person had his own interest over his head. This could be the count of their life or how long they had left before death. For now, it's a mystery. Zhang Yu thought he had conjunctivitis. It's good that he can be cured. The doctor didn't notice anything like that in him, so it's definitely something strange. But he still didn't know what to do with the red stripes. It looks like he will find a use for it a little later. On leaving the hospital, he lit a cigarette. In order to ensure the safety of the population, the Night Watch Department was going to open a new set of candidates for patrolling the streets at night. In the 99th year of the Cataclysm, a place for safe living for all citizens of the city was finally created. Others continued to retreat. People hoped that they would be able to defeat them. The hero thought that he should take a good look around before returning. Suddenly, his shoelace came undone and he bent down to fix it. Everything was fine until something strange started happening. He heard someone's thoughts, and suddenly everything turned green. It was as if the earth began to disappear from under my feet. He didn't understand anything. Out of the corner of his eye, the main character saw something. It was some kind of creature. Zhang Yu was scared, and at that moment a large green ball appeared in the sky. Suddenly some unfamiliar girl appeared behind him. She began to fight this monster. Her account was 93%, and the creature's was 63. At the same time, a huge battlefield with many incomprehensible entities and unfamiliar people opened before his eyes. But these monsters were fought by people dressed as Night Watch employees, just like this girl. It looks like there's some really big trouble brewing. One could start to panic. And suddenly, some strange drops began to drip from the sky. They emitted an incomprehensible light and were made of sticky matter. In some places, there were more and more drops, but in others, there were few of them. Zhang Yu just noticed them, and quite unexpectedly, one of the drops fell on his forehead. In an instant, he found himself on a lively street that was filled with people. This was reality, his world. People just helped each other. For example, the guy warned his grandfather to watch his step and walk carefully. In the 99th year of the Cataclysm, the Night Patrol unit remains a reliable support for the civilian population. The world was getting better, and this world was much safer. Along the street, there were many merchants offering their goods. Has this city really become safer, or is it all an elaborate lie? At the moment of reflection, someone's hand lay on the main character's shoulder. It was a merchant offering to buy medicine from him, the same as the official ones. His box had everything he needed. He pretended to be the god of medicine. Zhang Yu asked about prices, but the merchant had already turned around and was about to leave. But the guy quickly caught up with him and asked about the presence of divine oil. A bottle of divine oil cost 3,000. This is too much. Let this merchant not blame him if he makes a denunciation to the police. But it was an ordinary street. He shouldn't have been so suspicious of everything yesterday. From the window, the guy looked at the sign with the bus schedule and its exact route. Stop South Street. The driver asked the passengers to prepare to exit. After these words, everything turned green again. It was so unexpected that his body shuddered. It's strange that now he didn't hear anyone's thoughts. It was quiet, but it all ended as soon as Zhang Yu shook his head. For the second time already, he decided that he would still need to look around on the way home. Twilight, Zhang Yu's apartment. Upon arriving home, he immediately took a shower. Looking at himself in the mirror, the hero was horrified. He did not understand where an incomprehensible pattern appeared on his chest. It seems that he has already seen a similar symbol somewhere. Most likely this could have happened due to the fact that he was hit. He began to look for this comic, where he had previously noticed this symbol. Having found the desired comic, Jang Yu suddenly felt some changes in his body. His body began to emit a green color, and from this symbol stripes appeared across the body. It was painful, and the hero had difficulty getting to the bath. The whole body was burning. The only thing you could do was pour cold water on yourself. Ice water helped a little. It became much easier. But the stripes from this symbol did not pass. His interest increased sharply. It turned out to be 100%. It was wonderful. At this moment, something black began to flow from Jang Yu's leg. It was his shadow, and she was nowhere else, so he started running around the bathroom and looking for her. But having stood in the right place, he found her. So many strange things have happened, and the disappearance of the shadow would not be such a shock. During this whole day, the main character was very tired. He approached the exit from the bath. Opening the door, he found his shadow there. She stood just like him. She looked at him and did nothing. In surprise, Jang Yu backed away a little. But then I thought that even so, it would be fun. He already realized that something amazing was coming. His heart pounded painfully. The good news is that his shadow is not gone. The bad thing is that she's alive. House of Jang Yu's apartment. They sat with a shadow in the kitchen. The guy asked her to raise her left hand, and she fulfilled this request. Then he asked her to raise her right leg, and she did that too. That was cool. Social shakeup. The shadow began to dance. At the same time, her owner's head began to buzz. Where did this even come from? Out of nowhere, a blue ball appeared from his twist. He stopped a little above his head. One could see that it was green inside and had small runes in it. The ball suddenly began to spin. Then he stopped at one of the runes. A system appeared before my eyes. This was the characteristic of Jang Yu's shadow. Jang Yu, shadow. Attribute, shadow. Shadow glasses, 1 of 1. Man, plus 10 more points. Abilities, shadow bite, shadow pupil. Shadow. The shadow exists only thanks to its owner. It has the same memories and strength, and can perform the simplest tasks. But it is worth noting that she does not have consciousness. Perhaps in the future it will be possible to change this. These were useful statements. Now the main character understands more. If there is no consciousness, then he cannot speak either. But the shadow could understand him. That's already something. Jang Yu decided to ask if she really had his memories, but I remembered that she could not speak. And then he decided to check it himself. He found his school assignment and asked the shadow to look at it. This was his assignment for the summer, but the shadow was suddenly able to hold the pen. Still, the shadow had some kind of essence. This is amazing. The shadow turned to him, but it was not clear why the shadow did not write the decision. On the piece of paper, there was still one word decided, but the owner got angry. She has all his memories. He himself would have solved this equation in a couple of seconds. Is this task really too difficult? Perhaps he did not correctly understand the very description of these possibilities. But still, he asked the shadow to draw a horse. The shadow began to carry out this order. It was so fast and correct that with the shadow you could write books and earn a lot of money from it. The shadow was quite good at such simple tasks. And then the owner decided to look at other possibilities. Shadow bite. He could take points from other shadows, absorb shadows, thereby strengthening himself and his shadow. That was cool, but how to do it? Probably you just needed to come into contact with the object from which the shadow emanates. Jang Yu looked around the room and headed to the corner. He decided to try this opportunity. His hand trembled. So skill. There is not even a guide on this. Perhaps this ability will manifest itself over time in some matter. Shadow pupil. There was a change in Jang Yu's eyes. By activating this opportunity, the dark side of this world will open before his eyes. The dark side of the world. This must be a place that he has already seen before. He decided to take another look, but for some reason it didn't work out. He asked the shadow to do some push-ups so that he could see what else he could do. It seems that the shadow had its own plans. She began to soak into the floor. Jang Yu did not understand what was happening and where the shadow was going. It was completely absorbed and disappeared. The shadow could not perform power loads in this world. It was easier for her and hers. It was unexpected. Night, Jang Yu's house. The main character was looking for his shadow around the house, and suddenly she appeared. She appeared in full guise. The owner asked whether she ran away or not, but the shadow wrote that it was on the dark side. But what was she doing there? Shadow wrote that she was doing push-ups. Perhaps shadow training is better on the dark side of the world. Jang Yu told his counterpart to continue doing push-ups. The shadow did not understand why he called her then, but I couldn't disobey. The double disappeared again. It was still strange and unusual. Now it's time for the owner to mind his own business. Next day, morning. It seems that Jiang Yu worked all night and now he was snoring. He was dreaming about something? He had the habit of talking in his sleep. He dreamed of his mother's friends, fitness trainer, and classmates, just like a typical teenager. His sleep was interrupted by the melody of the door lock. Jiang Yu did not like to fall asleep at his desk, and even in such a position. Some girl behind the door screamed for him to open the door. He said that he was already on his way and there was no need to shout so much. It's morning. He hasn't fully woken up yet. It was Lu Yao Yao, Jiang Yu's childhood sweetheart. She constantly acted hot-tempered towards him. The main character noticed something about her. She had less blood, 93%. I had to think about why this was so. But it dawned on him at the right moment. She was just having those very women's days. That's where this terrible mood comes from. She came too early and Jiang Yu didn't particularly like it. The girl asked him to hurry up. She was wondering what he had been doing for so long yesterday that he slept a little today. Yesterday, he told her about some business and she didn't really understand anything. That's actually why I came. She needed details. At that moment, something sounded very strongly behind her. She started screaming. If she didn't want to show, she could have said it right away instead of slamming the door. Jiang Yu slammed so hard that the wall cracked a little. Such power was strange even for him. Lu Yao Yao appreciated such strength. She thought about how to explain this more simply, but he did not understand what happened. The girl guessed that he had pumped himself up. She couldn't describe this situation any other way. Jiang Yu would rather die than start playing sports. And where do such muscles come from overnight? She touched his hand. I wonder what he could have done to get this result. He can't tell her about his shadow yet. The boy decided to make an excuse that he had only done a couple of exercises. It seems that the results of the shadow exercises are reflected on Jiang Yu. In this case, this is only a significant plus. Lu Yao Yao lifted his t-shirt. This made the guy flinch. The girl considered him a deceiver because it is really impossible to pump up so many cubes in just a few exercises. She saw her father training and conducting some business more than once. Even this, the result was not the same as Jiang Yu. She told Jiang Yu that it was not too late to stop. But he didn't do anything like that, and I didn't partially lie. She didn't believe him, so she decided to check everything herself. The girl grabbed his hand. Did she really want to use a deadly weapon? But she just took a bracelet out of her pocket. He needed not to twitch. This is a special device for determining the pollution index. Murder, foreign objects, negative emotions, substances, and terrible thoughts are all part of pollution, part of the dark world. If everything is not eliminated in time, accumulation threatens with degeneration and alienation of people. Jiang Yu's ability came from the guide on his chest. Was it part of the pollution? Suddenly, the numbers on the bracelet began to grow to an unimaginable limit, and some strange reaction began. Suddenly, he saw that the girl had a gun. Did she really want to kill him? She could not be allowed to find out the truth. This needs to be prevented urgently. The count on the bracelet was gaining incredible momentum, but then suddenly everything became normal. The girl relaxed, since there really was no threat. Jiang Yu already believed that he would shoot him. It's so good that everything worked out. Her father always taught her to be careful in everything. And this is right, considering the world they live in and what they have to struggle with from time to time. The guy said that he had recently made a couple of new drawings and invited her to take a look. Yes, this interested her. He drew well. He had no problems with it. While Jiang Yu was looking for the drawings, the girl was burning with curiosity. When she went to her room, the guy collapsed on the bed and thought that his end was so close. It's good that it went through and we managed to outwit this bracelet. He decided to look into the system log. The shadow went to the dark world to continue training, launching a shadow bite. It was possible to see that the shadow had become many times stronger. During the training, arm strength doubled, and shadow bite received additional points. Such results could only be obtained if the shadow trained all night. The main character decided to call the shadow back to this world. The owner praised his shadow. This was an excellent result of training. But push-ups alone were not enough. You need to increase the complexity. The shadow rejoiced. Okay, then it's time to get started. To begin with, lying down and plank. Next, stand on the index finger of the right hand, mix support, handstand and lying position. And once again lying down, it was necessary to pretend as if the shadow was raising the banner. Next on the list is a pistol stand. It's time to increase the difficulty. I had to crawl. Then you had to sit in the shape of the letter L, raise your legs, and pump your abs. It seems that he is really training, and Lu Yao Yao has been making up a lot of things for herself. Now she could be calm. Everything is fine with him. The girl was going to read comics at home. Now nothing would bother her. The cataclysm is already 99 years old. Now is the 20th of January, the first day since the appearance of the shadow. After shadow training, Zhang Yu did not experience any pain, but became much stronger. This was completely satisfying. All that was left was to be content with what we had. 21st January, second day. The owner gave the shadow a lot more exercise, and the results are obvious. Now he can do anything and anyone, but this is still not enough. You need to train harder. Uncle Lee came today. He works on the night watch, so we can't let him suspect anything. Uncle Lee was getting old and had lost an arm, so Zhang Yu thought he could handle 3 such uncles. 23rd of January. Need to work harder. This is necessary to gain new or improved abilities. 24th of January. Shadow work hard on the exercises. 25th of January. Shadow continues training. 26th of January. Great. Today Zhang Yu decided to try something himself. At the end of the day, when I opened the system, I discovered that the speed of gaining shadow points was very slow. Only 8 had accumulated. So far, nothing has changed for the shadow except his glasses. This is weird. Judging by the current progress, it will be difficult to score at least 10 points for evolution. It might be possible to increase their height if Zhang Yu returns to the dark world once again. It was necessary to test this theory. The main character decisively headed to the other side. The dive was successful, but he was still on the verge of the light world and the dark. Finding himself in a dark world, in his room, he slowly looked around. Everything looked exactly like his room. There doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. It worked. Zhang Yu had never heard such silence anywhere. This world was very strange and sometimes creepy. Zhang Yu barely made it out of the room. You can only get to the dark side by leaving the real world, but how did he manage to return back? Only this time he noticed that everything in this world is the same as in reality. The same streets and houses. This world is just not like his. It is dark and full of all sorts of entities. Suddenly, something happened behind him. The hero shrank a little in fear. He turned around in the hope that it was his shadow. I probably came to meet him, but unfortunately it was not her, and some strange creature. It tried to attack Zhang Yu. The main character managed to dodge the blow of the scythe. The entity did not expect this, but she didn't want to stop either. She attacked him. He didn't know what she needed from him. At the moment, the main character caused the activation of the shadow pupil in the system. A portal to the real world has formed. He slipped through it and successfully landed in his room. It was very dangerous, and he didn't think that he needed to have a weapon with him there. The main character was terribly frightened and did not understand what it was. Where did this entity come from and why did it attack him? A small scratch was visible on my hand, but fortunately, the exercises of the shadow made its owner less mobile, and this entity could not seriously harm him. Zhang Yu couldn't just leave it like that. He had to train even harder. 28th of January. Zhang Yu fought the entity for the first time. Unfortunately, he lost. Result, no serious injuries. 29th of January. A rematch, lost again. Results, received a strong blow to the chest and almost broke a bone. The 30th of January. Result, 3 bloody marks appeared on the protagonist's buttocks. Although the past few days had not been easy, he still managed to restore 6% of his blood. 31st January. Zhang Yu decided to restore his strength at home. Lu Yaoyao thought that these injuries were from frequent fights, but she doesn't understand that scars adorn any man. But she understood that scars on her butt were at least strange. She cauterized his wound, which made the guy feel much more painful. If he is in pain now, it means that soon his body will quickly get stronger. There was a month left, and Zhang Yu decided to ask what the girl's plans were, but she didn't understand what a month was left. Before the exam, could she really forget about it? During the years of disaster, most industries became less popular, including the arts and cultural industries. And the people who were engaged in art became the lower classes of society. No one cared about entertainment and celebrations anymore. Now the battle that ranks first in people's hearts came first. To become part of the Night Watch, you need to pass a martial arts exam established at the state level. Having passed this exam, the life of any person changes dramatically. In fact, Lu Yaoyao did not want to participate in all this. She didn't seem interested. She wanted to make music more than anything else. If she wants, then let her study. But the only thing is her father will probably be against it. After all, Uncle Lu is a high-ranking person in the Night Watch, and she is comparable to a second-generation official who failed his exams and became a freelancer. The girl was still cleaning Zhang Yu's wounds. She knew that her father would never agree to this. Politics have long since changed, and people despise culture and art. Therefore, the girl did not want anyone other than Zhang Yu to know about her desire. Anyone can apply to take the martial arts exam. She respected her principles and would definitely pass this exam. The pressure on the night watch is constantly increasing, so almost everyone is taken there. The girl will definitely be able to pass it without much difficulty. Lu Yao Yao has very strong abilities. On the day of the exam, a lot of different devices are used. If there is a gun, then Zhang Yu will definitely win. The main thing is that after this, he is not sent to some kind of correctional camp for teenagers. At this moment, he remembered a very important question. He needed to use Lu Yao Yao's detector. This device can only be used to detect others. The girl warned that if he encountered one of them, then it's best to run or call emergency services before the special one eliminates him. Zhang Yu pretended that he did not understand who these special people were, but Lu Yao Yao couldn't find the words to explain to him. She simply looked at him silently and studyingly. His ailments were sorted out. She decided to return to her home. Her family must know a lot about the others, since he is so interested in this topic. Then the girl thought that he was really planning to take this exam. She said that this year it is necessary to pass this exam in martial arts, but if he had the ability, he would pass with a bang. This was unexpected for her. Moreover, the guy planned to create comics about others and special people in the near future. She became even more interested in this and asked her to tell her more. But Zhang Yu didn't know what to say, since he started it all at random. Original idea. A skinny guy named Abin, who was constantly bullied on campus, but he didn't hold a grudge because he had a very kind heart. Thanks to his teacher and aunt, he was selected to join the Night Watch unit to participate in the Super Soldier project. Abin had amazing willpower, was transformed beyond recognition, received a Super Soldier injection, and became a powerful captain. The Night Watch unit did not plan to send him to the battlefield, but sent him to various events so that he could meet people of high society. And everything was like this until powerful others invaded the city. After this story, the girl decided to invite him to her home. Zhang Yu's house, Lu Yao Yao's apartment on the same floor. She invited him to her room, and she went to her father's room. After she left, Zhang Yu decided to look around a little. There were pictures hanging on her wall. Suddenly, he noticed a book on her bed. It was Fateful Simplicity, the girl's favorite book. This book is about the love of a brother and sister. And how can she like this? But the girl replied that her friend left this book, and she herself did not read it. She ordered him to sit on a chair and not touch her things. Lu Yao Yao was still the same, unable to lie and defend herself. By the way, the guy knew that she liked music since childhood. She used to constantly pester them to listen to music together. Even though Zhang Yu doesn't really like this thing, they grew up together throughout their childhood, and now he listened to her music and did not notice how he fell asleep. Lu Yao Yao knew that he couldn't stand music before, but now he listened to it. She found the guy the detector he asked for. Zhang Yu tried it on, but nothing happened. Strange. Everything around him seemed virtual, and then he suddenly began to fall somewhere. He woke up in weightlessness. Is this really the same place? This is Shenzhou. This is the most impressive virtual reality yet. Shenzhou, an unexplored space full of unknowns. It was considered the source of the cataclysm. Others appeared here. They committed brutal murders, destroyed and gradually absorbed the world. Suddenly he saw monsters. Could it be the ones he saw on that day of his stay in the hospital? Between the Zhang Yu world and the Shenzhou world, there is a space called the Dark World, which is a reflection of the real world. As soon as the space was opened, the monsters immediately penetrated through it into the Dark World. And although now the Night Watch controls the gates, sometimes others still penetrate into the world of the living. The layer of shadows is reset every 3 months, redisplaying the current picture of the world. And during this period, others penetrate into the real world. However, considering that the layer of shadows significantly weakens the protection of the world, people with a rank lower than 4th are better off not going out. The visibility range of the shadow layer is 3 to 5 meters, but with increasing human strength, the field of vision expands. There are a lot of different kinds of pollution in the layer of shadows. If people stay in it for a long period of time, it is quite possible that things will become different. If there are any impurities in the shadow layer, Zhang Yu had never felt it before when he came there before. Suddenly he heard something. This was one of the entities, but the entities were prevented from attacking by some bright light, like from the sun. It was unpleasant for the eyes and for the guy himself. To cope with monsters, you need to be able to fully control your powers. There is a chance to become special. The special ones have been fighting these entities for as long as they know themselves. He saw someone special next to him. It looked amazing. If Zhang Yu passes the exam, he should be able to become the same. But if you think logically, then a special person is simply someone else with a human body. The special one controls his power, but at the same moment dies because of it. Due to bad energy, they simply evaporate, and new ones take their place. Special people simply fight against pollution and alienation, and after death, there is a high probability of becoming different. Special people can understand when death will come for them, and so they try their best to use up the remnants of their energy. Special ones who became different look different from ordinary entities. The journey through the virtual world has come to an end. Zhang Yu took off his glasses. It was amazing. The girl asked how it went, but it was too much information. He needed time to digest everything. The guy asked Lu Yaoyao to stretch his back, but she didn't like this proposal. And then the guy replied that there were 3 original paintings. She would decide on the content herself. This made her agree. He trains constantly and his neck gets stiff. The girl was wondering how effective his abdominal workouts were. Zhang Yu allowed her to look at her result. Suddenly, Lu Yaoyao's father appeared in the room. He just returned from another mission. They all silently went to the kitchen to have lunch. At the table, they all tried to remain silent. The situation was too tense. The girl started the conversation first by saying that her father misunderstood everything. But he saw everything with his own eyes and it will not work to deceive him. Lu Yaoyao asked the guy for support, but he himself did not know what to say in their defense. And then the idea of punishment came. He would drink 3 glasses of his least favorite juice. He will be able to do this for greater credibility. In fact, there was no need for this unless there was something serious. Lu Yaoyao's father thought that such a trick was too daring, and even the girl couldn't stop him. But he really didn't understand everything that way. Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao are childhood friends, but their personalities are completely different from each other. He is a bully boy, and she is a diligent daughter. Zhang Yu didn't know why, but since childhood, she always really liked playing with him. He even suggested that she stay away, but she persistently always tried to be close to him. Maybe it's all because Zhang Yu helped her once. One day, she was pestered by boys a little older than her, but it was good that Zhang Yu was nearby. Moreover, she could well have been attracted by his courage and beauty. And from then on, they began to be friends even stronger. The girl accompanied him even when he pretended to be a tramp to earn some money for his favorite sweets. And when the parents found out about this, they both received a fair punishment. And even after that, they were still strong friends. Her father never allowed his daughter to get too close to Zhang Yu. He was too careful. And now he lit a cigarette to relax a little. Lu Yaoyao never liked this. Such a terrible habit was not good in any way. She once again took the cigarette from his hands. And then the father decided to ask what they were doing while he was away from the house all day. Zhang Yu didn't want to lie, so he admitted that they looked at information about others and special people through the detector. It didn't look like the truth, but the girl did not behave suspiciously, and therefore the father believed in this excuse. He breathed a sigh of relief. Father still wanted to ask Zhang Yu something. Did they know why the government forbids students to know about all this in advance without any particular reason? Zhang Yu didn't quite understand what he wanted to say by this. Everyone has different hearts. In some, evil begins to prevail over kindness. Despair can attract people to Shenzhou. And teenagers should not know about certain things. Not everyone has enough willpower. If a gap is formed in the heart, then someone else can penetrate it at any moment. That is why various tests are conducted before the exam. And only people with appropriate physical training can come into contact with the world of others. In the world, Shenzhou is very dangerous. It's a pity that even with today's medical abilities, people still get out of control. The girl's father hoped that they understood everything, and they won't do anything stupid. This was very useful information. But there was no way Zhang Yu could miss this year's martial arts exam. Besides, he understood everything a long time ago, and there is no need to worry. At that moment, the girl's father's phone rang. This was another challenge regarding the shadow layer. It seems that others rebelled again and something happened there. This was an important mission, and there was no way to delay. He was already leaving, so he asked Zhang Yu not to upset him anymore, and then he could take him to the night watch unit without any problems. The guy told him not to worry, because he and his daughter were not going to do anything wrong. As soon as the door closed behind the man, Lu Yaoyao asked if he said that on purpose. They had never done anything like this before. Blessing, the city was very crowded today. The children ate hawthorn berries and sugar. This became a very popular sweet in their city, especially on holidays. These berries gave special comfort on the day of the holiday, night watch. Each member of this group worked for the benefit of the people. Zhang Yu wanted to learn a little more useful information about the special ones, the night watch, and others, but in the end, there was only basic knowledge. After the walk, he headed to the store. Judging by the reaction of Lu Yao Yao's father, these materials about information about others and special ones will soon be safely hidden, and Zhang Yu will not see them again, including Yao Yao will not see again. This time, he needed to buy a lot more products than usual. He needed so much more. And on the list, there were also eggs and a carton of milk. At that moment, the phone rang. It was Lu Yao Yao. She must have wanted to ask him to take a pack of pads, but apparently, she was embarrassed. She was often afraid to ask for something because she considered it shameful. There is only a month left before graduation, and the effect of shadow training is becoming weaker. It seems that shadow training alone is not enough. You probably need to add real ones as well. By the way, recently the propaganda about the fight against others has intensified, and many more people signed up for the martial arts exam. The sky has become too strange. It feels like something terrible is about to happen. Okay, too much has been made up. Zhang Yu needed to warm up a little. The training has begun. A portal to the dark world appeared under his feet. He had to go there. But what happened? Why so abruptly? At that moment, on the other side, he noticed someone's account. There was 14% blood. It's strange who it could be. A man somehow emerged from the shadows of abandoned houses. He looked terrible, and judging by his body and blood percentage, he was in a dying state, but was still able to stand. There was not a drop of anything left in his eyes that could resemble a person. But suddenly the man moved and walked towards Zhang Yu. It seems that this guy actually lived in the same building with him. But why did he end up on the dark side? Zhang Yu's answer is that he won't know yet. This guy lost consciousness and fell. In fact, in the eyes of the main character, it was a terrible sight, and he did not know what to do next. He took a closer look at it. He still had 14% blood volume left, but most likely he had already died. And at that moment, a loud screech was heard behind his body. It was an entity. The guy who died tried to save the little children, but couldn't. They still sat in complete despair. The entity did not have much interest, only 24, but this still helped it to hold on. Zhang Yu recognized her. This is the same entity that he failed to defeat last time. This wicked thing was waiting for revenge. Although she no longer has much strength, she is badly wounded, but she will find strength for him. This was a challenge to a fight in which there will be only one winner. 1 hour earlier, the guy is so tired. Recently, more and more large robots have been falling on the night watch. When he was a civilian, he thought that this work was held in high esteem, but when he began to work here, he realized that he himself often worked overtime. If I had known earlier, I would not have taken the exam. His thoughts were interrupted by someone's cry for help. They were a little boy and a girl. Another decided to drag them into the dark world. Another sneaked into the real world to harm someone. The guy had never before seen others so publicly dragging people to the dark side. The children were almost drawn into it. They asked for help and cried a lot. At the last moment, this guy jumped after them into this portal. He will help them no matter what, even if it's the end for him. The guy managed to grab both children by the hands, but the gravity of the portal was too strong, so he was also drawn to the dark side like them. It was terrible, although it was logical, because in the real world, he did not have the opportunity to grab onto something and maintain his balance. The boy did not understand where they were, and the girl was crying and calling for her mother. It was all over. The guy got sucked in too. He's already a civilian because he's finished his shift, and now on the dark side, he didn't even have any weapons with him. Is this really how his already boring life will end? It is not surprising that another immediately attacked him, but the guy's reaction was good. He managed to repel his attack. This gave me the opportunity to look around a little and look for a portal back, but he disappeared. This meant that there was no turning back. This was true because the guy did not know how to call portals, and there was practically no chance to get out. There were others everywhere who could attack at any moment. In addition, the guy was with civilians most of the time, and therefore it is likely that he had already lost all his combat skills. The worst thing in this situation is helpless children. The children were very scared and wanted to go home. The guy could only send a distress signal and wait for help, but he was not sure that the Silgal would arrive on time. He frantically searched for the desired function in the bracelet, and in the end he managed to send a signal for help. Afterwards, he went to the children and asked them not to be afraid. He gave them his bracelet with words that it will help to avoid local pollution for a while. The guy promised that as soon as he would come up with something, Will return them home immediately. The bracelet would not really help him, but at least he would give it to the children. As for their survival for now, everything depended on fate. The children believed that they would soon be taken home. The guy asked them to stay together and not run away. He thought that he could easily deal with a small problem, but the other was already too close. When the guy was only 18, he passed the martial arts exam and entered the martial arts department at the university at the department. From the very beginning, he worked hard, laying a solid foundation, waiting until he became a full-fledged fighter. In his second year of study, he took first place in the anti-other exam. At the time, this seemed like a great victory and gave great hope for future success. But now it is clear that all this was catastrophically insufficient. In the dark world of others, diligence is far from taking first place. Only now it became so obvious that it became even more terrible. The moment came when the guy stopped believing in fate. But no matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't overcome the barrier and step over my limit. In the end, all he had to do was switch from the martial arts department to the humanities department. He became an ordinary civilian employee of the Night Watch. But even in this direction, physical strength and preparation were needed. Now is the moment when we need to demonstrate it. This half-human form moved on all fours. Due to this, the guy thought that this other person had an average level of strength, but it will still not be so easy to overcome. The guy prepared for an attack, but the entity pretended to be defeated. And then she suddenly crawled back out and attacked. From such a surprise, my legs staggered, but he was not taken aback and hit her again. For the entity, this was the highest degree of surprise. The guy thought it was great because he felt it, that the former strength and skills are returning. But this evil spirit was stronger and more cunning than he thought. At one point, a sharp squeal was heard in my ears. The entity had an ace up its sleeve, and she used him, what no one expected. But he managed to avoid this attack too. Still wanted to dodge, but the body turned out to be slower than the mind, and it was a little hurt. It seems that the entity did not even think about stopping. There were many attacks, and it was not always possible to dodge. The guy's body became heavier and heavier. It seemed as if numerous needles were piercing the body, and the power of the essence, on the contrary, became even stronger. It was simply impossible to run anymore. Something had to be done urgently. There was only one single possibility left for at least a little resistance. System, shadow power, blindness. For others, this was a terrible outcome. It would seem that this is a complete victory. But the entity was still alive, and the guy's strength was becoming less. Pollution has increased. Every time the guy used his skills, the pollution in his body grew even stronger. Unskilled people. People like him cannot use their strength and skills so often and in large quantities. Fortunately, since he became a civilian, he hasn't used his powers very often, so the pollution is at a low level for now. But it won't last long. But now he needed to take risks for the sake of the future. He attacked the entity, but I received an answer. It was a cruel blow. And probably this is a failure. The entity quickly adapted to his skills and knew how to resist. Just an average level. Any student from the combat department could figure out this other one in a matter of seconds. But the guy had a hard time. Perhaps this is due to the difference in talent. There's no way to win. But he must not retreat. The only thing he could do now was to drag out as much time as possible. Wait for other members of the Night Watch to arrive. His thoughts were interrupted. Someone else attacked from behind again. The attack was dishonest, and therefore it was not possible to dodge it. Memories. He was dying, and this may be the last thing he will remember as a person. When he was 15, his entire family was killed by others. That is why he passed the martial arts exam at the age of 18. And at the age of 20, they were expelled from the second year. At the age of 21, he entered the Night Watch department as a civilian. 4 years have passed since then. This is his life. It, of course, may not seem easy. But for this world, it was considered the norm. For 100 years of struggle between people and others, people have never lived in peace and tranquility. But sometimes others still retreated. However, as soon as the clouds covered the sun, people stopped seeing hope, even the smallest one. Death is the norm in this world, in the world of others and in reality. But now, before dying, he must do at least something. It was desperate and brave, because there was nothing left to lose. There was also no time to think about all the actions. The second round of the fight begins. Too desperate as for a civilian, this despair and courage frightened the guy, but there was nothing to do. The entity began to attack. Despite his wounds, the guy fought back. Others were cruel, and in the entire history of this war, there has never been a case where they did not go to the end. One person always won, but now it was not his life that was at stake, but the lives of 2 little guys. At least it was worth fighting for. But the strength was a little lacking for a lot of damage. It was necessary to push further. Gathering all his strength, the guy struck many blows. Another was noticeably exhausted, which means everything worked out. There was very little effort left to make. But his strength remained very little. The mind was already clouded, and the smell of the dark world was introduced into the body. But the entity still did not think of retreating. It struck. Because I felt that there was little human soul left in his body. The guy had no strength left to dodge this blow. He stopped seeing anything. Still, his skills were not enough. Even with the help of pills, it was not possible to win. This is a sign of weakness, but he still tried his best. This is the end. An ordinary and boring life is coming to an end. At this moment, Zhang Yu appeared in the dark world. The guy thought that he was from the Night Watch, but everything was completely different. The voice of a young man, the manner of communication is not the same. He's not on patrol, but he was right about one thing. This man is special. But special people don't go to the dark side. Cut to the appearance of Zhang Yu. He sat next to the guy and asked him to rest. For the rest, he could completely rely on him. In addition, the entrance and exit from the dark side is strictly controlled. A random person simply cannot get here, unless this person is part of some mysterious forces living on the dark side. The entity was waiting for Zhang Yu. The guy has already despaired because his only hope for salvation has just received a strong blow. It was a terrible feeling. But Zhang Yu was not such a weakling. He resisted the other. The percentage of blood became 23 from 24. This was still not enough for what he had done earlier. Now his opponent was almost equal to him in strength. For some reason, Zhang Yu took out premium light soy sauce. Its weight was only 500 grams. It couldn't even go as a weapon, but still. Of course, he bought it. Clearly not for the battle with some entities, but for Yao Yao to add it to his delicious dishes. Seeing what was in his hand, the other somehow became a little furious. It's good that during the attack, the bottle did not fall out of the guy's hands. Zhang Yu broke this bottle on the body of the entity. After this, his strength weakened significantly and noticeably. Others could only go on the run. But Zhang Yu will not let go of his prey so easily. It was useless to run. He had already figured out the scheme of this obnoxious entity. She was seriously injured, so her strength, and even more so her speed, left much to be desired. The advantage was, of course, Zhang Yu. It seems that this soy sauce is the only thing that could help in this situation, oddly enough. Such a very cunning move deprived another of part of his power. The guy couldn't even imagine this. Now, the guy from the Night Watch could no longer call Zhang Yu some kind of weak. Obviously, there were no rules in this battle, and this man inexplicably suppressed his opponent so easily. This guy kicked his ass a few days ago. Now it's Zhang Yu's turn to exact revenge. But the entity still had power and could resist. Another threw his opponent aside. What carelessness. It's a terrible mistake to attack the same place. But it was still unclear what to do with her. The entity still did not give up. It is impossible for her to attack children and a defenseless Night Watch employee. If Zhang Yu were alone, now he could simply escape from the dark side into reality and heal his wounds at home. But then these innocent people will die, and this was not part of his plans. He will not be able to sleep normally, knowing that he acted like a real coward. The entity has only 20% of its blood volume left. There was no longer any point in being afraid of him. Today, he will bring this matter to an end. The guy promptly suggested that the other one had a serious wound in his right rib. That's where we had to attack. This was very valuable advice as it turned out. Zhang Yu would hardly have been able to notice this himself in time. It seems that the entity understood this and understood what they were talking about, so it became noticeably wary. This gave Zhang Yu even more confidence. He began to quickly attack her from different sides. And finally, the right side was open and free to attack. He hit it right there with a bottle fragment. Blood percent became 18. This was the last straw. The entity decided to escape. But after everything that happened, it was strange in Zhang Yu's eyes. The entity simply rushed past the guy without even touching him. She couldn't be let go so easily. It turned out that the entity headed towards the children. She wanted to get their blood to replenish her balance. Another came close to them. She opened her mouth to take the souls of these children. The little boy thought that this was the end, but the monster's mouth stopped with just one word. Someone loudly ordered to stop. Zhang Yu's hands were covered with some kind of stripes. He said this while holding a can of soda in his right hand. In a matter of seconds, he had already abandoned her. She flew clearly on course. A little more and something incomprehensible will happen. After all, no one knew what would happen to the essence from the soda. The guy had no strength left to fight the dark side, but for revenge he found it. He jumped very high above the other. All he had to do was hit the jar. Along with the can, he hit the entity. It was very painful for both of them. From 18% of blood, another became 15. The guy coughed because his body was shaking from pain and sudden jerks. For others, this is still not the end. He opened his mouth over the guy, but he was stopped in time by Zhang Yu. It's time to end this and go home. Today she will have to die. The blood is already 14%. It was terribly painful. This is not different at all. Too weak. From 14 to 13, 12, and 11. Now this entity will no longer risk tasting human blood. From such a number of blows, another's body began to emit an incomprehensible source of light. Zhang Yu didn't know what to do with this. He had never seen such a phenomenon before. Out of desperation, he hit straight into the center of this thing. This was the center of accumulation of all the forces of this other. It would seem that the end was about to come. Zhang Yu was already freaking out. How difficult it is to cope with anything other than average power. Suddenly, all the objects around began to move. The power of the essence merged with the power of Zhang Yu, but the other's body was too weak to withstand such a load. The percentage of blood was not enough to even maintain its strength. It was not so easy to win, but still he managed to do it. The stones on the ground began to vibrate, and objects around Zhang Yu began to fly into the air. This was proof that the strength of others is much greater than the strength of people from the Night Watch and others. Medium-sized cracks began to appear in the ground due to overvoltage. The guy and the children closed their eyes in fear. Zhang Yu, standing covered in the blood of another, breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got his revenge. Perhaps it was he who should not have killed this other one. He turned his gaze to those he had saved. He saw the whole picture vaguely. Was this really a reward for destruction and salvation? In surprise, Zhang Yu fell to the ground. He ran his hand along the ground, but saw nothing there except the reflection of a shadow. He decided to close his eyes a little more. Opening his eyes, he saw wisps of smoke and fire in front of him. Looking around, I noticed the bodies of people. The fire was strong. Every house and every street was burning. This was a gathering place. But it was not clear why everything changed so dramatically. He looked back as he heard a rustling behind him. In a split second, he was surrounded by many others. They were fierce and very angry about something. All of them surrounded him and began to attack. It was so unexpected that Zhang Yu just stood there. Others devoured him, and only when he felt this did he realize what was happening. But it was already too late. This power absorbed everything. The fire became weaker. The sun disappeared. The dark side enveloped the world. Hope was lost. Someone dances at the feast and someone screams in pain. Someone fights silently and dies tragically. For these worlds, such events are too common. Some people understand everything, but that's not all. Zhang Yu came out of this state thanks to the guy. He woke him up and asked how he was feeling. They were alive, and that was good news. Looks like it was just a dream. After the murder of this other, all memories began to break off. He touched the head of the other with his fingertips and activated the pupil of the shadow to see his memories. There was nothing interesting there. The guy was surprised that he was silent and did nothing else. Zhang Yu was fine, just lost in thought for a bit. The guy believed that Zhang Yu was in bad condition because he had lost too much blood, but he can still stand on his feet. It was amazing. The guy himself had no less wounds and 10% blood. He himself stood well on his feet. Systemic blood volume standard. 70% of blood volume, minor injury. 50% of blood, moderate injuries. 30% of blood volume, serious injuries. 10% of blood volume. At the time of death before the disaster, the survival rate from this type of injury ranged from 28 to 37%. 5% of blood volume. Barely able to speak. It's time to leave the last words. The guy invited him to sit together under the wall. They both sat down and exhaled, their wounds making themselves felt. The guy looked at him and voiced his guess that Zhang Yu is not a member of the Night Watch. But how could he not recognize him? They live in the same house. The guy's vision had deteriorated very much, so he couldn't see him too much to recognize him. Zhang Yu replied that he was indeed not a member of the Night Watch. But this simply could not happen. The other was very strong, and therefore the guy could not believe that just a civilian managed to defeat him. People from the Night Watch are very strong. Zhang Yu thought this was a strange conversation since he had just saved the guy. But for the guy it seemed funny because Zhang Yu was indeed very strong, but for some reason he denied it. What was funny was that Zhang Yu attacked the entity with soy sauce. His reaction was a little strange that the Chosen One had already begun to doubt his normal state. The guy laughed. Even in such a terrible state, the people from the Night Watch are amazing. The guy asked what university the Chosen One was studying at and what course he was taking. Zhang Yu was a second-year student at Beidou University. It's even better that the guy didn't recognize him. It's better not to tell him the truth. Judging by his answer, The guy realized that Jiang Yu is younger than him. He asked what specialty he was studying for, but Jiang Yu didn't want to answer any more questions by counting that the guy is just ruining everything. The guy quickly realized that he was studying at the martial arts department because he was too strong for the humanities. Unexpectedly, the guy asked him for a cigarette, but Jiang Yu only had stories. These are like cookies. They will also work. The guy took one and broke it in half. They shared the cookies among themselves. Not enough, of course. Initially, Jiang Yu bought more, but during the battle, everything fell out of his pocket and broke into pieces. But if the guy wanted, he could collect it from the floor. He didn't like this idea much. They silently ate the leftovers. The guy asked if this was the first time he had defeated someone else. He replied yes. The guy always admired such people. Martial arts, and so on. It was terribly exciting. The guy, unlike Jiang Yu, had low qualifications, and the attack power was much weaker. He considered himself hopeless. Even farsightedness, which seemed to increase combat effectiveness, does not help at all. Jiang Yu thought that the guy needed to talk as little as possible in order to save more strength until help arrived. But everything was fine with the guy. I just wanted to talk to someone. It is not every day that a civilian has the opportunity to fight others. But in any case, the guy was weak. I couldn't even resist the wave of pollution. Did he really regret everything? But if he chose the humanities, how could a civilian fall to the dark side? He in no way regretted it because it was his own choice. He is a civilian, goes to work every day, chats with colleagues, works on night watch. Really, this life can be bad. He himself transferred to this specialty because he was kicked out of martial arts. It would seem that everything was fine with him, but he didn't particularly like this life. He coughed from a lot of emotions. He needed to calm down so it didn't get worse. The guy said that he had sent a signal for help a long time ago. He thought that rescuers should arrive soon. The boy pressed some button on the bracelet and felt relief. Then he completely squeezed it in his hand. They shouldn't have walked around the area. They risked bumping into someone else. The guy thought that Jiang Yu's abilities were not yet enough to resist another entity, and there could be several of them. The guy suggested we chat a little more until the rescuers arrived. But Jiang Yu was already tired of his chatter. The guy promised that he would tell me something now. Once upon a time, the guy was very brave. It was a very cool feeling. I was not afraid of anything. Jiang Yu had no choice but to listen to his stories. The guy said that when Jiang Yu goes to university again, he should take something to Director Zhou from the specialty. It can be said that his teachings did not really bring any results, and even someone of the first rank can be extremely strong. Jiang Yu didn't quite listen to the meaning, but the conversation needed to be maintained at least somehow from time to time. And the guy also asked to thank the director Huang Shui Huang from the Direction of Culture. Her teaching was at the highest level. By the way, she was once advised not to be so gullible. Once they made a bad joke, but she immediately believed it. Then I was embarrassed to death. It was very tiring. Jiang Yu interrupted his story a little and suggested that he take the notebook or that the guy himself come one day and personally thank all these people. The guy was a little embarrassed. He carried everything within himself for a long time, and now I just have a rare opportunity to find a person with whom I can chat like this. Beidou Academy. The guy really wanted to come there again. The guy asked for some more cookies. Jiang Yu was glad that at least someone liked them. The guy silently extended his hand, waited patiently for Jiang Yu to pull out a few pieces. Suddenly, a portal to the real world began to appear in the alley. It looks like the night watch has finally arrived. Great, now the children and the guy should get help. Jiang Yu groped for his grocery bag. He got up and began to leave. The guy hoped that Jiang Yu would go with him, but he only answered that he would get there himself. The guy wished him good luck. Perhaps they will meet again someday. Jiang Yu turned around and looked at him. His words sounded somehow strange, but he didn't want to linger there yet, so he continued on his way. The guy lowered his head. Jiang Yu could not even imagine what awaited the guy. He turned around one last time to make sure they would get help. 3 members of the watch arrived at the scene and radioed that they had found 1 member of the night watch and 2 children. They began checking vital signs. The guy had 10% blood. This meant one thing. Jiang Yu understood this. He understood why the guy wanted to talk to him so much and remembered the past, asking him to thank the teachers. He realized that they would not meet again. His life was taken away. His vital indicator began to fall sharply. Jiang Yu didn't understand why these people were doing this. After all, with current technologies, the guy could still be helped. Members of the Night Watch took the children with them. Lastly, we saluted our colleague. Blood percentage is 0. No one knew where the bodies of the dead actually went. But now we can only hope that the guy is better there. Jong Yu believed that this was not correct. It shouldn't have been this way. He wanted to return, but the portal to reality would not let him go. It was all over. Reality? Trade area? He was in terrible shape, so people avoided him a little. Some thought he was drunk, and others thought he was some kind of actor. What he saw was terrible and incomprehensible. On television, members of the Night Watch have already reported this incident. The special ones must remember. You cannot give up even at the last minute of your life, even when you understand that the chances of survival are very small. Members of the Night Watch encouraged everyone to take a certain pill. This had to be approached with special care and caution. The risks after taking this pill are extremely high. The probability of death reaches 90%. After taking this drug, the chances of future life are significantly reduced. They must remember all the fallen and boldly move forward until all others are destroyed. People from the Night Watch were ordered to monitor the earth and sky, patrol day and night, and think only about a happy future. They, mortals, have to observe inexplicable things, moreover confront them. After all these people are Night Watch. Jong Yu was already ascending the elevator of his building. He thought about everything that happened that day. I couldn't believe that the guy really died. Coming out of the elevator, he headed to his door. The guy was constantly making jokes while he was chatting. It turns out that he just wanted to find an interlocutor before his death. He knew everything. No flowers, no applause. He passed away quietly, just like an ordinary person. It doesn't matter how ordinary he is. Jong Yu will never be able to forget him. It was very tragic. And this happens all the time. He just knows it from personal experience now. He was so tired that he decided to just wash himself and go to bed. Jong Yu walked with difficulty, but he had 55% of his blood left. I thought there were 20 left, and the guy had 10, and then it was still possible to help him. This event will not be out of my thoughts for a long time. It seems that simply training your body is not enough. Willpower is also very important. Lu Yaoyao said the word egg so sharply that Jong Yu almost died from surprise. Since he didn't answer the phone, she decided to come to his house. But he wasn't there either, and she just stayed waiting. Jong Yu had forgotten that he had given her a spare set of keys. She asked why it took him so long. He won't tell her the truth. He made an excuse that the new year was coming soon, so you could stand in lines for half a day. Jong Yu asked not to scare him like that again. Uncle Lee also asked her to take care of Jong Yu. After all, he doesn't cook his own food or order it from somewhere. Here he is, skinny as a stick. His appearance is certainly terrible. It's good that the girl thought he was in a fight. Jong Yu said that it was getting late and she should go home. Otherwise, her father will again misunderstand everything. But the girl didn't even think about leaving, but wanted to examine him. Jong Yu struggled because he was really hungry. The girl screamed for him not to leave. Then I noticed his hand, and she asked how he could have suffered like that. Jong Yu forgot to buy eggs and was about to leave under this pretext. But the girl did not even think of letting him go until he answered her questions. Jang Yu said that on the way home he was attacked and robbed, but then he caught up with these guys and beat them, so there was no point in feeling sorry for him. When the police arrived, the attacker and the man were difficult to recognize. Jong Yu thought that she could not imagine how good his physical fitness was. The girl touched his cheek with her hand and looked into the eyes. They stood like that for about a minute, and it made him nervous. After all, he knew that she would never believe such nonsense. He even forgot that he wanted to eat. They still stood like that, and finally she asked what hurt him. He replied that he said nothing and said that he just wanted to sleep. Yao Yao froze in an awkward pause. Then she said that you need to tell Uncle Lee about everything. It's no good to fight at night. Jong Yu began to persuade her not to tell her uncle about this, because he simply stood up for himself. But the girl said that she would not change her opinion. He sat down on the floor because he was too weak. Yao Yao thought he needed to go to the hospital. But she didn't have to worry. He has everything she needs at home. The medicine is better than in any hospital. Really, this is a joke for him. The girl did not understand this attitude, but I decided to stay with him and help him with his wounds. First, she told him to take a good bath. She pulled the bandages very tightly, and he just allowed her to give her medicine and not turn her into a mummy. She told him not to do this again. He promised that this would not happen again. She threatened Uncle Lee again. He began to explain that fights are inherent in them by nature. Boys cannot live without fighting. But she didn't like it. He said that now he would only watch, but not enter into them. She finished, and therefore was about to leave. Jong Yu invited her to stay the night and said that he had a big bed, but she blocked it. and she slammed the door loudly behind her. Is there really silence at last? Although it's a little boring without her now. But he could think of anything. He recalled how the guy asked him to convey a message to Beta. During this time, he managed to think about a lot of things. Still, you need to eat a little. And suddenly it dawned on him. How will he convey the message if the guy didn't even say his name? Something broke inside, but he still decided to look into the pupil of the shadow. It was necessary to find out a little about this other one. Maybe there will be at least something about the guy. Name: Wandering Spirit. The view is a shadow, a dark beginning. Level: Average. Description: Another from the lower abyss, belongs to the shadow and the dark principle. If you become their target, they will turn all hidden attacks against you. It is worth paying attention. Most of all, you need to watch your back. And also, this subspecies is not so easy to defeat. The price of murder is a broken arm. Shadow Bite received. Abilities: Sneak Strike and Shadow Glasses. In the Jiang Yu system, this other was listed as received and not subject to price. Jiang Yu wondered if his first kill would be displayed somewhere else. Or will he still be consumed by the bite of the shadow before this murder is registered? Something was happening to Jiang Yu's body. The surge of strength felt very good. System: Insidious Strike. A hidden attack occurs from the shadows, which the enemy cannot see. The first attack causes colossal damage. After reading this, he decided to first test the skill he had acquired. It was indeed a very cool, insidious blow. I just had to concentrate. But something went a little wrong. Maybe the system has messed something up, or it's just that there is no target to attack. He plopped down on the sofa. We'll try again later. I needed to read something else interesting. His system: Name: Jiang Yu. Attribute: Shadow. Shadow Glasses. 14 out of 14. The man is a stalker. You can activate it. Abilities: Shadow Bite, Shadow Pupil, Shadow Shape. Stalker: Kills from the shadows. A natural-born killer. Feels at home in the shadows. Can sneak around in the shadows. Jiang Yu didn't understand some things. So why can't they write in simple language? And he didn't understand why it only works in the dark. But in the light, what can he do? The system received a notification that his shadow had undergone several changes. Now he could fully control it and even merge with it. And this is probably the very form of the shadow. It was actually a very miraculous ability. In the shadow form section, there are the following characteristics. First, if he trains in this state, he will notice significant changes. Secondly, his breath will be able to perfectly match the shadows. Others will not be able to notice them. His physical form will improve significantly. Third, it is possible to use a shadow form outside the shadow layer. In the real world, when using this ability, shadow points are consumed. Fourth, in case of serious injuries, the volume of blood will be delayed, which can slow down the approach of death. An example was prescribed for the fourth point. If the blood volume drops to 99%, then death will not occur. Jiang Yu was a little displeased with this news. He would rather die happy. But in any case, this ability is very good. You need to try it as soon as possible. He ordered the shadow to come out. She didn't keep her waiting. In order to test her current submission, he stuck out one finger. She passed the test by repeating this gesture after him. They touched fingers, and the absorption began. The shadow seemed to be absorbed into his skin. She was even in the eyes. Now they can be one. Finding himself in the shadow, Jiang Yu was a little confused. This was the very form of the shadow. Interesting feeling. She could even breathe air now, and she was super fast and very powerful. This was an amazing speed, but there was not enough space in the apartment for such acceleration. The power has become much greater. He took a sledgehammer weighing 100 kilograms, and he hit himself with it. The defense was at the highest level. This meant that he was now invincible. The neighbors from the apartment below were shocked by such noise and asked to be a little quieter. It doesn't catch the eye, but at the same time it justifies itself well. The shape of the shadow is something. He also realized that he could unlock a new stalker function, Discovery. Some of the abilities of this skill were present here, but official, full mastery of it had not yet been achieved. After full acquisition, no one else will have this ability, but there are also risks. The function suggested trying it. It was worth paying attention to the fact that sometimes risks can turn into opportunities. Jiang Yu was wondering whether it was worth trying this, because the risks were so significant. In addition, the system canceled the word risk in red. Perhaps you really shouldn't do this, but risks can turn into very valuable opportunities. He still decided to choose the answer yes, but the system was clearly out of order and greatly frightened him, and he realized that he wanted to cancel everything because he had not yet fully decided. The system swallowed him up. It was too noisy. The lights in the apartment began to flicker, and things scattered around the room. Bottles of medicine spilled onto the floor. Something is wrong with his body now. System, new, killer. If he doesn't take risks, he will die. He is a natural killer whose attacks will always deal damage. Note 1. Guns, bows, arrows. Poisons and other otherworldly objects will not have any effect. Note 2. As a shadow assassin, you should be very stealthy. The higher the killer's reputation, the more fruitful the results will be. Note 3. There is no escape. Damage is caused even to God. After activating the shadow form, his killing ability will be greatly increased, and the need for a certain balance of blood volume will be reduced. Decapitation. When the victim's blood volume reaches a certain limit, the stripe above his head will turn scarlet, and he will be able to watch the victim's gradual death. When attacking, he can activate the decapitation skill at any time, which depends on the blood level, strength, abilities, and other factors of both parties. Cool feature. Jung Yu thought that this particular skill was activated the last time he killed another. He needed a little time to process and remember all this information. Looks like he's truly invincible now. And besides, he is almost immortal. But he forgot to do something. It was necessary to remove the bandages. Having removed them, he discovered that the wounds had disappeared. By the way, even the deepest wound disappeared. Ordinary medicines could not act so quickly. The deep wound on the stomach also disappeared, as if it had never existed. Jung Yu thought it was all because he activated the shadow form ability. Since the shadow was healthy and did not have the same injuries as its owner, Jung Yu was healthy and full of strength as before. This power of restoration was amazing. Cafe. The next day. Dinner. Yao Yao was sitting with her friends in a nearby cafe and discussing a school project. Someone handed her a phone with a photo that Jung Yu posted yesterday. In the comments under the post, he wrote that yesterday, he came under a series of blows. He was hit 88 times. But, as everyone could see, he remained unharmed. Yao Yao said that yesterday he said that he met some merchant with him and got into a fight, but he also had a knife for cutting watermelons with him. If he was seriously injured, then on this occasion the guys offered to visit him. Yao Yao told them not to listen to Jung Yu's stories. She believed that the dog was just chasing him. Jung Yu is a fool. All he did was boast. House of Jung Yu. Yao Yao brought the guys to his house to show them that Jung Yu was fine. She began to unlock the door with her key, which Jung Yu himself had previously left for her. The guys were surprised that she had the key to the main character's apartment. She excused herself by saying that it was Uncle Jung Yu who gave it to her so that she could look after and prepare food for his nephew. Walking inside, she began to call the owner of the apartment and said that someone had come to visit him. Jung Yu pretended that he was very ill and his wounds hurt. What carelessness! He didn't even think that the wound on his stomach might open. Yao Yao was a little worried about his condition. She asked him why he took off the bandages so early. But he won't tell the truth and replied that he thought it had already healed. It didn't hurt, so I took it off. The guys were convinced that he was not lying and was indeed seriously injured. They came closer and began to look at the shape of Jung Yu's body in delight. When did he manage to pump up so quickly? Yao Yao stopped them in time and ordered them to step into the living room. She even pushed them so that they would quickly disappear from view. The guys just smiled at such a gesture on her part. Yao Yao went for a first aid kit and began to cauterize the wound. He was in a lot of pain, but she asked him to calm down, because she knew this ointment and it couldn't hurt as much as he said. Jung Yu looked at her legs. The girl kept saying that he needed to treat everything thoroughly so that there were no infections. They sat in silence for a while. The girl noticed that he was fighting too much, so she asked Xiao Jun to give him some medicine. Jung Yu thought that this was not the best solution because Xiao was stupid and clumsy. How come she didn't think about it? Uncle Li will suit him when he sees him in this state. But Jung Yu was sure that nothing would happen to him for this. The girl asked what he had been doing all this time since yesterday evening, and asked him not to make up any stories. Just a chivalrous act of justice. Yao Yao didn't believe him again. She thought he was lying. Well, what else could he say? Not to say that he ran into the shadow layer and killed someone else on the dark side. Jang Yu asked what time Uncle Lu returned home yesterday, but as it turned out, he had not returned home yet. Jang Yu felt that the night watch was working too harshly. Main work during the day, extra hours in the evening. This is very dangerous. The girl herself didn't like the fact that her father was lately working more and more often and didn't come home to spend the night. She was very worried about her father, it was obvious. Most Night Watch employees put their lives in danger every day. Uncle Lee was left without an arm. Linmo actually died at the age of 20-something, and that guy on the dark side also died young. Even a strong man like Uncle Lou was seriously injured, which ultimately affected his endurance. He will have no further advancement. The girl was wondering if Jiang Yu passes the martial arts exam, then he also wants to go to work on the Night Watch. In fact, he himself did not know what he wanted. The strength he has now allows him to pass the exam with ease, but he probably didn't want to endlessly risk his life. He thought a little, and in the end he answered that he didn't know. He joked about the beauties who would be there. The girl didn't like this joke and asked him to shut his mouth. Jiang Yu asked her to relax because there were probably no such beauties on the Night Watch. The guys eavesdropped on them outside the door and didn't understand what was going on there. The guys decided to interrupt them and go into the room. Jiang Yu asked why they came to his apartment. They explained that they had heard that he had had a great time and simply decided to visit him. They hoped that he was already better. Out of the corner of their eyes, they both noticed that Jiang Yu's arms and neck were covered in hickeys. Yao Yao is so energetic. Jiang Yu convinced them not to worry. He would live and invited them to his living room. They didn't know anything yet, so he began to tell them that it all started with the fact that he needed to buy soy sauce. And when he was leaving the store, a large man flashed past him with a bag in his hands. Yao Yao rolled her eyes, saying he's back for his stories. She decided not to waste time and go to the store. At the same time, she needed to throw out his things. They were already torn anyway. He completely forgot that there was something important for Yao Yao in his jacket. He turned around to see if she had left. I remembered in time. He called out to her and said that he still had some things left in this jacket. Indeed, it was necessary to check all the pockets first. Yao Yao shook the jacket and the pads he bought for her that day fell out. Everyone looked at this pack awkwardly. Yao Yao asked why he needed them. He bought them because he knew that she had a stomach ache. He wanted to give them away when he returned from the store, but due to recent events, he forgot about it. I hoped it would please her. This kind of thing can only be shared by people close to each other. The guys took a photo of this picture in the hope of showing it to the whole class. Jiang Yu picked up the pads and gave them to the girl, saying that next time she should not be embarrassed to ask him for something. After all, they are best friends, but the girl clearly didn't like his trick very much. She believed that there was no need to show concern in this way. She loaded this pack into his head. Jiang Yu didn't understand why she got so angry and started screaming. The guys also decided to leave quickly. They wished him to get well soon and said that he and Yao Yao looked great together. Jiang Yu was glad that everyone had finally left. Now no one should bother him. He activated the shadow pupil. I could only hope it wasn't too loud. He also activated the shadow form. It was a very strange and indescribable feeling. Having taken this form, he decided to start with training first. To do this, you need to move to the dark side. It went quite easier than when he moved in human form. His shadow could fully exist on the dark side and in some way could represent the other. When Jiang Yu found himself on the dark side, he felt something strange. In the form of a man, he felt a lot of impurities in the dark world, and now the feeling of comfort was very easy to feel. It was a feeling that for many years he had lived in a very polluted environment, and now he suddenly found himself in a vast and clean space. It wasn't bad. The stomach did not hurt from the wounds, and besides, the percentage of blood has increased significantly. He had as much as 60% of his blood volume on the dark side. Okay, I needed to start training as soon as possible. First, there was a push-up waiting for him. There was so much strength that I couldn't do push-ups even once. He was thrown upward. He pushed off from the ceiling. He was very happy that now there was inexhaustible energy around him. Now he could do many things with great strength and speed. System. The shadow form was turned on. He entered the shadow layer. Jiang Yu felt how the energy of his own body was completely released. He became free. He tried to train. During training, the shadow bite is activated, which absorbs only darkness from the shadow layer. His physical condition is significantly strengthened. During any activity in the form of a shadow, physical health will also be significantly strengthened. Thanks to this, it is possible to obtain new functions, as well as points. Even now, he has received about 1,000 ways of strengthening. There was too little space in his shadow room. He needed to train outside. Also in the dark world, through portals, he could move to any place. Jiang Yu was surprised that since he is so capable in this world, then why no one still worships him? Through the portal, he moved to the sports ground. Having tried himself on the horizontal bars, he decided that he could become a champion in this matter. Real world. Headquarters. The Night Watch apartment. Members of the Night Watch. Today they have an urgent meeting. According to reports, unrest in the shadow layer has become more frequent. At the moment, it had an unpredictable nature, and also the level of pollution has increased sharply and is spreading over large areas. 3 teams previously discovered entities in the northern, southern, and eastern districts. It won't be easy. Judging by the map of the distribution of front lines, pollution mainly affects residential areas, and it's simply unrealistic to call this an accident like all the previous times. Recently, others appear too often. There was even a case when he appeared in the real world of people. What made him do that remains a mystery for now. Yao's father was very worried about this. Over the past 2 days, there have been as many as 4 incidents when entities dragged people into the shadow layer. The Night's Watch still does not know all the details of the death of their Night's Watch partner. It may seem that this is extremely little, but no one knows when others will again risk dragging someone to the other side. No one could predict when they would attack next. Compared to the shadow layer anomaly, the breaches have become much more dangerous. If we compare another from the shadow layer with a ferocious beast, then the other clearly outweighs all the odds. It felt as if Godzilla himself had begun his attack. Uncle Jong Yu tried to cheer everyone up. Now is really not the time to be depressed. Their opinions are just a bunch of suspicions. You shouldn't act as if the Night Watch has already lost. Besides, shouldn't they all be ready for battle? Everyone suddenly fell silent and thought. Each member of this meeting had a report for each day, where and in what particular district they recorded the other. Uncle Jong Yu personally checked every document. Having made sure that everything really fits together, he ordered to continue collecting at least some information. Now the topic of those recently suspended has gained considerable momentum. Yao's father stood near the window. All this work tired him terribly, but he loved his job, although he regretted that he saw little of his daughter. Only cigarettes save him from anxiety and stress. He thought about how he managed to get into something just before the new year. He felt a strange taste in his mouth. These were not his cigarettes. They're not cigarettes at all. Again, Yao replaced them with cookies. He threw away the cookies. It couldn't save him from stress or somehow relax his nervous system. As if on command, someone threw this pack back to him. It was Uncle Jang Yu. He was smoking, and Yao's father looked at him questioningly. In response to this, the uncle simply asked what was wrong with the face. He was about to throw his pack to him, but changed his mind. Yao's father refused and excused himself by saying that he was afraid of lung cancer. But Li did not understand this. How could a person working on the Night Watch, having seen so much grief and experienced it the hard way, still be afraid of death? This caused a fit of laughter. But for Yao's father, this was nonsense. He did not understand why Uncle Li left him in the department and demanded an explanation. Apparently, Li was not ready for this conversation, but he still said that something else interesting came from the authorities along with documents. Yao's father guessed what might be there, but wanted to hear about it directly. He was angry at Li's silence, but he patiently waited for an answer. But he still could not understand why everything happened at that very moment. It was an urgent matter. By the way, there should have been confirmation of this. Uncle Li told him to check his laptop. It probably came with all the materials. Indeed, Father Yao has been very worried lately and has been flying around in his thoughts. By the way, Uncle Jong Yu asked him what direction his daughter would take. There was little choice between the humanities and martial arts. But there has been no answer to this question yet. They haven't talked about it yet, but decided to wait for the results. An urgent notification came to my laptop. It stated that anyone special who had a second rank or higher needed to submit their children's application for admission, but first they had to pass an exam. It seemed to Lu that that was enough about him. What about Li himself? Father Yao thought that Zhang Yu was not completely honest about his abilities. And in general, did he stand out at all? Uncle Li thought for a while. His nephew is frail and has never been interested in martial arts. Therefore, he believed that he did not stand out in any way. Lu thought that he wanted to send his nephew to study special humanities. But no, let him study ordinary crafts. But this must be a joke. After all, Zhang Yu has not yet passed the exam and has not been tested. What if he passes everything just brilliantly? In addition, admission to the faculty of special students is mandatory. Li believed that it was too early to talk about anything and answered simply one word. We'll see. Actually, I could have expressed myself more clearly. To which he replied to Lu to perform all his duties with special care. At that moment, the secretary entered the office and asked for forgiveness for disturbing me. It was an important matter. A message has just been received from the shadow layer. This was a report about the emergence of a new entity. New report on others. Number Grandfather 9527. Codename: Crazy Athlete Shadow That Salutes. Observer: 3 X's. Description: First, the enemy is a dark, shadow-like creature. The target was first discovered in the central garden of Qingyue. It is believed that it was found in the society by accident. Second, the target does not get tired at all and shows great interest in sports. There is no desire to attack. Third, when the detector approaches, the enemy stops training and salutes. Observation time: 2 hours. Hazard rating: low. Conclusion: currently not subject to destruction. Observers discovered something strangely different. There was no record of him in the database, so the girl wanted to ask Lu about it. But he himself did not know what kind of other one he was. Shadow layer. Spider again. Spider contains a lot of protein, which is several times more than the same rice. And spider meat is very juicy and tasty. After cauterization, the hair on his body is easily removed. Spider meat is like no other. So many people appreciated the shadow layer. Very soon, Jiang Yu will become popular on the internet. He wondered if there were still those who had filmed others before him. Strange, but he hasn't even posted a single video yet. Suddenly, a notification came from the system, which scared him terribly because he is in the shadow layer and would not like to fight with the entities again. System: attribute, shadow, abilities, shadow form, decapitation, beheading. If you don't act first, death. Don't be afraid to kill. Only after a series of constant murders will the shadow be able to continue its quiet life. This was worth doing exactly until the shadow reached an advanced level. This is actually a terrible ability. Time limit: 100 hours. Jiang Yu assumed that his life would end in 100 hours. He did not understand why there were so few hours left. This figure was spinning in his head. There will be certain risks when unlocking this skill. So these are certain risks that were mentioned earlier. This is a real problem. Jiang Yu decided to calm down and not worry. You will definitely need to come up with something. There must be a way to somehow maintain this time. Judging by the description, Jiang Yu needed to play the role of a hunter and hunt. The only people who could do this for were others. In other words, he is alive while he has killed someone else. Risky life and constant killings are part of the life of a hunter. Perhaps the main character will gain eternal life by committing endless murders. Judging by the text, with the help of hunting, you can get eternal immortality. Decapitation also had another personality. Upon the death of the physical body, it will simply pass into another shell. Jiang Yu didn't fully understand what the other shell meant. And what does it mean to enjoy the process? Jiang Yu already knew for sure that this would not bring him happiness. He also decided that if he could not kill someone else, then he would turn to Uncle Lee. Now he needs to kill this spider to earn life points. Such an opportunity comes up quite rarely, so he decided to record everything on video. In any case, he was not afraid that the night watch might catch him. Now he just needed to summon the shadow. A notification arrived on his phone and the corresponding ringtone sounded. Jiang Yu told the camera that there are quite a few others. Now viewers could personally observe one of them. He introduced himself to the camera as Xiao Yi. Today they have a different one in the form of a spider. The live broadcast already had a lot of views and only 7 comments. Everyone admired him in the comments. Jiang Yu suggested everyone to keep quiet and wait a little. He came closer and closer to the spider. But at the right moment, I realized that it was better to keep quiet so as not to spoil such a moment. The steel on which several thousand yuan was spent is about to go into use. Meanwhile, the spider had already noticed him, and he began to change his position. He must have been scared. Something clearly didn't go according to plan. It all looked strange and had no explanation. In theory, even if Jiang Yu stands close, others will not be able to see him. This is the advantage of the shadow shape. Now it was necessary to find out about the enemy's weaknesses. It wasn't that hard to find. He did it pretty quickly. Now all that remained was to hit it harder, in half an hour. Jiang Yu had been in the dark world for a long time and still felt comfortable. He did not feel any depressing atmosphere, and there are no depressing and strong guys. He just needed to be careful, then he could live in complete comfort. But I literally just had to fight one depressing guy. Jiang Yu got a little hurt, but he got a full lunch and an increase in points. I still needed to sleep a little, so there is a very high probability that he will recover faster. It also seemed to him that someone was watching. It's strange, but it definitely felt somewhere nearby. Oh well, this place always seemed unsafe. Jiang Yu decided that he would spend the night somewhere else. Another began to behave somehow strangely. Something scared him. It was amazing. Jiang Yu felt the shadow seem to flow out of him like a river. It turns out that by finding the right point to strike, he will be able to release all his power. This was a great find. He had 40% of his blood volume left. He needed to push a little more, but something unexpected happened. The spider instantly stood up and knocked Jiang Yu away from him with a powerful blow. But he suddenly felt that he did not feel pain. If he had been in his own body, it would have been a fracture of the spine. The spider seemed to have received much more energy and strength. Jiang Yu stuck a stick into him, but the entity's blood volume remained even greater than his own. 45% is still too much. Jiang Yu hit his weak spot, causing quite a bit of bleeding. He used a shadow attack and immediately disappeared into the shadow layer. In his shadow form, it was his first time using a shadow attack, so he didn't know what awaited him. At depth, in the shadow layer, the spider skillfully attacked from the shadows like a stalker. There was no need to fight with another face-to-face. You just need to wait for the right moment to attack, and then figure out how to deal a fatal blow to the victim. This other one was special, so it seemed to Jiang Yu. Now Jiang Yu clearly understood that he was a hunter. The hunt has begun. Night Watch to guard the safety of citizens. A couple of guys from the Night Watch filmed themselves on air at their workplace. Today, they talked about the formation of low-ranking others. In the following recommendations, the girl talked about going to restaurants. Recently, the members of the Night Watch have been terribly busy with work and paperwork. The next video was about helping your family. It was all some kind of nonsense. Lately, people have been posting boring things on social networks. And quite unexpectedly, Jiang Yu came across a live broadcast in the shadow world. Everyone who watched it could not understand what kind of place it was. It really stopped looking like a joke. Someone guessed that this dark world was full of others, but someone believed that this was a decree. On the air, Jiang Yu talked about the essence of the spider. He is an ancient type of ghost, the first rank, the lowest another. The shackles on a spider can make terrible sounds. Ordinary people cannot stand it, so it is better for them not to listen to such things. People watching his broadcast wrote many different comments. The girl who came across his broadcast had a negative attitude towards this. She believed that people only knew how to write their disgusting and fictitious comments on the internet. She hated such impudent behavior with all her heart. She once again took a close look at what was happening live. As a result, she wrote that she was ready to help him. Welcome to the live broadcast. Breaking laws is prohibited on our platform. Pornography, incitement, fraud, and other acts of this nature will be severely punished. You should not transfer money to dubious persons. The girl noticed that the guy on the air had disappeared. Mistakenly, she was led to think that this broadcast was actually being broadcast by someone else. Looks like things are getting a lot more interesting. Jiang Yu struck again. The spider clearly had some reserve of strength in reserve. It looked like he had no intention of giving up, but with his blow he clearly missed. For a couple of seconds, he and the main character froze in their places. Something happened, but no one understood what exactly. Taking advantage of the other's moment of confusion, Jiang Yu came closer and pointed a finger at him. The spider turned around and hissed furiously. Jiang Yu simply greeted him in response. The entity began to strike many times, but still did not hit even once. Jiang Yu finally stopped. The spider did not lose hope that he could defeat the enemy. But for the main character, it was still fun. He deftly dodged the spider's blows. Jiang Yu was amused that such a big guy couldn't reach him. The girl admired such agility and speed. She thought that the broadcaster was very handsome. Suddenly, the spider shot some kind of liquid at him. There was so much of it that it spread across the ground. It was acid, and it spread out, exactly blocking the spider from Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu considered this cowardice and asked to fight to the end. Did the spider really think that he could not do anything if the earth was covered with acid? This made him laugh. For some reason, the main character looked at what was going on below this building. Shadows were everywhere. They must have sensed a threat. The spider again doused the soil around itself with its acid, but Jiang Yu could still move freely, could teleport, go through buildings over and over and over again as needed. He is a hunter from the shadows, and now he needs to get used to this role. Endless killings began to destroy his memory, but he remembered his name very well. He could come up with different scenarios for the video. But who would have thought that this was all real, not counting the pseudonym? He was so distracted by the chatter that he let the spider get too close to him. In the broadcast world, his name is Yu. Enough time has passed since the start of their duel. Jiang Yu decided to use Shadow Bite once again. His shadow has gone beyond its limits. But will this help defeat the spider? So far, Jiang Yu did not know this. Judging by the changes in his body, which he clearly felt, the bite of the shadow helped defeat the spider. The hunt is successfully completed. People watching this admired this victory. The girl thought he was super cool. This broadcast was really very exciting and interesting. Many haven't seen this for a long time. The girl went to his page to subscribe. His account has already gained 89,000 subscribers and 72,200 likes. The girl clicked the subscribe button in the hope that he would pay attention to her. She hoped that maybe she would be able to establish contact with this blogger. Without hesitation, she wrote him an SMS, in the hope that he will take her on the next mission. It all looked like short fragments from a film, and she didn't mind playing at least some role. System: name, Shadow Spider. Species: Ancient Demon. Level: first level of middle rank. Description: the lowest of another abyss, belonging to the genus of an ancient demon. The lines on a spider's body represent its strength. The denser and more complex they are, the higher the pollution that comes from it. You shouldn't look at it for a long time. Abilities: acid, instant ancient demon pollution, net spitting. The price of murder, confusion of the five senses. Shadow bite. First, gain the shadow net ability. Second, shadow glasses have been added. It turns out that the spider is only the first level of the middle rank, and Jiang Yu thought that he had defeated a strong enemy. However, there was a large gap in strength between Jiang Yu and this other, but Jiang Yu took advantage of the shadow attack in time. At the end of the live broadcast, there were 150,000 spectators. Jiang Yu was happy about such a large number. He decided not to go into further detail and leave the audience in the dark in order to properly whet their interest. As soon as he put the phone down, a network of shadows suddenly accumulated in his hand and immediately shot into the wall of a neighboring building. Since he did not know how to handle it, the thread began to decrease, thereby tearing the owner off the ground. Out of hopelessness, Jiang Yu was a little confused. And then he really liked this ability. Right up until the moment he hit the wall. It was painful. He came to the conclusion that he should now practice more. System: the period is 7 days. Jiang Yu's lifespan increased by only 3 days. This is less than he expected. Despite the fact that there were 7 days left, others were not so easy to find. So it was necessary to think ahead a little and play it safe. System: Note 3. The hunter must hide in the shadows. The more he hides, the higher his reputation will become. A new value has been unlocked. Authority. Marking. You can mark your victim to make it easier to find their weak points and deliver a series of blows. The victim who is marked will have a rapid heartbeat, fear, and other negative states. The result depends on the difference in strength. For one target, a mark can be created for only 1 second. As reputation increases, this time increases. It is worth noting, a certain amount of energy is charged for each tag. This ability reveals location, so it must be used with extreme caution. Hunting. When hunting marked prey, the owner gains dexterity and strength. If you manage to hunt successfully, one of the attributes or abilities will be improved to a certain extent. It's worth noting that hunting does not require energy consumption, and this ability has the same duration as the mark. It was necessary to kill the prey during the hunt, and increasing your reputation will only strengthen this ability. Jiang Yu could not understand where he became so famous that he unlocked this function. He guessed that this was the result of his live broadcast. He will hunt others, gain subscribers, and discover new abilities. With this set, both strength and abilities will increase. Jiang Yu decided that he still needed to try a little harder on this day. And suddenly a mark appeared before his eyes. This meant that his new ability had already found a victim. Strangely enough, there was also electricity on the dark side. Jiang Yu decided that now was the time to use the decapitation ability. We were transferred to reality. Having dealt with all his affairs, he returned home full of strength. Yahello came to him again to treat his previous wounds and see if everything was fine. She also noticed that he had new wounds. She burned them and Jiang Yu felt an unpleasant burning sensation. She asked him who he fought with this time. Sitting down next to him, she put her hand on his shoulder. It was a gesture of silent support. He turned to her and asked her to calm down, because he was going to become a hero and it would be hard for her to understand. Yahello was surprised that he said this. It's interesting how many heroes whine almost every day that they are hurt. She warned him that if there are no suitable skills, then it is better not to go where it is not necessary. Jiang Yu could independently heal all of his wounds in a matter of seconds with his shadow form, and he didn't turn it on so that Yahello would help him all the time. Jiang Yu realized late that he said it out loud, but Yahello still didn't understand what he meant. He suggested watching some movie, since he would gladly do it. Yahello replied that there was nothing special to watch, but some blogger recently appeared on the internet and aroused everyone's interest. Jiang Yu asked in surprise about the interest. She found it on her phone and showed it to him. It was blogger Yo from the Shadow World. Jiang Yu didn't expect to see himself. The girl did not understand why he was so stunned. He was really surprised that she was looking at him. She said that she had been watching it for 2 days already. This Yo has become the most popular and unusual blogger. Jiang Yu admitted that this is great, but shouldn't the publications of others be punishable by law? I realized late that I had become popular, no matter how the Night Watch caught me. One should not disclose one's knowledge about others. The current shows of this blogger did not particularly influence people's consciousness, so everything is fine. She found his real fight with someone else on her phone and showed it to Jiang Yu. The girl took his arm. She thought this blogger was very cool and that it was worth following his example. The girl also showed another video, but it was another blogger who filmed an analysis of Yo's videos. Yao was clearly very interested in this. Rising from the sofa, she turned to him, and she asked his opinion about whether she too could become famous. Jiang Yu asked what she was going to film. Really, he will put on a white silk dress and start dancing in the shadow layer. The girl didn't quite like this joke. She was wondering if she could record a few videos about others, but this will be too informative. She will be just like a member of the Night Watch. Jiang Yu warned her that if she didn't change her image, fans would start following her and would quickly reveal who she was. This will not lead to anything good. He said it as if he knew what he was talking about. But it really was logical. The girl took out a gun to prove that no one could do anything to her. She poked Jiang Yu in the side with it. The girl assumed that he received all his injuries, when I was also trying to track someone. This was not true, so Jiang Yu said that he was just joking. How could she know that he was telling the truth? She decided not to give him a break, but immediately forced him to go and prepare food. After she left, Jiang Yu sat down on the sofa with relief. Finally, she left. He picked up the phone and opened the direct message. There were so many different messages that it annoyed him a little. Many people asked who he was and why he published such videos. Someone wondered if he was from the Night Watch, and many believed that this was some kind of script or just Photoshop. As soon as he read a couple of SMS, he was immediately bombarded with more. People generally admired him, but of course there were those who believed that it was a fake. Many people were interested in detailed photographs of others, and some believed that he did not deserve all this at all, explaining this by the fact that the Night Watch works hard, and now he is the center of attention. Some asked him not to pretend and to take off his mask. Jiang Yu thought it was all a joke. He was upset that he was considered a fraud. Among all these SMS, there was one link to another video. He pressed it. It was a video from the same blogger that Yao showed him. His name is Earthly Tao, and he filmed shopping trips and examinations of Yu as a fraudster. The Shadow Layer, the Other, the Amnesiac Killer, various songs, Tao did not consider all this to be true. He decided to play Yu's video again for his viewers to analyze everything carefully. To begin with, he suggested looking at 2 frames. Tao argued that there one can see that there is no smooth transition. Conclusion: the video has been stitched together. He also suggested looking at the background again. It is quite obvious that after filming the entire video, editing was used. Jiang Yu was surprised that this ordinary food blogger took on the role of filming such analysis. Moreover, Jiang Yu did cut out some of his photos, but this was not considered photoshopped. Jiang Yu also didn't understand why this Tao made such revealing videos on him, but after watching the video further, Jiang Yu heard that the reason for such analysis was precisely on him. It turned out that Tao is a freelance employee of the Night Watch. When he was young, he had killed countless others, so now he could recognize a fake at a glance. Well, now he began to discuss something else. Jiang Yu paused the video and decided to look at the comments. The majority wrote that they were inclined to believe you, because they believed that the Shadow Layer and other things could not be simply faked. Some believed in the Tao. Jiang Yu considered them fools who did not understand anything. Someday they will find out the truth. Well, yes, since his video is fake, then Jiang Yu decided to go and hunt for others again. But before that, he really wanted to teach this Earthly Tao a lesson. He remembered all these nasty comments, but he wasn't particularly offended by them because there were more good things. A born hunter, a person who brings terror to his enemies. This time, he decided to take a mini camera with him into the Shadow Layer. Having entered the shape of the shadow, he attached it to the collar of his jacket. It seems that the number of others is now much less than it was yesterday. The reason is that the shadow layer is reset from time to time. Suddenly, he heard some noise. It looks like it was another of the 6th rank. Zhang Yu eagerly wanted to see what this other was capable of. The hunt could be considered open. He again found himself in the middle of the roof of a tall building, and he couldn't just jump. The building was really too tall. It will be very easy to fall from there. Having found the staircase, Zhang Yu began to quietly, calmly, and without sudden movements go down. A powerful killer who preys on others. No, cute and special who walks the stairs. Yes, having descended, he discovered that the other was very close. It seems that the entity also felt something. Zhang Yu used the mark. Now, as if someone else had noticed him too, the mark was placed. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt some inexplicable fear. He also noticed that this entity was similar to another with blades that he had encountered before. Has it really evolved? But there was nothing surprising here because Zhang Yu himself suffered some changes, and this was not the end. For the first attack, Zhang Yu used the 6-strike technique and the blade. This was in order to find out what percentage of blood volume this entity now has. He had 45%. The chase was on. The tag is activated, and the chase is also successfully activated. Strength and agility increased by 1 second. Additional boosts can be obtained by killing a target within a certain period of time. Zhang Yu did not understand why he missed. The entity took advantage of this confusion and decided to attack. But having received a rebuff, she began to flee. Zhang Yu managed to keep her in sight and quickly caught up with her. But others clearly didn't like it. This entity was definitely not the 1st rank. It had a significant trump card. For a minute, the entity stopped and opened its mouth. At that moment, some strange sound waves began to emanate from there. Zhang Yu learned for the first time that 1st-rank entities could have such powerful abilities. From this influence, he began to feel dizzy. It was a mental attack. In such situations, Zhang Yu did not yet know what was the right thing to do so as not to lose, and his blood volume percentage did not drop even by 1%. He sighed, not yet knowing what to do. But there was only one way out, and it was very obvious. The entity's blow was very powerful. With just one blow, Zhang Yu lost 34% of his blood volume. It seems that after this, another believed in his own strength and quick victory. Still, for the 1st rank, the attacks of this entity were too powerful. Zhang Yu decided that he definitely needed to stick to some kind of tactics now. The entity attacked and attacked. The truth is obvious that it never hit. Zhang Yu dodged with great speed. This only infuriated others even more. And finally, the main character made a small mistake, which allowed the entity to get very close. She made a terrible sound, and she began to attack. The entity decided to take blows from the height of its height, but she received a blow from below. Even though this entity has evolved, the skill still remains at the same level. But this was Zhang Yu's territory, so the essence here was not a resource. The other clearly did not want to give up. Zhang Yu was amused by such insistence of others, but it was time to stop trying. Zhang Yu attacked him with a series of simple strikes. It was necessary to lull one's vigilance just for a couple of seconds. He used the decapitation function, but at the last moment for some reason I decided to stop. He looked at the entity again as if checking for veracity. Instead of the usual eyes of the entity, there were human ones. And not just any person, but the same guy from the Night Watch whom he had once been unable to save. Zhang Yu wondered why he was here and how it happened that he became like this. The entity also recognized him but pushed him away. He began to run away. Zhang Yu rushed after him because now he just wanted to talk to him. It didn't take him long to run after him through the streets of the city. From fatigue, his legs could hardly support his body anymore. He stopped and looked after this other one. The system issued a message that Zhang Yu had found his prey when he already thought that he had lost it. It also said that Zhang Yu is a man who is passionate about his work, so he is looking forward to the next successful hunt for someone else. The hunt was almost a success, but at the last moment the victim escaped. Unfortunately, the hunt failed. It is worth paying attention. Prolonged failure can weaken the owner and can also shorten life expectancy. In the depths of his soul, he must have understood that only constant hunting can increase authority, and only then is there a chance to gain power over death. But to be honest, Zhang Yu many times thought about the question, what does life mean to him? Does it have meaning? Now he faced the constant expectation of death. The system has already sent many messages with one word waiting. Zhang Yu was very tired of this, so he demanded to stop and slammed his fist into the screen. He breathed a sigh of relief when it stopped. Zhang Yu thought that a hero who sacrifices himself to save people could become like this, may become different and no longer have the right to a normal life. He looked at himself through the mirror surface. He wondered, what if he died? Would he also become such a terrible monster? Well, now there is no turning back. He must continue to hunt so as not to become different. Eastern District Number 1, Gathering Place, Wasteland. It's here. The news kept saying that others were constantly gathering at this place, so he had nothing to worry about yet. He used the shadow pupil. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on the roof of a tall building. Of course, coming here was a good decision, if the news was to be believed. Then this place was indeed a large gathering of others, but they are not very brave. So the probability that they would dare to leave the building was 1% in 100. He looked at the horizon in front of him. There was another one on the roof. This was not such a different one that Jiang Yu had met before. This other one was incredibly strong, but his leg was injured, so his blood volume percentage dropped slightly. For Jiang Yu, this was a good bonus. This time he won't stumble. For this battle, he needed to take the necessary form. Having finished, he stood behind the entity. She noticed his presence very quickly. Jiang Yu began to attack first. Suddenly, he felt a light wind on him. But this other one was vigilant. Jiang Yu realized that the others here were much more careful than in his territory. And besides, this other one seemed to be very sensitive. This was clear from the way the red dots on his body had weakened, obviously due to his attentiveness. Jiang Yu felt that this entity needed to be calmed down. But for this, you will have to be patient and wait until he calms down. He decided to try something. He used a mark. History takes us abruptly to reality. Yao Yao, without turning around, asked why he was walking for so long. She reproached that Jiang Yu could have helped her, but it was not him, but Uncle Li and her father. Uncle was surprised that she was cooking for his lazy nephew again. Well, apparently Lu was raising his daughter for Jiang Yu. In response, the girl asked her father not to say this nonsense anymore, and she also asked why they returned so early. It turned out that everything in the office was over, so they decided to leave. In addition, they rarely managed to get together and eat together. Yao Yao's father suggested going to a restaurant. There was no need for this. The girl was almost finished with everything. Uncle Li suggested that we go to the table another day. He asked where his nephew was, but Yao Yao did not know where he was. Li was indignant. How could he go off to have fun, leaving her alone? At that second, the front doors opened, and Jiang Yu was stuck on the threshold changing clothes. The house smelled so delicious, so he asked what she had prepared for him this time. Today he was in a very good mood, so he decided to buy the girl her favorite candy. To somehow explain his appearance, he came up with a story that this candy cost him dearly. The dogs almost killed him on the way home. All this time she was texting him. Raising his head, he noticed that Yao Yao was not alone. Realizing that he had blurted out too much, he tensed up a little. Jiang Yu still approached Yao Yao and put a lollipop in his apron pocket. Seeing the curious looks of Yao Yao's uncle and father, he explained that on the way he was detained by a dog and got into trouble. The uncle believed his story and emphasized that they rarely all get together anyway. And since Jiang Yu came now, he should just sit down at the table. The uncle knew that it was not the dog that attacked him, but still supported him. All the guys fight and there's nothing wrong with that. Yao Yao's father also didn't see anything wrong with showing off to the girl you like when you're young. By the way, he said that he saw him with a lady in a short skirt and asked her name. Her name was Yu Zhouer. Yao Yao's father thought that she was pretty, white, clean, and not lacking in figure. If he were young, he would give everything for such a girl. They were going to drink to Uncle Lu's success. Jiang Yu didn't understand why he had to say this in front of Yao Yao. She was a little angry now. Lu filled this awkward silence and suggested raising their glasses. Jiang Yu raised his glass, but was still afraid that they would not leave a wet place. He drank his soft drink in one gulp. Yao Yao's father believed that Jiang Yu was actually quite good. Jiang Yu urged his uncle to eat more vegetables because he is not often at home and rarely gets to eat Yao Yao's cooking. Yes, it was quite a rare opportunity. Jiang Yu thought that Yao Yao often cooks at home, so her cooking skills are top-notch. Her father was very surprised by these words. This was unexpected for him, because she hardly cooks at home, and he eats takeout food. She must be putting too much effort and care into preparing different varieties of dishes for Jiang Yu. In fact, he was happy for them. Uncle Lu and Jiang Yu once again raised their glasses to toast Li's success in work affairs. Li thanked them. 20 minutes later, Li and Yao Yao were already getting ready to go home. They said goodbye and went their separate ways. The front door closed. Jiang Yu took the last bottle of water and asked his uncle if he would drink. Hearing a negative answer, he began to drink it himself. After each return from the dark side, he was tormented by an unquenchable thirst for water. Uncle Lu clearly wanted to talk about something, but was silent for now. But still, he decided to ask. He had been tormented by this question for a long time, whether Jiang Yu had any abilities. Jiang Yu did not expect such a question, but he of course did not know what to answer to this. Uncle Lu has served on the night watch for 20 years. And of course, he immediately recognized where Jiang Yu got all these injuries and what kind of injuries they were. Now he was interested in when exactly his nephew's abilities manifested themselves. Jiang Yu reported that this happened half a month ago. The uncle asked when they woke up. Jiang Yu considered this an interrogation, but Lu simply advised him not to worry and continued to tell him. Jiang Yu said that he himself did not understand how exactly his abilities awakened. They just suddenly appeared on their own. These types of situations happen extremely rarely, approximately once a year. Jiang Yu believed that this could all be thanks to his talents. Uncle Lu remained silent. About a minute later, he asked Jiang Yu not to think about it too much. Jiang Yu briefly thought that perhaps it was his uncle who activated his abilities. Time passed surprisingly slowly. The test will take place this year. Everyone must pass a martial arts test. Jiang Yu replied that he and Yao Yao knew about it. Lu was surprised that Yao Yao also wanted to pass these exams. In recent years, the Night Watch unit has been putting everyone under extreme pressure as the number of victims is constantly growing. Uncle Lu could have given him a backup plan. If suddenly he cannot pass the martial arts exam, then there is nothing wrong with that. Jiang Yu was surprised because he didn't know that this was possible. Jiang Yu will be able to choose several universities for admission. Lu knew that his nephew liked comics, so he suggested that he could easily enroll in the art department or something else without any problems. At this moment, Jiang Yu realized how cool his uncle was. Jiang Yu joked that he didn't want to enroll and planned to just take away the certificate. But he got a good deal for it. Uncle Lu wanted him to go to Lindong University. The atmosphere there is very conducive. And when he completes his studies, he will get him a good job and he will live happily with Yao Yao. But this didn't seem like a very promising prospect to Jiang Yu. He thought a little before telling his uncle something. After waiting a little, he still said that he wanted to try to become special. But I also got caught for such words. His uncle was against it and ordered him to obey. After these words, the uncle became a little quiet. He must have been digesting everything Jiang Yu said, but the nephew did not remain silent and abandon this idea. He promised that if his uncle did not agree, he would go to the Night Watch and pawn him. Lu was terribly surprised by this. They both didn't know what to say yet. Uncle Lu was not joking. The world of specials is much more dangerous than Jiang Yu could imagine. He suggested that he study with peace of mind, and he would take care of everything himself. The nephew was also serious in this matter. Moreover, danger lurks everywhere. Besides, Uncle can't take care of everything all the time. Lu looked at him displeasedly and remained silent. After a minute, he agreed with everything Jiang Yu said, but hoped that he would still regret his choice. In general, if the nephew wants to transfer, his uncle will be able to help him at any time. In parting, Jiang Yu asked his uncle not to put a spoke in his wheels. As soon as Lu began to leave, he asked him to wait a little. Last time, Jiang Yu looked at the information shared by Yao Yao. It said that special ones must use all their powers before death so as not to turn into another. Is it possible that a person will still become different, even if he has exhausted all his strength? Lu thought for a moment before answering. Of course, a similar situation can arise if a person has special abilities, or if there were some external interference. After this, his uncle asked him why he suddenly became interested in this. Jiang Yu didn't come up with anything else except to say that this was just from the point of view of sporting interest. If Jiang Yu still chooses martial arts, then soon he himself will have to face all this. His uncle advised him to take a break and stop fighting. Before I forget, he also said that this year exams will be held right up to the new year. Therefore, Jiang Yu should already start preparing for them. Left alone, he began to think about everything he had recently learned about. He remembered that guy from the Night Watch. Did he become different because of his abilities, or due to the influence of something external? The Night Watch must take all people, regardless of what abilities they have. Maybe Jiang Yu was wrong about something? Or someone else has the ability to cause strong hallucinations and it all just seemed to him. Blogger Yo published a new video. The girl was really looking forward to this update. She began to read the comments first. Many people thought that this was another deception. The Night Watch eliminates others with weapons, and you relies only on installation. Recently, the number of haters has increased significantly. They're just jealous of his skills. This fact infuriated the girl. They don't understand anything, so they write that this is a montage. She enjoyed watching these videos so much that she really didn't think Yu was a liar. She believed that it was impossible to fake the dark world. Otherwise, he would not have released such videos. If you don't kill, you will die. That was the name of the live broadcast. The girl liked the view that Yo took so much that she herself somehow ended up next to him. Full immersion. But this could not be. She refused to believe it. Exactly until the moment when you began to fall along with her. She was very frightened. Opening my eyes, I realized that everything was fine. Clutching him harder, she said that it was cool. Are these the powers of the special? But suddenly someone attacked them. The two of them were thrown somewhere to the side. It was different. When the girl saw him, she was a little scared. She still didn't believe what was happening. Jiang Yu used a web mesh. By this movement, he rose above the creature. The girl admired him very much and considered him handsome. Now she simply watched their fight. Jiang Yu deftly parried almost all the blows, but sometimes even this was given to him with great difficulty. The girl found these scenes very exciting. After all, this is the real battle of the special with the other. She became convinced that all this was real. It is impossible to fake it, and there could be no mistake either. The entity did not understand how the special one managed to avoid his attack so easily. This Yu is truly a murderer from Beidou. With one short blow, he eliminated the entity. His blood volume percentage is 0. Now all that remains is to use the shadow's bite and the case is closed. She was surprised that he had just absorbed another, and thought that this was due to the fact that he had absorbed another spider before. She wondered if he had received new abilities. Reality. Zhang Yu's apartment. The new wounds stung a little and caused a little discomfort. Others in that area were very strong. He found himself thinking that if they had not been partially wounded, he would not have been able to stand against them. Unexpectedly, an SMS arrived on the phone. This was a notification that Dao had uploaded a new video. Today, he will again analyze a new video by blogger Yo. This time, everything looked more realistic, but nothing could escape his eyes. The spectators could certainly have noticed that this other man was already seriously wounded. Others in this state are very weak, so he argued that even a simple person could deal with him. He asked a provoking question. Could a special one turn his attention to such a weak other? After these words, Zhang Yu turned off this video. He completely agreed that this fight still didn't turn out very well. Now he felt angry. He understood that his current strength was not enough for anything more. He must become stronger, and so much so that no one else could doubt him. System. Attribute, shadow. Shadow glasses, all 32. Person, stalker, killer, stalker, shadow bite, shadow pupil, shadow shape, decapitation, shadow claw, shadow walk. Killer, mark, chase. Lifespan, 12 days. Rating, looks strong, but is actually weak. Because of this assessment of the system, he became very angry because he could bear 15 Uncle Lee and 200 Yao Yao. But the system is right in one thing. Its strength is sorely lacking. Do not forget that thanks to these battles, he still acquired new skills. First of all, regarding the shadow glasses, he thought it was an experience panel. But this seems to be an indicator of energy. It takes about 3 points to use the shadow thread and shadow pupil. And beheading, marking, and chasing have different degrees of consumption. The shape of the shadow generally depended only on the environment. For example, in the shadow layer, the consumption will be low. If you just go into the shade, consumption will be rated as average, but in sunlight, it will be high. By the way, the test will take place very soon, and Jiang Yu should start preparing. He kept thinking that the special ones are very strong. He can only fight them in the form of a shadow. And even then, I didn't think it would last long. But even his current strength should be enough to at least scare them away. Everything should work out, but many problems can still arise. Restraint is not Zhang Yu's thing, so he will give his best. In any case, Uncle Lee will always be able to help him, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Now he will definitely be happy. The old man downstairs thought that Zhang Yu had gone crazy. It was cool outside and the shopping center was completely stuffy. Zhang Yu went there with the guys. It's not all time to sit at home. He and his friend considered the girls to be liars, since they had already been hanging out in the shopping center for an eternity, and not half an hour, as they said. If Zhang Yu continues to simply waste his life like this, he won't last even 2 days. His friend asked him not to joke like that, because the new year is coming soon, and these jokes are unfortunate. But he really wasn't joking. He inadvertently let it slip that if he didn't kill himself, he would soon die. A friend asked what he was talking about, but it didn't matter, because the girls had already returned and were heading towards them joyfully. Having gathered together, they agreed to go and eat. The girls wanted salad. Zhang Yu did not understand what could be tasty in grass. He suggested going to a cafe that all the students like so much. The menu at this establishment included garlic oysters, steamed and juiced oysters, fried leeks, and much more. Yao Yao still couldn't understand what could be so appealing to the students. She thought this cafe was more for guys. Jiang Yu was injured recently, so now he really wanted to make up for lost time. He called the waiter and ordered toast, soy sauce fried rice, egg soup, and some wonderful dish whose name he didn't bother to pronounce. Yao Yao was surprised at such a simple choice of dishes. She thought that he would choose something special. She was right about the usual dishes, so he ordered the freshest and most oysters. After half an hour, all the dishes were served to the table. The waiter wished everyone a bon appetit and went about his business. Yao Yao was again dissatisfied with something and refused to eat oysters at all. Suddenly, an SMS arrived on her phone. It said that the martial arts exam would be held earlier. Testing would begin on February 17th and end on February 20th. A special training camp will open on February 25th. This SMS came to the guys too. Yao Yao's friend was surprised that this exam would be mandatory. Even ahead of schedule, now it's more troublesome. Jiang Yu supported his friend. He really shouldn't have worried. His qualifications wouldn't be enough anyway, as they have long known. Once, at the age of 7, he was greatly frightened by someone else. By the time he was destroyed, he had already developed mental illness. Jiang Yu just laughed at this and said that he would have immediately dealt with this other thing. And Yao Yao replied that not everyone is like him. Most people would run away in a situation like this. Even if everything feels normal, others still haven't gone away one way or another. By this time, they had already been brought the remaining snacks from what they ordered. After what Yao Yao said, the guys decided to finish eating in silence for a couple of minutes. After a couple of minutes, Jiang Yu finally suggested raising their glasses. But as soon as he began to speak, some incomprehensible sound was heard throughout the entire shopping center. The guys couldn't understand what was happening. Yao Yao was the first to come to her senses. It was the pollution sensor siren. This could only mean one thing, that someone else had entered the shopping center. For seconds, all the people froze in their places. And the next minute, someone shouted to run, and everyone started panicking. People asked them to let them in, and urgently let them out of the building. They got scared and the whole crowd moved towards the exit. They were asked to calm down, but the panic was too strong. The guys realized that there were too many people and they would not be able to get out yet, and they didn't know what to do about it. Yao Yao thought that first she needed to remain calm and slowly move towards the exit. This is exactly what normal people do in such situations. But apparently Jiang Yu didn't think so. Having finished with this matter, he asked why everyone was standing and ordered everyone to run. While the guys were getting out, he began to look for something else. Looking around, he noticed a man who was running from someone else. And then I found him. There are too many people, so he couldn't reincarnate because then everyone will know that Yo is him. Without hesitation, he grabbed Yao Yao's hand, and they all moved into the crowd of people. And suddenly Yao Yao turned around. Near the shopping center, there should be barriers, so where can anyone come here? Jiang Yu replied that now is not the time to talk about it. Now you just need to run away. Fortunately, this other person was noticed more or less in time, and in the distance he noticed an exit. Suddenly the floor shook under my feet. Having to be very careful, Jiang shouted to Yao Yao to hold on to him. At that moment, the floor gave way under our feet and everyone began to fall down. People shouted for help. Falling down, Jiang Yu seriously bruised his tailbone. Without thinking about it, he asked about the guy's well-being. But everything was in order, just scratches, and their friend's leg was pinched. They all rushed to him. Jiang Yu asked him not to worry because now he will help him. He grabbed this piece and picked it up. Meanwhile, Yao Yao had already run up to him. The leg was broken. Jiang Yu turned around to throw away that cinder block. Meanwhile, Yao Yao shook some pills into her hand, and she asked the guy to eat them. It should help. He ate and asked what this place was, why it suddenly became so dark. Yao Yao didn't know because she herself had never found herself in such situations. It seems that Jiang Yu could answer this question. To calm them down, he said, that they are on some lower floor of the shopping center. He needed to figure out whether he was right or wrong regarding his guess. But after a couple of seconds, he refused to believe it. He felt such a familiar sensation. The entire floor was dragged into the shadow layer. There were still several people with them who hoped that the night watch would soon save them. And now, Jiang Yu could not reincarnate because of so many people. There are no means of transportation in the shadow layer, so the night watch will take a lot of time to get to them. If they stay there for a long time, they risk getting exposed to a decent amount of pollution. And don't forget about others. Jiang Yu understood that it was necessary to get everything out of this place as quickly as possible. Jiang Yu remembered Yao Yao's watch, which his uncle gave to her. They were always on her hand. This watch will save them. They could have sent a signal for help to the night watch so that they would arrive much faster. Her friend was very happy about this. Now they are definitely saved. In fact, Zhang Yu had no idea how this could speed up the arrival of the team, but the watch was definitely capable of resisting pollution. He knew this for sure. Another can attack at any moment, so one must not let one's guard down. Mana suddenly appeared. This meant that the other was somewhere nearby. And he came. Zhang Yu and Yao Yao prepared to attack. This was important for Yao Yao because she still plans to take the martial arts exam. Now is the best opportunity to test yourself. Suddenly, something happened. Everything was covered with a clot of dust. Yao Yao's friend, Xiao Xiao. Zhang Yu's friend is Liu Yuqiang. Yao Yao lost sight of the guys. Xiao Xiao was nearby, so she ran up first. Liu Yuqiang was crushed by bricks. His voice could not be heard amid all the commotion, so the girls could not find him. But a couple of minutes later, he got out himself and headed towards the girls. Xiao Xiao noticed something. A large crack appeared on the ground, and they couldn't help but think that Zhang Yu might have fallen through there. There with them in the shopping center was the girl who was watching Yu's live broadcast. She hurt herself very badly. She, like everyone else, could not understand what was happening. By the way, she went out with her sister Xiaoya, and then the alarm sounded and everyone suddenly ran. The girl began to call her to find her, and suddenly next to her hand she felt something. Her sister was already dead. The girl was in shock and could hardly pronounce her sister's name. There was already an entity behind her. The girl turned around. She counted the seconds until her death. She would never have thought that she would end up in the plot of one of the films. Now that live broadcast did not seem like a fiction, it was a complete reality. Everything that happens is real, but the heroine always comes to save the heroine from the film. But in real life, this is impossible. No one will come to save her. Are there no heroes in reality? Appearance of you. She opened her eyes. Standing in front of her was the same hero. You threw the monster aside. The girl, of course, recognized him. System. Shadow Claw. Works in conjunction with the assassin ability, while increasing the lethality of hits. She didn't have time to say anything, as if there was already no trace of him. Now it was necessary to protect the rest of the people. The long-awaited battle began. The entity missed more and more often, but it was slightly stronger than those that Zhang Yu could defeat earlier. After all, this other one didn't even have wounds or damage. There was a moment to look at him as best as possible. The girl already thought that she was in some kind of dream. Zhang Yu looked at her. What strange girls. A couple of minutes ago, she lost her sister, and now she was smiling with all her might because she saw Yu. She attacked him, saying that she was a fan and loved watching his broadcasts. But Zhang Yu only told her that her dress and tights were torn. He just decided to tell her about it, and she had already made up her mind. The girl said that if he didn't like that, then she could run home and change clothes. After these words, he already forgot that he must first deal with others. She was ready to do anything for him. It seems that others are already tired of waiting. Well, Zhang Yu did the math. That now is really not the time for all this. And now the hunt has begun. Another was already looking for his first victim. Zhang Yu lightly shot a web at him just to get his attention. This was more than enough to capture everyone's attention. The entity reacted so sharply that you did not have time to dodge the blow. Zhang Yu returned to the starting point. He noticed that the other one really had too much strength and agility. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Well, it's worth trying to attack again. But another was a little ahead. He attacked first. It was a series of blows, but for you, it was not fatal. Suddenly, two more others came. Zhang Yu realized that now he would have a hard time, because before that, he had never fought with so many alone. He thought it was time to come up with a new strategy. The girl filmed him and promised that if he succeeded, she would put on stockings for him. This motivated me even more. Zhang Yu clearly knew that he was doing all this exclusively for these people. You went on the offensive. He approached the entity with the help of a web mesh. Another flew into the air, and because of this, Zhang Yu hesitated a little. He squatted down to dodge the blow, and he wrapped another's weapon in a web. This helped buy some time for recovery. With one powerful jerk, you tore out the other's paws. It will not be possible to defeat him. But Zhang Yu was too self-confident, so he paid in full. The entity injured his shoulder, but still he was able to gather his strength and repel the next blow. It turned out that others began to work together. Two were held back while one attacked. Smart tactics. As for others, if this continues, there will be practically no chance of victory. It was necessary to come up with something urgently. Time was too short. All three entities were already approaching him. Verdi attacked. They did not let you go into the shadows. He cannot continue in the same spirit. Blood volume percentages fell, and now his percentage is 45. For now he could hold on, but this would not last long. In the end, he realized that he needed to lure them into a trap. Blood volume percentage 35. He managed to break away from them a little. Label. Start the chase. Since the last battle, the duration of the mark has been extended by only 3 seconds. During this time, the chosen target will cease to think clearly due to fear, and then the target will become vulnerable. Time is up. It's time to attack. Time 00022. The percentage of blood volume of the first entity is 7. Time 00026. Defeating the second entity. Time 00030. Decapitation. Victory on the third entity. Final victory. System. Chase score. The chase was a success. The shadow form becomes much more powerful. Shadow form. When using this ability, the consumption of shadow points is reduced. Since the shadow absorbs the atmosphere in the shadow layer, the speed of experience recovery and the collection of shadow points increases. Complete restoration. Now it's the turn of others. They had a small percentage left, thanks to which they also recovered a little. Jiang Yu's blood volume percentage is 55. He was waiting for a second attack from the enemies. If they don't attack, he will. Suddenly, something interfered. Light suddenly appeared in the shadow layer. It was strange, but Jiang Yu had a desire to go to where he came from. From the outside, it looked like a fire, but it simply could not have happened in the shadow layer. Others immediately rushed at him. Nightwatch Commander, Song Qingyan, Ever-Burning Torch. Once used, emits a soft glow that dispels shadows. Can also be used as a light source. This light signaled the arrival of the Nightwatch. As expected, they noticed Jiang Yu first. He was a little angry that the Nightwatch dealt with others, and not he. The commander of the Nightwatch dealt with everything. He had some special power. Jiang Yu had never seen or heard anything like this before. One at a time. Is this really the strength of the Nightwatch? If the commander had hit him at that very second, then Jiang Yu would have already disappeared. You approached them and said that they had come late, because he had almost lost. The staff apologized for being late and asked how it all happened. Jiang Yu replied that for now it is not as important as the safety of the people. The girl was offended by him because he himself did not return her home. People from the Nightwatch always put work first. He decided to leave the girl with them. The commander was surprised to hear his name. After all, he knew for sure that there were no such people on the Nightwatch. His assistant explained that this man is very famous on his platform, uses the power of the shadow and fights with others at different levels, and he himself is probably at the first level. The commander was surprised that he had the first level because he was holding a torch in his hand. Where could a shadow appear next to him? Moreover, Yu disappeared in front of so many people, but now was not the time to think about it. It was necessary to return everyone home. Still later they will check this Yu. Meanwhile, Yahello was still looking for Jiang Yu. She asked him to answer her. She refused to believe that Jiang Yu could die. But suddenly he heard his voice. He asked her to help. He had a feeling that he was about to be torn apart. Jiang Yu needed some patience before she picked up the stone. She asked how he ended up in this place. He could have died. During the process, she noticed that these stones did not put pressure on him at all. He replied that he could have gotten out himself. He just couldn't move. She noticed his wound on his back. It's not from the stone, as she thought. Jiang Yu asked where their friends were. It turned out that the Nightwatch had already taken them too, and she stayed to find Jiang Yu. Otherwise, what will she say to Uncle Li later? She was angry with him, and Jiang Yu was somehow moved to tears. He hugged her very tightly. Out of awkwardness, he began to tell her that he had just seen others with large blades and he was scared. He was very scared, so he asked to stand like this for a little longer. Suddenly, they saw the light again. It was some kind of girl, probably also from the Nightwatch. She heard screams, so she came to check. After making sure that everything was fine, she reported. That will lead them to the exit. As soon as they started walking, Jiang Yu began to feel very weak. I completely forgot to absorb others. There weren't enough shadow glasses. Real world, the Nightwatch. Jiang Yu was currently in the interrogation room. First, of course, he was asked about his name, then age. Will he enroll this year? The woman told him that the consequences of this incident were not that great, but they were there. Some even needed psychological help. The duration of treatment will be about a month. The girl's name was Li Yuan. She also said that if you take a martial arts test during this period, your grade will be reduced. Jiang Yu thought that everything was fine with him, and asked again whether it was necessary to undergo this therapy. But the process of pollution can occur hidden. Sometimes it is too late to do anything, so treatment is mandatory. Then Jiang Yu has about 10 days before the exam. Li Yuan asked him not to worry about this. Many similar situations had also happened in past years, so the Nightwatch had developed a special policy in this regard. She said interested parties can apply in advance. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. If he agreed, it was necessary to call his parents or guardians so that they sign all the necessary papers. Preliminary testing is carried out during night patrols. The results are also entered into the system. Everything is just like an exam. The testing equipment is also exactly the same, open and impartial. The night watch will guarantee safety in case of unforeseen situations. Jiang Yu reported that his guardian is his uncle and he also works on the night watch. Then this simplifies everything much. The girl only needed to know his name. He seems to work in the main department of the 1st District. He is a civilian. He said his full name, Li Shengguang. The girl reacted somehow strangely. He confirmed his words and then she believed what she had heard earlier. But is Jiang Yu sure that his uncle is a simple civilian? He didn't do anything like that, but still asked if he had been fired. But the girl replied that everything was fine. Having collected all the necessary papers, she asked Jiang Yu to go with her to his uncle. The shelter of the members of the Night Watch looked very powerful. On the walls hung many posters on military themes in the spirit of the Night Watch itself. Jiang Yu was very amazed. Everything looked very unusual. The guys passing by were discussing Yu. He was not a member of the Night Watch. Multiple checks were carried out, but they do not have such a person. Jiang Yu did not expect to hear about himself so soon. The girl noticed his facial expression and asked about his well-being. Jiang Yu got out of it and replied that it was his first time in this building, so it was no wonder he was worried. The problem is a very big problem. The Night Watch began checking him. She asked him not to worry and opened the door to the office, saying that for now he could rest with the others. When he went inside, he saw the girls. Yao Yao, her friend, and that girl who was his fan were talking about something. Yao Yao did not believe that this blonde saw you, but he also saved her. Jiang Yu really wanted to know what she was doing here too. This is another problem. Yao Yao noticed Jiang Yu and called him to sit with her. And then she asked the girl to talk further about Yu. She told how he fought with 10 others at once. He looked very calm and relaxed and eliminated everyone in an instant. Just at the moment when others could no longer move, the Night Watch arrived. Yu disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind his laurels. Jiang Yu liked this story, but still believed that it was not worth adding fuel to the fire. Yao Yao asked who this Yu was because they said that he was not a member of the Night Watch. The blonde thought that Yu was a student like them. Yao Yao didn't believe it and asked where this information came from. This, of course, is evidenced by his actions and words, and it was also just her intuition. Most importantly, he likes girlish legs just like hers. She pointed her finger at Jiang Yu and said that Yu looked like him. Jiang Yu never expected this. The next moment, Yao Yao grabbed him and almost hit him with a cradle. Without having time to do anything, someone ran into the room. This was Yao Yao's dad. He came running because he heard that his daughter had fallen into the shadow layer. She reassured him because everything was really fine. Since everything was fine, he asked Yao Yao and Jiang Yu to follow him. 5 minutes later, Yao Yao asked if this was a serious situation. Actually, yes. After all, this is the first time in history that an entire store has gone into the shadow layer. At this point, the casualties were still being counted, but he was glad that they were unharmed. The guys should have already been notified that because of this incident, the test for them will be carried out earlier. Yao Yao coughed warningly when her father picked up a cigarette. He decided to briefly tell them everything. The test is divided into 2 parts. First, ability testing. Second, test of willpower. The testing of abilities is known as the initial awakening. Candidates will resist pollution. In this test, the risks are quite low. Mainly, the distribution of abilities is based on characteristics. The object of the willpower test will be one's own spiritual will. This test will be the key to whether these candidates can become special. That is, the key to success is excellent willpower. The stronger the willpower, the better. But in reality, this is not necessary. Some people can endure the pain of even a severed arm, but their qualifications will remain mediocre. Others do nothing but play the fool, but at the same time show their best side. Willpower lies not only in the ability to endure pain, but also in faith in goodness, resistance to evil thoughts, and tolerance for pollution. In general, everyone was happy. It was still difficult. Jiang Yu decided to ask whether these points affect willpower, but Yao Yao Ye's father understood why this was a question. Yao Yao gave the example of what Jiang Yu thinks about a girl's legs, and by this, she showed that she was angry with him. Several other factors have been observed, but these 3 facts are the most common. And if these 3 points are somehow distorted, and the heart is filled with negative emotions, then everything will go down the drain. Jiang Yu didn't understand why. Evil thoughts will attract only evil. Negative emotions are also a kind of environmental pollution. And if all this accumulates over a long period of time, then eventually the pollution will become immense. So if there are any negative emotions, it's time to release them. If you keep them in your heart, it will not lead to anything good. Jiang Yu thought about how Yao Yao was often angry with him, but in the end, he decided that it was worth going and massaging someone's feet in order to free his soul from negative thoughts. Father Yao Yao had already finished his story and asked them to go back, because testing would begin soon. Uncle Lu warned that Uncle Jiang Yu would probably not return soon, so he signed all the necessary papers for him. Jiang Yu apologized for the inconvenience. Lu believed that there was nothing to be grateful for, because he and his daughter were swimming along the same stream. Yao Yao agreed with him. As soon as they entered the room, a blonde was already waiting for them. She was sitting in the audience alone. She was probably bored all this time. Yao Yao asked where the rest of the guys were, but it turned out that they had already left with other workers. Yao Yao asked why the girl didn't leave. The reason was that her parents are engaged in business and have now left. They will sign the papers remotely. At that same moment, someone entered the room. These were their friends. Their friend broke his leg in the dark layer, so they had to put a bandage on it. He had an injury, so Jiang Yu doubted whether he should take the test. But workers said this would not affect the results. But it was better not to look at his self-confident face, because he had just cried in the corner. The next moment, some people entered the room. They were very upset. Jiang Yu asked Yao Yao what happened to them, but they didn't understand that these people just want to live a peaceful life. However, after the test, most likely, they will begin to experience obvious changes. A night watch employee came for them and asked them to follow her. She reported that the testing is divided into two parts: testing abilities and willpower. The aptitude test will be assessed in terms of your development potential, destructive power, and ability to use it. Abilities are divided into low, medium, high, and highest. A test of willpower aimed at identifying resistance to pollution, the following colors will be awarded: white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange. In previous years, Level 1 abilities were not allowed to take part in the challenge, but this year everyone, without exception, must participate. An assessment of their potential to become special must be taken into account at all stages of the development of strength. With enough willpower, it is possible to have the ability to counterattack. But if willpower is inferior to ability, then it is only possible to become a civilian worker. That's all. Now the guys need to go after the workers. Waiting room. Jiang Yu was thinking about whether he was ready for this test. Individual trials awaited everyone. Xiao was called first. As soon as she entered, she was asked not to worry and to get ready. She was really very worried and was alarmed by something. The girl understood that this was important for herself. Therefore, I was able to gather my strength. The guys watched everything that was happening in order to be prepared for anything. The test began with one of the night watch assistants removing the cape from the crystal. The guy announced the official start. Everyone held their breath. And suddenly, all the electricity was turned off. Now it was more like a test of willpower. Jiang Yu had already gotten used to such darkness while being in the dark layer. The girl had some kind of stone on her leg, but only Jiang Yu could see its light. It was like colliding with something very strong. Jiang Yu was already starting to worry that she might not succeed. But literally a couple of seconds later, the girl was met by her friends near the exit. Unfortunately, she has no talent for willpower. She used to train a lot. It turned out to be all to no avail. Her friend was a little upset that she didn't tell him about her desire to become special. Still, he was upset that it didn't work out for her in the end. And a minute later, they announced him next. To tell the truth, he really didn't want to become special. But the girl reassured him that he wouldn't be able to become special either. All electricity turned off again, and after just 2 minutes it turned on. The guy was a little shocked that it even took him a few minutes to regain the power of speech. He passed. This was a real surprise. He didn't want it that much. Yao Yao believed that they were simply unlucky. Yao Yao was next. She exhaled, gathering all her strength. Before entering, she saluted Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu watched her for a long time and could not yet understand what went wrong. He turned his gaze to her leg, where she had a stone. Yao Yao's stone became red, while the others had it all green. Jiang Yu remembered that willpower corresponded to 6 different ranks, and red was the 5th rank. Everyone noticed this, so as soon as she came out, they surrounded her from all sides to learn about her successes. She passed. It was even hard for her to breathe after this. In this case, Jiang Yu asked Yao Yao to motivate him at least a little. Jiang Yu was called next. He was confident that he could pass all these tests. Yao wished him good luck. Of course, he could not ignore this and thanked her. And he stepped into the room, where the door immediately closed behind him. They even managed to ask him for his name. The instructor asked him whether he had awakened the ability or not. But the answer was obvious only to himself. After answering this question, he was given a test tube and ordered to drink. When the meaning of his words reached the inspector, he was surprised. But the inspector wasn't going to ask much about this, so he suggested starting testing without delay. It all began. At first, Zhang Yu tried to concentrate. He was noticeably nervous. So the inspector approached him and asked him to go ahead. His abilities have already awakened, so he will feel his consciousness separating from his body as he moves forward. He just had to not worry and move forward. And suddenly he felt something, and the next moment he was already in the air. The main thing for Zhang Yu now was that the last few times he could involuntarily end up in the shadow layer. It was because of this testing that he could not reveal his true nature. Surprisingly, he still could not feel his body, but he was still connected with him. He was interested in trying himself in a new environment. It was a cool feeling. The inspector asked him not to jump again, otherwise the test might be interrupted. Now that he stopped, he needed to go to the crystal. It would seem that everything is simple, but the closer he came, the harder it became to breathe and move. Something begins to influence him. Is this really the bitter taste of despair, sadness, and anger? At this moment, more than ever, it is necessary to resist. Suddenly someone called him. It was his Uncle Lee, but where is he from? Without explaining anything, he simply told Zhang Yu that he was not special. He can only cause great harm to others if he continues what he started. Zhang Yu didn't know what it was, but thought it was just an illusion. It was necessary to run as fast as possible. Uncle Lee did not leave him, but said that Zhang Yu must understand that he should not be special. He's not capable enough. Mountains and rivers are destroyed. Others of various ranks are rampaging everywhere. Zhang Yu already understood all this. He can live a happy life, so why does he bother himself with such nonsense? Special is not about strength, but about will. Can Zhang Yu follow the example of everyone special? Will he also be able to courageously face death and serve his people? In such cases, force was not needed. The most important thing is will. Is Zhang Yu ready to see death? At this time, anything is possible, and is he ready to survive it? He should not overestimate himself, must not give in to fear, and have a cool mind. He must always be ready to give his life. Such is the end of every special one. Does he really want to become one of them and not live a normal life? Don't deceive yourself. After all, in fact, he, like any teenager, just wants to be the center of attention. And that's exactly what happened. Zhang Yu admitted this. Just like countless teenagers dream of becoming superheroes, he will no longer be able to stay in bed, no late rises, no fun and love from the female sex. Zhang Yu didn't like it very much. When the elders tried to persuade him, he is a person who has his own thoughts and goals. Zhang Yu felt that he was destined for something more. He was different from others. Zhang Yu liked to be assertive, to strive for more. He doesn't have many abilities, but he longs for much more than he currently has. In fact, he himself understood that there was nothing special about him. This is just youthful maximalism. He should understand that the dark side of this world is by no means a shadow layer. Even if there is a bright and scorching sun above his head, there will always be something that he cannot see. And this should never be forgotten. This will be the hidden world that no one can see so soon. There is nothing beautiful in it. It is not a fairy tale. Zhang Yu should already understand this himself. Cataclysm. If he becomes special, then in any case he will have to reap the fruits of all his decisions. And now it's worth returning to the original question. Can he become special? And with these words, his soul returned to his body again. He noticed the inspector's gaze on him. This most likely meant that nothing had worked out for him. He was informed that he kept walking around until the ukol. This is normal. After all, not everyone could bear the pollution that Zhang Yu had inherited, but only those people who have high resilience can advance. Zhang Yu concentrated again. This guy's goals were not so clear to the inspectors. At that moment, the girl noticed that the crystal had turned red. The inspector knew that this could not be, but this was true and meant that Zhang Yu had the 5th rank. This was not at all strange for him. It can't be. Suddenly, something began to happen to the stone. It didn't really look like 5th rank. He might be on his 6th. After all, over the course of several decades, only a few people had been able to reach rank 6. And Zhang Yu entered this small number. The inspector noticed that for some reason the light of the crystal began to fade. We had to hurry up and check Zhang Yu's watch for any abnormalities. But there was nothing. All indicators were normal. The impossible happened. The closer the inspectors got to Zhang Yu, the more powerful his willpower became. But still, willpower could also weaken, which periodically happened to him. It was all very strange. Jiang Yu now had an interesting goal that he really wanted to achieve. The inspectors really wanted to believe that he was joking. Even a person with the 6th rank is not able to touch the crystal. Jiang Yu will do it. His soul was again separated from his body. He shouldn't become special. Having made such decisions, he must think about himself and his friends. And also think about Yao Yao. She's a very dear person to him. If Jiang Yu becomes special, then he will have to say goodbye to her. Time and opportunity may not exist, and she deserves the happiness that Jiang Yu cannot give her. Now you need to make your choice. Now he needed to think about everything, but instead he decided to stop it all. He was tired of this crackling in his ears. This whole test is a complete temptation, but he hasn't said everything yet. To be honest, at first he was taken by surprise. He even began to think about it. Indeed, initially he just wanted to look like a hero in the faces of other people, and everything else interested him little. But there were no supermen in this world, only ordinary people who were able to achieve great success. It was their dedication to their work that brought stability to this world. Once he already enjoyed peace. In truth, he did not want to be a simple person, and now he no longer had such a choice. Now he no longer wants to hide behind other people. Jiang Yu wanted to light his own flame of glory. This is what he needs so much, who he should be. With this flame, he can light up the darkness. A shadow bed incident affected the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the shopping center. The 5th floor, although not completely, was also damaged. As for the people, there were about 850 people drawn into the shadow layer. Among them, about 700 people were trapped in the shadow layer. More than 650 were successfully rescued. But the search for the victims was still ongoing. A total of 30 students gathered to take part in martial arts. Several groups have been selected for early testing, and contamination levels will also be checked. The pollution department has already sent the results to the Night Watch post office. Yao Yao's father opened his laptop to check. Shadow species, codename, wandering spirit. Pollution level, first. These 3 spirits were very similar to each other in terms of morphology, bones, and tissues. Traces were also found. These are human products. But this was basically impossible. Each person has his own individual traits, and during mutation they change greatly. And these traits could not be distributed immediately between 3 entities. Something inexplicable seems to be happening in Beidou. All that remained was to wait and gradually collect at least some information in order to be prepared for something strange. Some creatures that have been hiding in the dark all this time can no longer sit there. Suddenly, a bright beam flashed from the window. It was from the testing room. What could have happened there? Yao Yao's father immediately rushed there. The best result of the willpower test is an orange light. There was never any talk of gold. He was very worried about his daughter. Entering there, he saw a crowd of shocked people. The inspector immediately informed him that Jiang Yu was in the room. What he heard shocked him, but no one knew exactly what happened there. Everything was fine with him. Jiang Yu turned to the door and saw that everyone seemed to have stopped breathing. 5 minutes later, restroom. Yao Yao's father brought him water. Jiang Yu asked what happened to the other guys in Yao Yao. Lu told him not to worry, because when he took the test, all the guys were already in the restroom and there was no need to know about what happened. Lu shared that the guy surprised him very much. The 5th level is very good, not to mention the 6th. In addition, he was able to create a golden color. Jiang Yu called it legendary. And perhaps he was right, but now it was too early to say for sure. Perhaps people like him are being dissected and studied. But of course this is a joke. This didn't scare Jiang Yu much. Uncle Lu believed that it should be studied anyway. And someday, someone will take it upon themselves. After this testing, the information about Jiang Yu was sent to the analytical center for detailed study. From that moment on, he became an object of observation. It might have been too much trouble. Lu assured him that everything would be fine. He also said that he would accompany him, but first he needed to undergo several more procedures. Jiang Yu thought this was a great opportunity. He was taken to a room where the inspectors and Lu asked him about some aspects of his personal biography. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was already shown on TV. The new creation of Golden Light shocked everyone. Many people thought that Jiang Yu was an ordinary guy and had a hard time believing that he could become better than the rest. But Golden Light doesn't always mean genius. Maybe it's just some kind of error in the system. He was asked about what he saw during his testing. Looks like something big is coming. He replied that he fought with others. For Jiang Yu, this all seemed very boring. Couldn't Lu somehow avoid it? During the test, he was very excited, thought that he was about to become special, and felt responsibility on his shoulders. He fell silent for a second. But there was not much time, so it was necessary to continue to describe everything that happened to him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu asked about the map that was hanging on the wall in Lu's office. Of our 10 places, only 5 have survived. Zhang Yu thought that they were now in a rather difficult situation. It wasn't all that simple, but we need to find out the truth. Lu didn't know what kind of game he was playing and how to react to it. Zhang Yu said that he then saw how people in that world became. Sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's hot. It's a terrible sight. And he tried his best to light the torch. After nothing could be done, he decided to become that very source of light. This was the end of his story, and now everyone was just looking at him. In the end, Yao Yao's father asked everyone's forgiveness because Zhang Yu liked to fool around a little. The inspectors didn't think this guy's story would be so touching, and now they thought that a happy future awaited him definitely in the Night Watch. It is not surprising that it was he who created the golden light. Perhaps it was an insight. Everyone else confirmed that he is indeed very talented, and he has no equal in the Night Watch. Well, now Zhang Yu really wanted to go home and go for a massage. He was released and asked to await notification. The guy was very surprised, because he had already told everything that he knew. But this is a notice about a special training camp. Zhang Yu's shadow was sitting on a nearby building, and now I was watching him. Yao Yao's father warned him not to stick his head out. Now everyone on the Night Watch knows about him. Zhang Yu apologized for the inconvenience. Lu didn't know what to say to the guy's uncle. After all, he didn't want his nephew to become special, and now he will start to get angry. But still, nothing can be changed. He warned Zhang Yu not to forget to come to the training camp on March 25th. People like him will undergo special training for several months. After completing the training, you need to take a martial arts exam. Lu warned not to mention anything in front of Yao Yao upon his return. He needed to remember the 25th of March. System. Remaining life, 20 days. Several months of his life, starting next, would be lost, and he had to be very well prepared for this. Now he must hunt as much as possible to prolong his life. Shadow Layer. An entity with a blood volume percentage of 27. This is that opportunity. Walking in the shade, it is possible to move on any surface. He put a mark on his face. The next thing he used was chase and beheading. This is a seriously wounded other. He fled, trying to save his life. I didn't even expect more. However, his life was cut short. He will no longer be able to face tomorrow. System. The pursuit of the wounded prey was successful. Chase assessment, successful. Remaining life has been increased. Current value, 22 days. Improved combat skills, shadow points +4. Fortunately, he noticed it in time. Suddenly, someone called him. It was some guy. He asked about someone else and called him his own. Zhang Yu didn't know what to answer. After all, I already managed to deal with him. A stranger called him a thief. Zhang Yu stole what belonged to this guy, and now he has to pay for it. The guy rushed at him, but then he just laughed, and he began to brake sharply, and almost stopped next to him. He took off his helmet. Zhang Yu didn't understand what exactly he wanted to do. The guy looked at him a little and recognized him as Yu. He saw it online. This guy was a fan and watched every broadcast. He took out his phone to take a photo, and he said that the spoils had to be divided according to all the rules. But Zhang Yu had no idea what rules he was being told about. The guy was very surprised. But the guy started recording on video and saying that blogger Yo stole his loot and didn't even share it with a simple collector. But really, how could he know about some rules and that it was generally a stranger? Using a web mesh, Zhang Yu pushed him down to prevent him from running away, and he explained everything fine. But the guy was still very surprised, and now he couldn't find the words. This guy was a freelance Night Watch employee. He reported that once a person reached the first rank of the mid-level, he could already join the Night Watch. Zhang Yu asked what freelancers do. The guy just said that they don't earn that much, only 6 or 7 yuan. For Zhang Yu, this was a big number. Perhaps he simply did not understand how much money was spent on utilities, for example. After all, Zhang Yu himself received much less than 7. This is almost his monthly fee for manuscripts. The guy understood this, but there were too many risks. Freelance employees relied only on themselves because they could die at any moment. And this was just a shabby other in the shadow world. Zhang Yu didn't know what to answer, but in the end I decided to ask who this guy was selling others to. To the Night Watch, universities, and certain companies with suitable qualifications. They give a task to capture a certain type, and they even send information about their location. This is very convenient. Zhang Yu asked him to share this Q code. He promised that when he returned, he would add it. Besides, he was going to give 7,000 yuan for this other one, but 4,900 is enough. Zhang Yu was not going to waste time on trifles. Besides, he was going to chat with this guy about further cooperation. The guy was no less surprised by this proposal. A little later, Shadow Layer. Bloody Shadow Cat. View, Blood, Shadow. Jiang Yu used Shadow Bite. This was what I needed. Afterwards, he tried to absorb it, but leave the body intact. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sell it. Having finished, he gave the body to the guy. The guy noticed that Yu is very kind. He's even ready to share. The guy also has a very responsible job. After all, you also need to find out about the location and take this body to the night watch. In fact, this work could be done alone. You just need to register, but he had no need for it. After all, he must maintain confidentiality. What will happen then if people from the night watch find out about his identity? The guy noticed that Jiang Yu is very capable because he killed 4 others in a day. This is a record, but he could kill more. It's just a matter of time. But for some reason, the others he had just absorbed did not make him stronger. He thought that those with the first rank suited him the most. The guy's name was Donka, and Jiang Yu asked him to help find the first rank entities tomorrow. But this was impossible. They are all extremely dangerous. The risk is too great. Jiang Yu knew this, but he was going to deal with them. Real world. It's night outside. Entering the house, he called the elevator. He's finally home. As soon as he walked from the living room to the kitchen, he heard someone tell him that he was back late again. It was Yao Yao. She had been waiting for him for a very long time. On the table were the cookies that she had baked for him. She said that her father was on a mission, so she decided to come to him. But she didn't know when exactly he would return, so she decided to stay with Jiang Yu. This pleased him. In the morning, she didn't have a chance to ask how his testing went. All he could say was that it was successful. He said that he should have a 3rd level. It's actually gold, but you shouldn't tell her that. She asked about abilities, and he said that his ability was a shadow. She must have heard of something like this before. This is pretty good. The girl believed that he had quite good potential, and his ability was auxiliary. So there was no point in getting into trouble. He thought that she had been waiting for him for so long because she was worried about him. He decided to ask about her abilities. Her ability is Spirit. He was rated as the strongest, with the highest potential. In the early stage, the combat power is not so strong. But in the late stage, it is a completely different matter. Jiang Yu thought that she just came to show off. He asked her not to waste words, and she told him to shut up. For some reason, they noticeably stuck to each other and both noticed it. Now he comes out, the shadow, and she, the keeper of the soul. But she didn't quite understand either. She only knew that there were others with the same names. For example, his shadow corresponded to the shadow of another, and her soul keeper corresponds to the spirit of another. You need to hunt others, but not be polluted, in order to become stronger. If you hunt for a suitable other, the efficiency of overall development will greatly increase. This is interesting. Her skills also sounded good, and why not demonstrate her abilities? But the girl didn't understand how, because there are no others here. He offered to try it on himself and told her not to worry. Yao Yao didn't like this much, but still she decided to try. She needed to try to concentrate the power in her palm and touch him. She extended her hand. At this moment, Jiang Yu came up with a brilliant plan. He fell to the floor and pretended to feel bad so that she would pat him on the head. He said that he was in a lot of pain. She agreed because she believed, and then he asked from both sides. Jiang Yu decided to tell her that she is very strong. He was ready to defend himself but still fell into a trap. Their abilities come from various others. It's normal that someone won't be able to resist. Moreover, the spirit attacked sharply. It is not surprising that he did not even have time to notice it. Did she think that she might become a target for everyone while they were in the training camp? But she is not like Jiang Yu. She liked assertiveness. There will be other strong students from the area there. They didn't know exactly what levels they all had, but they assumed that they were clearly not weaker. By the way, he loves massage, and the girl would be interested in how much he would pay some masseuse. But he couldn't even imagine. Probably several thousand. The girl decided to make fun of him a little. Shadow Layer. The scene shifted to another world. The guy found another first rank for Jiang Yu. I was specifically looking for someone Jiang Yu had already dealt with. He didn't need help yet. The guy was inspired by this attitude. This was not such a strong other in Jiang Yu's opinion. He will be easy to defeat. The chase was successful. System. Shadow threads have been improved. A new ability, Shadow Group, has appeared. Shadow Group. The ability to control shadows has been improved several times, and it was now possible to expand it. After launching a group of shadows, many threads of shadow are released in different directions. This was a very good ability. Danka watched him all this time and was delighted. He had never seen such a strong member of the Night Watch. Movie superhero. Battle with others of different ranks. It was a lightning battle. Yahello paused. In her opinion, this battle looked too powerful. She still couldn't believe that one day she would be able to become part of a world in which special people fight with others. At this time, her father approached her and told her that not all special people could awaken the abilities that were under her control. It was very impressive. Previously, there was a person who had already awakened an ability similar to hers. Recording on a flash drive is an early stage of its cultivation. She should have paid special attention to this. Yahello knew that her father could not achieve this, but Uncle Lee did it, and he knows such generals. He knows them well. He thought it was strange. Wouldn't this information be useful to Jiang Yu too? She didn't understand why only she watched the recordings. Uncle Lee had already returned from his mission and was now just relaxing at home. He was thinking a lot about something, and now, when he found out that his nephew was legendary, he had more thoughts than usual. Secret. Room B, 14256. The cataclysm happened 90 years ago, to the west of Beidou, 100,000 kilometers from here. The body was surrounded by a luminous ring that hung in the air. If you don't look at it for a long time, you begin to sink into pollution. Power, ability to self-will, possession of other knowledge, immunity to most prohibited substances, and the abilities of others. 2 divisions were completely destroyed during the battle. 3 generals were seriously wounded, and 300 members of the Night Watch were injured. They were successfully taken away, after which they began to be detained. Everyone's file is top secret. After careful analysis, it was found that the duration of contact with that creature was not worth having. The code name for this creature is God. Shadow Layer, Jiang Yu. Hunting again. This entity was stronger than the previous one. From her and Jiang Yu sometimes got hit on the head. Danka still watched over him and encouraged him not to give up. Jiang Yu's blood volume percentage was 66, and the percentage of other blood has so far dropped by only 7. He took out the cookies. It's probably time to have a snack. Another got angry and started yelling loudly. The hero waited until another attacked him. System. The shadow group produces small explosions in a certain area, either in the air or on the enemy's body. There is a chance to penetrate deep into the enemy's body. Then the damage will be more than colossal. All this time, Danka was filming him. They watched the video together and stopped at one point. Both thought that he would be the one who would make the most splash on the internet. Everything was very well filmed. Danka began to collect the remains of the other's body in a bag. System. Attribute. Shadow. Shadow glasses. All 78. Remaining time, 47 days. An excellent result. Now he didn't have to worry about the training camp. After reviewing his results, he again asked his partner to prepare his next catch. Having the location of the next one, he quickly completed this task. But something went wrong. Jiang Yu didn't understand what exactly. It turned out that this entity found them earlier. Jiang Yu pulled his partner away in time. This other one was very different from the others. He was much larger and obviously much stronger. Danka suggested that the other had a second rank. Looking at him, Jiang Yu remembered Yahello's words. She thought her spirit corresponded to the spirit of another, this other spirit. You can't let him attack. Jiang Yu decided to act, but suddenly someone got ahead of him. Jiang Yu stopped, and this man instantly found himself next to the other and took his spear. He is here to deliver a message. It is obvious that Jiang Yu recognized him, but they did not know each other personally. Having accomplished what this man came for, he left, and Jiang Yu received a message. He thought for a minute about the meaning of what was written. The message said that if he wants to become stronger, stand out and become the first special one in his family, Chuyang Group invites him to join them. Chuyang Group office. Having finished his business, he went to the office and was now looming under its front doors. He decided to save his message as evidence. Danka told him that Chuyang was the largest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai. If he becomes their employee, then there is no need to worry about anything anymore. The future will already be secured. Jiang Yu guessed that this person was an employee of Chuyang. Danka recognized him by his uniform. Danka said that people like him were at the first rank, and this one, without straining, dealt with others of the second rank. Jiang Yu must not have known that Chuyang Company develops and produces doping products that enhance their abilities. They cooperate with the Night Watch and even helped in the development of one remedy. If Jiang Yu was going and wanted to become stronger in the shortest possible time, then Chuyang is the best solution. Jiang Yu asked what about Danke himself, but he only replied that he should forget because he was on his own. So a new drug under the code name T-1928. This drug was developed by a doctor from Beidou and Mr. XS6, who has been heading the company for 10 years. It helps improve brain activity, thereby accelerating the development of abilities. It sounded quite tempting. But did this drug really work? So now they asked a volunteer from the audience to come on stage. Nim turned out to be Donka. I wonder if he told anyone that he was working with you. Jong Yu only believed that it was him when he saw him on stage. But he said that he was on his own. Now that he took this drug, he felt his brain working. The original price of the drug was 8,888 yuan. But this is precisely what the company had a special offer in which the price was reduced to 1,888 yuan. And people believed many people wanted to buy this drug. Jang Yu decided to walk through the paraphernalia hall, and he stopped in front of a painting of local heroes. Under it, there was an inscription that said that this painting was dedicated to the founder of Chuyang. His name was Zhao Chuyang. Zhao Chuyang was a member of the Night Watch. Jiang Yu thought so, and he was right. But now few people remembered this. His words were confirmed by the man whom he had already seen earlier. In the 50th year of the catastrophe, others completely penetrated Daju. Mr. Zhao Chuyang single-handedly decided to fight this seemingly hopeless situation and led a mass evacuation from the occupied territory. To protect people, he did not hesitate to set himself on fire to destroy others in order to protect all people. And in the end, it burned to the ground, not even leaving bones behind. Fortunately, his descendants have increased the number of this company, continuing to make enormous contributions to the business. To be honest, the guy noticed that Jiang Yu looked a lot like Mr. Zhao Chuyang. Jiang Yu was very surprised by this fact. That day in the Night Watch department, he said that he wanted to become the only light in the pitch darkness. It was not strange that these were the words that many remembered, but then he just blurted it out, and they already believed it. This person truly considered Jiang Yu to be a worthy relative of General Li. Jiang Yu thought he heard something. He didn't even know that his uncle was a general. The way he lived and how he behaved at home did not at all coincide with the rank of general, the most powerful man on the Night Watch. He never told him about this, and Jiang Yu thought that he was a simple worker. Li is also a representative of the citizens, but his power is much higher. Now his words about another way out did not seem strange to Jiang Yu, but he thought that his uncle just knew some cool people. But it turned out that he was a cool person. It seems that General Li was keeping an eye on him on the sly for his own good. By the way, this man's name is Song Qingyan, and he is an inspector at the training camp. The inspector wished him good luck and said that he liked him, so he should hope that their training would go smoothly. With these words, he left. After this conversation, Jiang Yu had some kind of uneasy feeling related to training. Suddenly, something began to happen in the picture. Jiang Yu did not understand the words. Looking at her again, he did not notice anything remarkable, and suddenly another one flew out of the picture. It was a wandering spirit. But how did he get inside if there were a lot of guards here? Jiang Yu was able to catch up with him when the staircase was already ending. This spirit is not so simple. The wandering spirit he destroyed last time also had this clue. It turns out that something is wrong here. The entity ran further, so he ran after it. Maybe the frequent appearance of other people in the world was connected with something. And it's strange that they always penetrate into the real world when Jiang Yu learns something new, or simply in the same place as himself. He ran around the corner, but the entity was no longer there. She brought him to the basement of Chuyang Company, and now there was no one there. But distantly he heard that number 9 had returned, and he was asked to enter. Jiang Yu turned towards the voice. He decided to hide in the shadow layer. Something was wrong with this company. He used the shadow pupil. Now this basement looked even more terrible. Jiang Yu looked around, and I saw flasks with other embryos. He knew what it meant, but this could not be. But he could not know for what purposes they grow them. The cultivation of the wandering spirit went as expected. All was good. Jiang Yu heard what Mr. Zhao said in the morning about how he wanted to take control of the bloody species. Did the doctor have any ideas about this? After all, some are quite difficult to tame. The 3 wandering spirits were a great example of this. If they tried to forcefully take over the bloody species, the doctor was afraid that they might lose many in the process. Previous uses of flesh and blood to attract the bloody species have not borne fruit, but it was impossible to rely completely on this. The ultimate goal of the campaign is to develop a fully controllable other who can help the Night Watch. And to achieve this, you first need to take control of the spirit. This spirit ended up in their hands after it was rejected by its own. Jiang Yu was very surprised by what he heard. This test tube was number 9. While the doctor was talking to him, his assistant needed to write down all the data. The doctor asked about the other's well-being and whether he liked his new eyes. but the other one just tapped the glass with a large claw. This meant that his mood was stabilizing. The next step is to make more number 10s who could fight with others. The doctor asked the assistant to quickly bring several stones and give them to the 9th. This other saw Zhang Yu. He was not like the wandering spirit Zhang Yu had met before. He is not aggressive and communicates. He seemed to be conscious. If everything continues in the same spirit, then doesn't everything run the risk of getting out of control? Wouldn't someone else fight against them? The doctor believed that they would solve all the problems that had arisen. The assistant suggested reproducing further testing. He proposed replacing the soul of another with a human one. Nonsense! This goes beyond all limits of what is permitted. The doctor urgently demanded that he get rid of this idea. It was impossible to even think about such a thing. Suddenly, the doctor felt a piercing, burning pain in his chest. The assistant stuck a knife into him. This was the end of his research. This guy was not interested in other people. Night watch. After all, he came for something completely different. He wanted to gain power over the world of others and the world of the living. He also had certain abilities that were now destroying everything in their path. He directed his power at the test tube. Number 9 is now free. At that moment, a siren sounded warning that others had escaped from room 35. The threat level is red. The researchers needed to evacuate as quickly as possible. This caused a huge fuss. But what is all this for? In room 35, there were dozens of others. Everyone was heading to safety. Someone could not walk and needed help. The doctor's assistant observed this entire process. This is what he was after. But something was wrong with him too. The percentage of blood volume has dropped sharply and is now 0. Zhang Yu didn't understand what was happening, but he heard enough to understand everything later. A student killed his teacher and then committed suicide. All the wandering spirits have fled. At the last moment, Zhang Yu heard the doctor's voice. He was still alive, and Zhang Yu told him not to move. He needed to call a doctor. The doctor talked about the fiery look. These were his last words. His heart stopped. He couldn't just leave without explaining anything. Zhang Yu did not understand what was happening and what kind of fire they were talking about. He couldn't play these games now, but the doctor could no longer answer him. And just why did he follow that other one? Now he knew too much. Number 9 was still nearby. It seems that Zhang will have to remove all the interference first. First, you need to destroy this other one, and then look for answers to your questions. He attacked number 9, but besides him, the rest of the others did not go anywhere. Zhang Yu attacked them too. It was easy prey. Stepping on the floor, he felt as if he was standing in a puddle. Looking around, he realized that this was the blood of researchers who did not have time to escape. It was very bad, because several more, and maybe dozens of others, left for the real world. Reality. Showcase of the company's next drug. Zhang Yu was right. Others went to the real world. Others have already attacked. Noticing them, people began to run. These others are a bloody species. They didn't attack that easily. The inspector ordered not to scatter, but to stick together. Another was already running from behind him. Zhang Yu arrived on time. Perhaps the reason for such an attack is that others were kept in flasks for too long. Zhang Yu didn't know all the details verbatim, but it all seemed strange. Among those people was Danka. He was glad to see you. Now all that was required of him was to help all people get to a safe place. But there were huge problems with this. No one listened. Absolutely everyone was in panic. Others attacked one after another. There were no casualties yet. Zhang Yu saved everyone. The only way to stop all people and draw their attention is the appearance of you. He asked everyone not to play the fool and dodge the blows. Otherwise, they would all die. They should pay attention to the shadows around each of them. They need to be careful and not allow the entities to capture them. This plan worked. People recognized it. He told everyone to stick together. He asked everyone to look around and report something suspicious. There was no need to worry. He also asked that women and children come out first. After some time, everything returned to normal on that floor. It was necessary to move on. Zhang Yu asked Danke to help the others while he looked at what was happening above. The second floor was almost completely engulfed in fire, and there were still people in one of the rooms who were calling for help. Zhang Yu hurried. Someone knocked down the door and tried to get inside. The woman suspected something was wrong. It was different. People asked for his life. At one moment, the entity stopped. Someone threw her away with a powerful jerk. Of course it was Zhang Yu. He deftly defeated this one too. Easy victory. The monster's body fell to the floor. The woman thanked him for his help. But Zhang Yu himself felt this heat. After all, it is not fireproof. He asked them not to worry. The girl was afraid of him. Mom explained to her that this person was special and had come to help them. He picked them both up. To take them with you, you had to use a web mesh. He took them straight to the fire department. This rescue amazed everyone. They thanked him. Many people from the crowd recognized him. They wished him good luck and strength, as well as victory over his enemies. Now he needed to speed up. His shadow glasses were used up too quickly. He didn't know where the other Night Watch officers were now. We could only hope that they would appear very soon. Returning back to the building, he found that people from the Night Watch were already there. He thought it was all planned. The inspector alone fought with everyone. His strength was enough to defeat everyone. The rest of the employees fought with swords and fists. After some time, all the others were defeated, but it turned out that they also escaped from another block. The building was almost completely on fire. Chuyang Company Industrial Zone seems to be the main target for attack by others. The situation was not the best, and the people from the Night Watch were not there. Zhang Yu could only rely on himself alone. First of all, he began to help people in need of help. People admired him. Now no one will dare to say that his broadcasts are fake, and that he himself is a fictional character. The inspector also noticed him. He didn't know who Yu was, but he was grateful to him for his help. Zhang Yu pulled the last person out of the building. He needed help, so he asked to call an ambulance. Zhang Yu is very tired. He realized that it is very difficult to be a hero. He wished he could dress up to look better, but he didn't even have the strength to get up. However, it was all worth it. Unexpectedly, a grandmother in the crowd announced that her granddaughter had disappeared. The next moment, someone in the crowd also said that their children were missing. Zhang Yu couldn't miss the children. He definitely didn't see them in the building. He looked up at the building, and I saw children there. Others took the children. Nobody knew why they needed children. Zhang Yu has seen something like this before. For some reason, he called Yao Yao. She asked him where he was now. She knew that he was in Chuyang's company, but from where? However, it didn't matter. She asked him to return quickly. Zhang Yu asked her not to worry and said that he would come back when she finished preparing the beef and tomato salad and egg soup. He hung up. There wasn't much of his blood volume and shadow points left. He had to hurry. As soon as he climbed to the roof, he was detained by the Night Watch. It was Yao Yao's father. According to Law 113, persons who were not on the Night Watch were prohibited from publicly using their abilities. He needed to stop, or they would be forced to take action. This was the final warning that he should deactivate his abilities. They aimed at him. Zhang Yu thought that he should abandon this idea and leave the whole matter to the Night Watch. They are more qualified and will definitely be able to help. Suddenly, the grandmother began to cry even more because her granddaughter was stolen by others. Zhang Yu did not tolerate this and ordered the Night Watch to follow him. Father Yao Yao hesitated a little. Zhang Yu did not wait for them and released the webnet. The men from the Night Watch took aim at him. Lu stopped them. You just had to watch him. This gesture helped the guy a lot. Others still followed somewhere one after another and dragged their children with them. He still couldn't figure out where they were going. So far, he himself was just observing. Entities went to the shadow layer. Zhang Yu knew that following them was a dangerous idea, but there was no other choice. Shadow layer. Too dangerous. If before they killed people, now for some reason they just kidnap. Amazingly, these others acted in an organized manner. Chuyang Company, fire species, biological experiments. It seems that Zhang Yu has gotten himself into something terrible. It's too late to retreat. For some reason, others carefully guarded the children. It was necessary to try to distract them. His plan hasn't worked yet. Others did not move a single step. He threw stones at the walls. The entities did not understand what was happening. Turning around, one of them noticed that there were fewer children, and at that moment, Zhang Yu threw a pile of stones at everyone else. The other turned around. They noticed Zhang Yu. This is what was needed. They rushed to catch up with him, but he and the children stood in one place. He caught them all in a web. This was too unexpected a move. Zhang Yu took all the children and asked them to quickly follow him. He dialed the number of the Night Watch and began talking as soon as they picked up the phone. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation. Someone attacked him with fire. It was some kind of creature very similar to a person. This man was waiting to meet a man from the Night Watch. This man recognized Yu. Zhang Yu shielded the children and asked who this person was. But the man was in no hurry to answer. Instead, he asked him to guess, and then he struck. He barely managed to jump away. This man was also special and must have been able to read thoughts. Zhang Yu threw a web of cobwebs, and he already began to move. But this man was not going to let him go. He managed to jump away. Everything was correct. Everything was like in the video. Zhang Yu's reaction impressed the man. But his strength was only at the first level. This could not surprise. Yo suggested that this person might be from Chuyang Company. Actually thought I was similar. Zhang Yu realized that this person was from the fire species. This man believed that the dead did not need to know much. He threw his trap at Yu. You didn't know how to fight back. And the trap flew straight into him. He was knocked into the ground by a powerful blow. But still, thanks to the shadow of pain, he practically did not feel any pain. This man was much stronger than himself, so he had to try to gain at least a little time. The man was so bored, he thought that Yu was much stronger. The children watched their fight. They were very scared and didn't want Brother Yu to leave them alone. The man began to move towards him, and when he was very close, Jiang Yu was no longer there. This was not at all surprising. Typical coward reaction. But of course he didn't go anywhere. He just hid in the shadows. He planned to attack quietly. This man was not so stupid, and his reaction was immediate. He was waiting for this. It was pointless. This man is very strong. You took it as a challenge. For a couple of moments, he completely forgot that his life was now measured by days, and during this battle, it could stop altogether. Jiang Yu continued to attack in the shadows. This only amused the fiery man. Jiang Yu decided to send a shadow core at him, but first he himself had to hide. The fiery man did not know what it was. Therefore, I did not react at all. From a powerful blow, he fell to his knees. The fact that Yu was hiding in the shadows and attacking on the sly was very funny for him. It was much more fun this way. But such tricks only angered him even more. He gathered all his strength into his palms and prepared to throw. But he was not aiming at Yu, but at the children. The core was very close to her, when a portal appeared from the shadows. It was Jiang Yu. He blocked them with himself. Fortunately, this could not cause him harm. The fireman was waiting for this to catch Yu. He squeezed it so hard that his knuckles might have cracked. And then he let go to strike him on the back. He struck him a few more times. These blows caused great damage to Yu. He fell to the ground. He knew earlier that he would not survive this battle. The fiery man laughed at his situation. You had no chance to escape and win. The fireman attacked him again. Suddenly, something began to happen. Jiang Yu's shadow form began to crumble. The shadow did not cover the entire body, so in this situation, it would not be possible to use the skills. After the last blow, the shadow-shaped fragments in some places on his face were scattered to the sides. It was too risky. If the Night Watch found out who he was, the consequences would not be the best. And the fireman shouldn't have found out either. And he attacked him only with the goal of finding out who was really hiding under this mask. He raised his hand to strike again. At that moment, stones began to fall on him. It was the children who tried to help you. The fiery man did not like this turn of events much. This bought a few seconds for you to come to his senses. He stood up and pulled him by the arm. After all, he is his opponent, and you shouldn't pay attention to children when there is an equal force nearby. He thanked the children for their help. Jiang Yu used the shadow pupil, and he dragged the enemy with him. And then he ordered him to get away and struck him. This action brought almost no results. It's strange that the Night Watch hasn't shown up yet. Yu's plan didn't work out as it should. In the shadow layer, the power of a fiery person will not decrease one bit. He will kill him, and the children will no longer help. Finally, his blood volume returned to normal. But the guy still could not understand why this man needed to steal children. The souls of children are much purer. The fiery man gave him advice to listen to his family. He remembered how the doctor in the laboratory said hello to number 9, but he still could not understand what actually happened in Chu Yang's laboratory. At that moment, others loomed behind him. The man decided that enough was enough. He gave the order to kill you. Jiang Yu prepared to attack. He definitely wasn't going to die today. He was going to accumulate all his strength in his palms. This was the only option for now to try to win this fight. The entire network of cobwebs accumulated in his palms and flew into others. I also didn't forget to thank the fireman for this gift. Now he could destroy them and get a few days of life, as well as some points. But you chose to return them back to the owner. He left a pursuit mark on the first one, and then beheaded the victim. System. Shadow Bite. Shadow points +6, that's 81 out of 90. Such an ability came as a complete surprise to the fiery man. Jiang Yu trapped everyone and devoured everyone. System. Shadow Bite. Shadow points +18. This plan worked, and his ability turned out to be a needed trump card. The fireman could not believe that this was even possible for such a weakling as you. He couldn't just leave it like that. But Jiang Yu did not let him come close to him. The fiery man believed that it was time to take advantage of the volume of his blood. Jiang Yu activated the cultivation function. This greatly frightened the fiery man and he ran away. The special ones are too cunning, and today's event became a dangerous adventure for him. Moreover, this is the first time he saw that special ones can absorb others. This can only mean one thing, that Jiang Yu himself may be different. By this time, Yu had already regained his strength and now did not want to let go of the fiery man. Now it was his turn to show his abilities. He took out a sword from the shape of the shadow and walked towards his enemy, only the second rank. And already it feels as if Jiang Yu got rid of everything bad and set this man free. His power was terrifying. Now the sky and earth were clearly visible. Everything acquired new colors. Even human fear was felt too strongly. This allowed Zhang Yu to play with his prey to his heart's content. But first, I had to dive into the shadows. This time, he completely disappeared, and this inspired even more fear. The fiery man tried to set the entities against him again. He couldn't just allow himself to be killed like that. But still, the fiery man could not follow his attacks. He moved too quickly. Zhang Yu managed to wound him. The fireman did not understand how a person with the second rank could be so strong. Zhang Yu disappeared into the shadows, and now the enemy could not see him. Now he could hide in a deeper form of shadow. He attacked again, and at that moment the fire monster almost gave up. And Zhang Yu liked to play with his prey. It made him feel even stronger. The fireman was tired of these games and asked to kill him instead of torturing him. And Zhang Yu decided to do as he was asked. He took out his sword, and suddenly something happened. He heard some kind of whistle. A second later, a brick tile flew at him, but he was able to fight it off. It was some other person, but he did not look like a fiery man. He said the name of the fireman. His name is Shu Shan. He said that everyone has been waiting for the fiery man for half a day, and their boss is now very angry. The person who appeared was named Zhao Yongcheng. The head sent him to find Shan as soon as possible. He said that the implementation of the plan began now, and Shan needed to quickly take the children away from here, and he would deal with Zhang Yu himself. The fiery man was only glad to get out of this place as quickly as possible, and no longer have anything to do with Zhang Yu. He considered him sick. This angered Yu. He was not going to give up the children. He took out his sword, and at that moment a brick slab flew at him again. From surprise, he fell off his feet. The guy didn't know what kind of power this man could wield, but he wasn't going to give up. The new man attacked him but missed. Zhang Yu disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, Shan did not go anywhere, but decided to help his partner and directed a beam of power at Zhang Yu. This prevented him from going completely into the shadows. I wanted to hide again, but it won't be that easy anymore. Now there were two attackers, and Zhang Yu didn't quite understand the level of power of these people. But he was still able to defend himself and was able to avoid the blow of the new man. Shan naturally rooted for his partner from the sidelines. Zhang Yu did not tolerate these ridicules and attacked him with his speed. Shan's body was filled with terrible pain. He could not feel his legs because he had lost them. Now he won't run away. The guy moved a little further away from them to catch his breath a little. Yongchen finally realized that Zhang Yu's skills were more than good. He asked him about working on the night watch, and also asked why he interferes in their affairs. Have you decided to become a hero? They use children to conduct all sorts of experiments with others. How could he not interfere in this chaos? He is not a hero and never wanted to become one. Zhang Yu just always stuck to what he thought was right. Yongchen laughed at him. They still had different ideas about what was right. He said that if Zhang Yu saves the children, then all of humanity will be destroyed. Did he think this was right? You didn't understand what exactly he was talking about. But is child abduction really capable of somehow saving humanity? He knew that the war between others and people had already been going on for hundreds of years. And it is only thanks to people like Yang Chen that people like Zhang Yu are still alive. However, others are still much stronger than people. Human power is like fire, which is simply not able to illuminate everything around. Instead of dying a painful death, they found another way out. Since the darkness is invincible, all you need to do is find a way to adapt to it. Bury your hopes deep in your heart and just wait, when the fire finally starts, which will save all of humanity. After these words, his eyes lit up with fire. Zhang Yu thought that Yongchen was only justifying his actions in this way. If the fiery species thinks alike, then Yu is forced to destroy them all. Yongchen realized that it was useless to talk to him. In this case, he will show him all the power of the fiery form. Zhang Yu took these words as a challenge and attacked. Yongchen easily parried his blow, and then he hit Zhang Yu himself. This man turned out to be stronger than Shan. You can't just defeat him like that. And then he decided to try to attack with many blows. But this also didn't help much. Yongchen delivered a powerful blow. His strength was terrifying. But for him, Zhang Yu was a terribly annoying thorn. Zhang Yu did not have enough strength to resist him. He realized that the forces were not equal. He was wounded. Suddenly, he noticed that his wound was not healing. What happened? At this moment, Yongchen was already standing next to him. He was going to use his special skill, Flame Strike. Zhang Yu heard about the special skill for the first time. Yongchen saw that he was not even able to defeat him. What would have happened to him in other conditions? In the face of absolute power, he was helpless. That's it, this is the end. And yes, he was right. Zhang Yu said this only to gain half a second of time while Yongchen digested everything he said. And then the mark. This was a terrible surprise for Yongchen. How this was possible, he did not know, just as he did not know how to get out of it. He didn't want to die. This is the fear that lurks deep in his heart, and the salvation of humanity is just an excuse. Fear is the true reason for his actions. Apparently, they are all like this in their fiery form. They are just a group of thugs. These words made Yongchen lose his temper. Chase. He felt terrible pain. And finally, he was able to see just a boy behind the shadow mask. Now it's no wonder he's so fearless. Once upon a time, Yongchen was also so energetic. His ignorance and fearlessness have long since dissipated. In the end, Jiang Yu faced the same fate. You just have to wait. Jiang Yu asked who they all were, but he hoped in vain to receive an answer. It is too late. Reality. Meanwhile, TV channel news anchor Shui Shui was already near the Chuyang company. She said that just an hour ago, a fire broke out in the company and several others were able to escape to freedom. The building was completely charred, and traces of a struggle between special people and others were found. The same girl who told the press that Brother Ye had saved her appeared in the cell. It became known that many victims were saved thanks to the streamer nicknamed Yu. Having learned that several children had been kidnapped at the scene, he immediately rushed to search for them. Since then, there has been no news about them, so people could only pray that the children and the blogger would return safely. And suddenly, people in the crowd noticed them. This was wonderful news. They are back. The children and Jiang Yu walked right into the crowd. He did not expect so much attention to himself. Now he was a hero. He stopped and leaned over to the children to say that he would not go further with them. The children thanked him for everything, for saving them, for bringing them home. Walking closer, the children were met by the night watch and distributed each one to his family. Jiang Yu's house, his apartment. Finally home, he breathed a sigh of relief. He discovered that Yao Yao had come to him again. She looked very worried and cried a lot. She must have been very frightened by his call. And on the kitchen table, there was a bunch of different food. She prepared a buffet for him, so I was very worried. When she is very worried, she cooks food and cannot stop. He apologized for taking so long and took out a broken tray of eggs from his backpack. He explained his late appearance by saying that he stopped at a store on the way home, and then something happened. She didn't answer. Again, he lied to her like deceiving a child. Maybe she thought he was dead. Yes, it would be better if he died. He managed to intercept her hand so that she would not hit him. And then she demanded to let her go. Jiang Yu had no intention of doing this and pulled her closer to him. He asked her if she had tried it. But the girl did not understand what exactly he was asking. She shouldn't have been afraid because they are no longer children. She asked him again. Jiang Yu simply replied that he had not tried either. He's kind of mysterious all the time. She asked him to speak more clearly, but instead he just kissed her. She definitely didn't expect this, but she didn't intend to push her away either. Why he decided to do this, she did not know. Unexpectedly, she nevertheless pushed him away from her. Out of worry, he blurted out that he was just looking for water. It sounded strange and funny. To avoid standing in awkward silence, he grabbed the food and said that he wanted to heat it up. The girl was still angry with him, but now she had many different thoughts. Phew, right now he was on the verge of life and death. He recalled his feelings at that moment. It felt so hot in his stomach when he kissed her, and thought she would kill him. He managed to notice that her lips were very soft. Jiang Yu appreciated this act as a reward for today's battle. The girl watched him from the living room. Now he definitely looked like a fool. 10 minutes later, they were already sitting at the dinner table. Yao Yao still didn't take her eyes off him. He was acting too suspiciously. But Jiang Yu himself did not seem to notice this. He enjoyed the food that Yao Yao prepared especially for him. He wondered how much his fighting abilities had increased after such a battle. System, Jiang Yu. Attribute, shadow glasses, all 105. Person, stalker, killer stalker, shadow pupil and shadow bite, hidden shadow claw. Hunter, mark, continuous kill. Lifespan, 12 days. Rating, looks strong but is actually very weak. Hidden shadow, can dive into shadows to move freely between them. Shadow claw, his hands transform into sharp ones with extremely traumatic power. Please note that flexibility is important here. Continuous kill, the number of attacks constantly accumulates, eventually forming a very powerful shockwave. Kill, promotion after continuous killing. An improved option after the shadow shape, it is possible to move in the shadows more smoothly. Improved version of the hunter, now you can spend less life points. Hidden shadow must be a slightly modified skill of a simple shadow shape. Continuous killing is also quite an excellent skill, but the conditions for its implementation are quite harsh. Jiang Yu could now see auras. Red is the color of the enemy. Green is an ally. white as the color of a neutral passerby. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Yao Yao, but she didn't understand what was going on. She told him not to look like that and warned him not to do anything strange again. But her aura was pink and he did not know what this color meant. Perhaps this was a sign that she loved him. For no apparent reason, she abruptly stood up from the table and went to the balcony. She didn't explain anything, so he just followed her. It was almost evening outside, and there were fireworks in the sky. There must be some kind of holiday today. They watched it together. Zhang Yu decided to ask her if she knew anything about the fire kind. The girl asked him about where he heard about it. She must know. Her father once had a mention of a fiery appearance in his file. They were a group that acts on its own, pursuing only its own goals, an organization that sold humanity for its own agenda. They brainwash people, so it's better not to mess with them. By the way, if he discovers a member of the fiery species, then he should immediately go to the Night Watch. 500,000 will be given for his capture. This news left Zhang Yu dumbfounded. Yao Yao asked what was wrong with him. He was just left without $1 million. He asked her if there were any other organizations besides the fiery species, and how much they paid for them. But the girl didn't know, and didn't even think that there could be such things somewhere else. He was just thinking about where he could make money. There are also awards for other organizations, but not the same as for education. Zhang Yu didn't know what kind of enlightenment this was. This is a contradictory organization. It seems to be an ally, but it is fundamentally different from everyone else. They believe that humanity will be defeated and are looking for a way to escape this world. For example, move to another planet, like some kind of science fiction film. Spaceships cannot be built for everyone. There is no need to rely on technology in this matter. Others live in another world, where there is no technology, but they strive to bypass all the cracks and get into the real world. And if enlightenment achieves the same results as others, it will be very difficult to stop this spinning wheel. The days passed calmly, flying by one after another, and the holidays gradually passed. Some went to work, while others went to study. Since Zhang Yu had ascended to the second rank, he could now easily exterminate others of the first level without any difficulty. And sometimes he could increase life expectancy by 3 days in just a day. Zhang Yu's apartment. All his tests were over, so it was time to get ready for the training camp. His friend had already gone there, but he was the last one left and was leaving only tomorrow. Just the night before leaving, Uncle Lee returned home. He heard that his nephew's powers had been discovered. He also said that groups were now being intensively recruited for Night Watch. The uncle praised him. Zhang Yu asked if he had been to Beidou and what happened to his hand, but that's okay. This year there was too much workload and too little time for everything. By the way, in addition to Zhang Yu's golden light, something else appeared. He asked what level this was and whether it caused any harm. Uncle Lee didn't know either, but everything will be seen as things progress. Now it is not surprising that even earlier Zhang Yu seemed strange to him. Lee thought that he would fail the tests, but he was able to perform well, even ending up at level 6. But he still felt that Zhang Yu was not special and some mistake could have happened here. Zhang Yu told him about his recent meeting with a man named Song Qingyan, and he said that Lee is a general. Is it true? Uncle Lee was silent at first, and later he admitted that it was true. Lee was one of the 5 strongest, but to be more precise, this is a long time ago. He was about 40 when he left the front line. At that time, he was full of energy, fought countless enemies. Then his goals were quite simple: to exterminate all others for the sake of everyone's safety. But there were too many of them, and it took more than 20 years. Eventually, his wife died from the pollution of others, and he himself had to change his activities. The once invincible general became disabled. This time, quite strong others appeared in Beidou. Did Uncle Lee really think that Zhang Yu couldn't handle it now and give up on this? Never. Zhang Yu also wanted to become a general like his uncle. Lee remained silent to such a statement. Well, he knew that Zhang Yu had been spotted, and there was no turning back. He took some kind of medallion from his pocket and ordered his nephew to hang it on his body. It was a secret thing, the yin shadow. After he puts it on, he will hear many more different sounds. And if he wears it for a long time, his willpower will become much stronger. It will help in training. But with it, negative emotions also intensify. So it is better to wear this pendant at intervals of 3 days. Additionally, it could be activated when unusual energy was detected, releasing contaminated energy. Combat power will increase significantly in a very short period of time, but you can use this only once. Really, this polluted energy could come from the shadow layer. His uncle praised him for his intelligence. That's right, she's from there. Such forbidden things came from another world, and a certain fee was charged for their use. The cost of use will only depend on Jiang Yu's willpower and qualifications. If his strength is above the 5th level, he could wear this thing calmly. And the most amazing thing is that she could recognize people. This is interesting, and Jiang Yu is already eager to try it. He put it on, and Li asked how it felt. But it's strange. There were no sounds. It seems that his willpower is against this pendant. Now Li could be calm. Night. Jiang Yu fell asleep almost immediately. He decided not to remove the pendant after all, or simply forgot about it. And suddenly the pendant darkened. It was as if something had come out of her. Jiang Yu found himself in some kind of world, but it was not even similar to the shadow world. He couldn't figure out what kind of place this was. It's like the place of all the memories of this pendant. The first memory was about some girl with this very pendant. She was screaming. There were memories of all those who wore it, and they were very different. But every person had some strange moments. It feels like she only captured moments of death. He looked further. People considered this pendant a curse and did not want to own it. These must be the fates of those who succumbed to the temptation of negative emotions and polluted this world. Suddenly, Jiang Yu heard the word master. Reality, morning, trip with Yao Yao. The girl kept yawning endlessly. She did not sleep all night. She was beside herself with excitement. And in response to her question, Jiang Yu lied that he slept without his hind legs and saw wonderful dreams. He really couldn't remember yesterday's dream. Shadow pendant. It seems that he heard her speak. These must be the same sounds. If she was tired, he invited her to lie down on him and rest. But she refused. Jiang Yu leaned down to kiss her, but her father stopped them by looking angrily at both of them. He warned that there are quite a lot of bad people in the training camp. You should behave more seriously. She understood this. Was he really hinting about bad people about Jiang Yu? By the way, Yao Yao's father also said that when they arrive at the place, they should follow the instructor's instructions. And if something happens, she will have to call him. He talked about it all the way. Jiang Yu asked him not to worry. He was next to her. But it was precisely because of him that Lu was worried. 20 minutes later, they were on the subway. In parting, Lu asked his daughter to remember her phone and call him. Moving away from the car, Yao Yao and Jiang Yu held hands. Lu was very surprised. His always serious and calm daughter is now together with the frivolous Jiang Yu. He didn't really like this. Yao Yao pulled out her hand and said that he wanted to die, because Lu was still looking at them. But everything was fine. Moreover, they have always been together. There is nothing like that. Her father has nothing to worry about. The carriage was approaching, and it was time to board soon. Let's see what training camp looks like. Jiang Yu came in immediately after Yao Yao. There were many people like them in this carriage. This is the carriage leading straight to the training camp. As soon as the door closed behind the students, they were informed that this carriage was moving with Beidou straight to a special training camp. It moves non-stop at medium speed, with an estimated arrival time of 20 minutes. In the carriage, there were all people from different collection points. They all have pretty high test scores. Either they have a high level of willpower or outstanding abilities. They only needed training to easily deal with others of the first rank. Now there is no need to be afraid of the attacks of others. But with Jiang Yu's current strength, he can handle another rank too. Yao Yao asked him not to think about everything so carelessly. This training is not easy. He just had to wait until they arrived at the camp and he could taste real suffering. Jiang Yu was sure that he would definitely not have any problems. The train was passing through a tunnel, so quickly that it seemed like they would be in the camp in 5 minutes. Jiang Yu even dozed off a little. Yao Yao woke him up. The fact is that the trip should have taken 20 minutes, but they have already been traveling for 40, and they still kept going. It shouldn't be like that, it's very strange. Jiang Yu looked out the window and saw fog. This fog must not be simple. The guys noticed some movement, or something very similar. Yao Yao looked at Jiang Yu but didn't say anything. The guys in the carriage also looked at each other, and at that moment the train slowed down too much. They arrived at the training camp and were asked to be careful as the doors opened. Something strange happened. Shouldn't they have been met? But no one knew about it. Jiang Yu squeezed past everyone closer to the exit. He stepped over the threshold of the carriage first. Yao Yao was scared for him, and she asked him to come back immediately. He wanted to say something, but he was unable to utter a word from what he saw. He saw a lot of blood spattered on the floor. Yao Yao followed him and now looked around in fear. Jiang Yu touched the puddle with his finger. It really was blood. The guys also got out of the carriage and were horrified by what they heard. How someone could be killed in a training camp. This could not happen, because there should be teachers in the camp. Zhang Yu knew that this was the work of others. He asked Yao Yao to notify the night watch about everything that happened. "We need to get back as quickly as possible." The girl asked where he was going. I couldn't think of anything better than to say that he needed to go to the toilet. Yao Yao was afraid for him. He couldn't leave alone. She rushed after him. The guys looked at them in surprise. Do they really need to go back? There was no signal on the phones. Nothing could be sent. The guys had no choice but to go out and look around. They left, but another strange moment. They were filmed by a camera. Perhaps this is some kind of test. Zhang Yu actually went to the toilet and found it without difficulty. He felt better. As he was leaving, he heard something. It was another who looked like a huge wolf. But someone immediately eliminated him with a stone. It was Yao Yao. She was angry with him and did not understand what was wrong with him. Did he really not understand that all this was dangerous? What would she say to Uncle Lee if he was eaten by someone else? But Zhang Yu just smiled and asked her to calm down and listen. She agreed, because she wondered what else he could come up with. In fact, the training has already begun, and Zhang Yu realized this before anyone else. Yao Yao was very surprised and asked when exactly it started. This happened as soon as they got out of the carriage. She found it hard to believe that this was all planned. Zhang Yu asked what she thought about the other one who had just exploded. He was extremely weak. Of course, such a weakling would not have the courage to attack an entire training camp. Yao Yao was very smart. She understood that they found themselves in such a difficult situation anyway. If others had actually carried out a raid, the night watch would have immediately known everything, and all the guys would be notified. They deliberately extended the time spent in the subway car to scare everyone. Thick fog was used to recreate the atmosphere of fear, and blood to make everything seem even worse. This is a test of endurance. Under such pressure, the weak and the strong stood out very much. And as for Zhang Yu himself, then he is the strongest. Yao Yao has already heard this for half a day. Suddenly others appeared behind Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu pretended to be afraid and asked Yao Yao to use his abilities. Isn't he the strongest? But if he wants to do something, then they all won't have a chance. She got angry with him. Still, this is a great chance for her to demonstrate her abilities. He sincerely wished her luck. Zhang Yu was right. This is all a test. And right now, they were all being watched. After a couple of minutes, Yao Yao finished and dealt with everyone. It was cool. He praised her. Shame on him. He just stood there. He asked her not to be angry because it simply showed his trust. He grabbed her hand again so she couldn't hit him. Now was not the time to scold him. He pointed her to the map that was hanging on the wall. She will help you find a way out. Yao Yao asked him if they really should just get out of this hole. Zhang Yu noticed on the map an entrance with a shadow field. Most likely, this is an imitation of the shadow layer. Isn't this the most dangerous place? But usually the most dangerous place turned out to be the safest. She had to go. The guy promised that now he would protect her. Suddenly, they heard people asking for help. They were running from someone and didn't even notice Zhang Yu. It is strange that this elite was afraid of some others. It seemed that not all the guys were as brave as Yao Yao and Zhang Yu. Yao Yao noticed the entity behind him and warned him about it. It was different. A snake. Zhang Yu had only seen a different kind of spider before, but it didn't look like a full-fledged one either. And these others are exactly like animals. The guy decided to use his speed. He noticed something. There seems to be something strange here. This entity was rank 1. It was not that weak. If someone else enters the training camp, this will lead to death. Yao Yao decided to help him. The serpent noticed her presence, and he tried to attack. Yao Yao didn't even have time to get scared when Zhang Yu hit someone else. He took her hand. Without wasting a moment, he dragged her with him away from this monster. This other one was not simple. He had 3 heads. He rushed past the other guys and didn't even notice them. The guy assumed that there was an entrance ahead and suggested that Yao Yao run there. He managed to rush there first. But Yao Yao's hand was no longer in his hand. As soon as he entered, the door immediately closed behind him. People who watched them and themselves could not understand what was wrong with this snake. His power was supposed to be suppressed by the crystals. They realized that they had lost control. One of the employees suggested going out and reining in this other guy. Song Qingyan was also there, and he suggested just waiting. He was interested in leaving everything as it was. And look at Zhang Yu's abilities. It turns out that there are some problems with this door. Glass was made from a material that allows sunlight to pass through. Well, there were still a few differences. If he tries to open this door a few more times, perhaps he will be able to meet Yao Yao. As soon as he opened the door, a snake immediately attacked him. He managed to grab Zhang Yu's arms and legs. Zhang Yu was a little scared from surprise. Now he couldn't take the form of a shadow, otherwise everyone would understand that he was the same hero Yu. He tried to grab one of the 3 heads of the serpent. The guy hit him several times. The serpent left him for a while. Jiang Yu almost lost control of himself, but he thought that it was not particularly noticeable. Suddenly he felt the presence of his shadow, and he instantly took on the form of a shadow. Something happened because he didn't activate it. Why did this happen by itself? Now they will definitely recognize him. Jiang Yu heard some noise and turned in that direction. It was another entity, but it looked like a person. This was the upper limit of the first rank, and now the situation was clearly heating up. All cameras of the Night Watch employees froze, except one, and Jiang Yu was on it. Everyone was shocked by this. Song Qingyan did not understand at all that this was happening. There were many eyes on this other's body, and they all looked only at Jiang Yu. It seemed to him that this entity had not come to fight at all. For some reason, she pointed her finger at him. He was wrong. The other tried to attack him with sound waves and a powerful burst of energy. This is the first time he sees this. Such a force was able to knock him off his feet, and he found himself at the center of this force. She put a lot of pressure on him. But Jiang Yu was able to withstand such pressure and stood up. He was too close to the essence, and that was necessary. Taking advantage of the effect of surprise, he grabbed the other by the throat. Such tricks will not work with him. He said that he is the strongest of all. He squeezed his throat even tighter, and he threw it a little further away from himself. He needed to use Shadow Bite. But first it was necessary to look into the system and read the description of something else. A snake. Name: Serpent. Type: Other. Snake. Level: First. Description: Low-level other, could usually carry several heads on him, enjoys killing. Jiang Yu already understood all this information. Note: It is rumored that his eyes were the descendants of a lower-ranking shadow species. The price of murder? Poisoning. This was cancelled, received. Shadow glasses, added. A different view was obtained. System: Description of something else with a human body. Title: Faceless. View: Eyes. Level: First. Description: Pupils are the main source of abilities, but their number could not reflect true strength. He was good in both long-range and close-range attacks. Note: It is rumored that the eyes were descendants of a lower-rank shadow species. Received: Shadow glasses. Added. A different view was successfully obtained. Jiang Yu realized that the stalker was hostile to the shadow species. Perhaps that is why they attack. Initially, he thought that since this was testing, others who were weaker than these would be sent. But for some reason, they sent someone who is capable of killing a person. The worst thing for him now was that his shadow form must have been noticed by the instructors. There was no point in hiding anymore. He felt something strange in himself. This theory needed to be tested. He tried to press cancel, to remove the shadow shape, but for some reason it didn't work out for him. Jiang Yu heard the screech of another. Indeed he is. Looks like the eye look won't get rid of that easily this time. Meanwhile, absolutely all the employees' screens went dark. Even Jiang Yu was impossible to watch. It was necessary to contact the technical department as soon as possible. Inspector Song Qing'an was speechless. Another employee burst into the room and began reporting the situation. It turned out that all information systems were out of order. In addition, contact with instructors Liu and Luo was lost. Another person unexpectedly entered the room. Yeah, well, he thought that such a mess would reign in the Yunhai training camp. And after this, they still considered themselves worthy instructors? This person is the head of Chen. Song Qingnan apologized to him and asked what they should do now. Chief Chen gave the order to count everyone who entered the shadow field. And also the fog should be removed. And the assessment itself should be suspended. It was necessary to send people to maintain order. He ordered to select all the second and third rank instructors and go with them to the shadow field. The employees began to carry out, but the head asked Instructor Qingnan to stay a little longer. He was the calmest of all. The leader asked him what was hidden in the shadow field of Yunhai camp. The head noticed that as soon as the students entered the shadow field, some kind of anomaly arose. Even the naked eye could see the problem. It seems that the head had noticed this a long time ago, which is why he sent second and third rank instructors. Song Qing'an had no intention of lying. A shadow field emerged from a forbidden area in Shenzhou. Upon direct contact with someone else, eyeballs begin to sprout on the body until they cover the entire body. After the other moved into this world, he began to change it according to his own rules, while applying a translucent diaper. Under normal circumstances, he can only bring with him lower species, which will not exceed the first rank. But it also happens that sometimes I suppress my true strength, which makes it more difficult to fight. And what is his rank? Song Qingyan believed that this other had been in a viable state for about half a month. In this case, only a person with the 4th rank could match his strength. Yes, but if you don't take the initiative, then everything will be fine. Even if a person below rank 3 falls into the shadow field, nothing should happen. But if it is the 4th rank, chaos will reign. Others will continue to develop and mutate. The head asked him if there were any special 4th rank students among the students. The likelihood of this was extremely low, but it was not excluded. Regardless of 4th rank or not, something has influenced others. The inspector was afraid that this was the end for the 4th rank. Zhang Yu didn't think so. He was rank 6 and should win. He dealt with others not without difficulty. This could be considered a small victory, but they are still there somewhere. Others will not be able to catch up with him. Well, they should have tried, but they chose death. These were others, Cyclopes. They could hypnotize their victims. Zhang Yu felt this power on his back, and she knocked him down again. It turns out that this type of other can actually use long-range attacks. Others were not going to retreat. Okay, 1st rank, but others of 2nd rank have already caught up. Now Zhang Yu will show them the true strength of the 2nd rank. He activated the Shadow Blade, but something went wrong. The shadow field must reveal the true appearance of the special one, but not his ability. He still hoped that the blade was simply sealed. Others approached him and began to speak in some incomprehensible language. It was strange to him that they did not move. They must have been intimidated by his strength. There were even more others, but they did nothing. Zhang Yu heard metal scraping on the floor. Most likely, these others were waiting for their master. This was a rank 3 entity. Zhang Yu did not know how to defend himself. This other one attacked him. It was a powerful blow, more powerful than all the others. He was carried a little further than the battlefield. The guy cursed to himself, but the double blade still could not be used. Everything is out of order. In his current state, it was difficult to fight even someone of the 2nd rank, let alone a 3rd rank. So far, the only thing he had left was a network of cobwebs, but the chances of winning were extremely small. There were almost none. He decided to carry out the best of his plans. Just run. The web of cobwebs bought him a few seconds. This other was fast and could easily catch up with Zhang Yu, which he did. This time he was able to dodge his blow. It was a great chance. Chase. He tried to stage the kill 4 times. That was great. Even though each attack causes damage to Zhang Yu, at least continuous attacks harm others. Now it was necessary to accumulate enough kills and then kill him himself. But Zhang Yu was a little distracted and received a powerful blow to the face. He got carried away a little again, and the entity was still attacking him. Suddenly she saw something, and she hurried to stop. Zhang Yu was very surprised by this. What happened? Why did he stop moving? Zhang Yu turned around to follow the other's gaze. He saw a huge hole in the building. Zhang Yu finally noticed that it was almost the same as the shadow layer. Aren't they too similar? To be honest, this place scared him even more than the shadow layer. Meanwhile, another took advantage of his momentary busyness and tried to attack. But he was able to dodge and run further. We had to save ourselves. It seemed that he had been running for so long that he was already tired. It's strange that this alley was so long. Maybe this vision was clearly failing him, and suddenly he found himself in some place. There he saw and felt nothing. Something grabbed him by the arm, and it was carried away to an unknown place. His body was out of control and someone was controlling him. Zhang Yu asked to stop, because he is the owner of his body. Did all his abilities turn against him? And for a second, everything calmed down. He turned around and noticed some strange ball moving straight towards him. Zhang Yu couldn't figure out what exactly it was. He closed his eyes in fear, and this ball stopped near his chest, and then it seemed to completely begin to be absorbed inside. Zhang Yu promised, "That will wait for that Lord of the Shadow." This ball took him to another place. This was the border between this world and the Shenzhou world. Someone said this and Zhang Yu turned around to ask who it was. But didn't he feel it himself? This someone asked him if he wanted to plunge deeper into the shadows, hidden, dark, cold, and merciless. This voice looked at itself. He and Zhang Yu are of the same origin. Zhang Yu didn't want to hear this, so he hit that mirror with his fist. The voice was scared, but the guy just wanted to eliminate it because he had counted that he is different. Isn't it too early? The voice didn't even have time to say a word. How could you miss the key points of your skills, such as cheats for martial arts and master of the depths? If the voice wanted to say something, then it should have done it faster. Zhang Yu wanted to get out of there quickly to save Yao Yao. The voice asked him to look at everything himself. It must be the look of the eyes, the one that blocked part of Zhang Yu's forces. To be more precise, this sparkling appearance is also one of the forbidden objects in Shenzhou. The sparkling appearance and the appearance of shadows are sworn enemies. Although Zhang Yu was considered special, he belonged to the shadow species. The blazing species targeted him, trying to fence himself off and blocking his techniques. The voice warned that in this case, let him consider himself dead. It turns out that this voice saved Zhang Yu that time. But why? It turned out that the reason was that this voice had been waiting for him for too long. Zhang Yu was very surprised, but the voice explained that it was waiting for a person as strong as himself. He said that he used to be a high-ranking person in Shenzhou. Powerful and responsible, such people were quite difficult to find, especially there. He was even the head of the group. But due to an accident, his body shattered into countless small fragments and fell into this world. And the sparkling appearance took and preserved all the remnants of his soul. However, this entity was quite capricious, so over time it turned away from him. She used his powers to her advantage and strengthened her power. That's why he was waiting for the appearance of the shadow. And lo, someone stronger than himself appeared. The voice asked Zhang Yu to help end everything, and then become its owner. The voice promised that it would obey him. After these words, Zhang Yu gave him a blunder, and the voice fell off my feet. The voice believed that Zhang Yu had given his consent to help him deal with the appearance of the eyes, but Zhang Yu himself had no such plans. The guy who is left without his last pair of pants has no right to set conditions on him. Besides, did he really say that he would obey him? He had no choice. He still couldn't escape like this voice. Zhang Yu thought about it. In case of refusal, he will serve. He would be greatly honored by becoming its bearer. Zhang Yu struck again. He grabbed him by the throat. The voice said that it used to be quite strong, but now, due to its current state, Zhang Yu could not say such a thing. Moreover, most of his power is now in the form of eyes, so the proposed conditions sounded so-so. And Zhang Yu has a whole 6th rank of the shadow type, so the continued existence of the voice in Shenzhou was impossible. The voice refused to believe it. Zhang Yu began to absorb it with the help of his abilities. Could a mere 2nd-ranking person really be able to get the better of him? It's unthinkable. System, the takeover is almost complete. The voice was destroyed. And now the type of eye has appeared in Zhang Yu's system. And some other light joined him. He felt something new in himself. Type of shadow, fragments. These must be his lost positions and abilities? Meanwhile, the instructors had already arrived in the shadow field. The instructors were guarded outside and the students had to go inside. Students were ordered to immediately take anti-pollution medicine, and under no circumstances, leave the formation. Yao Yao was fine, and now she was only thinking about Zhang Yu. She didn't know where he had gone and was very worried about him. Suddenly, she felt many eyes on her. It was a different kind of eye, and the next moment, several others tried to attack her. Yao Yao was not too strong, but she had courage, so she could easily stand up for herself. Without being confused, she used her abilities. One of the instructors, who arrived in time, helped her win. A girl from the night watch thanked her for her help and asked her to help them a little more if she had any strength left. Everyone needed to get ready to get out of this place as quickly as possible. The sight of the eyes came too close to them. But the inspector didn't notice him, and when he turned around, someone else was looking closely at him. And a second later, he fell unconscious. Another attacked Yao Yao. She wouldn't have time to react. Song Qingyun saved her. It was another rank 3. The situation is now even worse than they originally thought. He turned to the rest of his colleagues and once again asked them to be more vigilant. They were almost attacked on the sly. They apologized for this mistake. Song Qingyun noticed that out of so many students, only these guys were attacked by another 3rd rank. Is there really a 4th rank special among them? He looked around and ordered everyone to follow him. Yao Yao told him that Zhang Yu was missing. He knew him, that's why this name hurt him so much. He guessed that Zhang Yu might be looking at the eyes right now. If Yao Yao came with him, it means they can be in a close relationship. Song Qingyun finally noticed that someone else was trying to attack him. He reacted in time and didn't even strain too much. The other was defeated. And now he was convinced that Yao Yao had also fallen under the influence of this species. Song Qingyun became angry. He left 2 of his employees with the guys and ordered them to be escorted to a safe place. And leave the rest to him. He will deal with them easily. Special technique. Eyes of the wind. Others did not expect such a powerful force. It was a different eye type. He was able to get out. And now he ran away. Song Qingyun will not let him go for anything. But unexpectedly, something happened to him too. He didn't know what it was and where his abilities went. He heard another squeal and turned around. He was heading towards the guys. It was some strange kind of something else. An eye. He had one huge eye, and he was already very close. His strength seemed to be growing. Song Chingan was struck by a wave emanating from his eye. This knocked him down and he lost consciousness. The same fate awaited the rest of the guys. It was all over. Yao Yao's body did not move, and her consciousness gradually became foggy. Yao Yao has long been mentally prepared for everything, but all the same, every time I felt powerless when confronted with others. She mentally said goodbye to Zhang Yu and said that he should live. Her last word was his name. She closed her eyes and didn't notice something, but she was able to feel someone's powerful hand on her waist. It was him, Zhang Yu. Now he will keep his word and save her. He lowered the girl to the ground because she had lost consciousness. All the power was with him, but he did not know how he could help it. Now the eye was watching him too. And then another herd of others of the same species arrived. This territory belonged to the eye species, but they probably forgot that the appearance of the shadows on it is also dominant. Zhang Yu gathered his strength in his hand, and he sent a shadow ray into the sky. This became the gathering place for his shadow. Others followed there as if on cue. This meant that Zhang Yu was inviting them into his territory. Part of his shadow-type power accumulated into a huge ball, which called every eye looking at him. This was the true strength of Zhang Yu's species. System. Several others were successfully eliminated. Oh, and again they met the same entity that was chasing him all over the street. Now it was Zhang Yu's turn to chase him. He attacked first. The entity sensed something. Zhang Yu passed through her and cut her into pieces. The huge eye was also watching this. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, Zhang Yu stabbed him with a dagger. System. Chase. Successfully activated. Decapitation. The eye blood volume percentage was 0. Zhang Yu won, and suddenly he felt that drops began to fall on him. They were red, just like the blood they had all shed here.
What power? This is the true power of shadows.
The sight of the eyes was completely suppressed by the sight of the shadows. In addition, all his abilities disappeared. Even with Zhang Yu's current rank, he could easily destroy another third rank in a matter of seconds. It was not surprising to him that the sight of eyes basically operates in groups, but he would like to thank them for such vivid emotions. The Night Watch employees quickly hurried to the place where the signal for help was interrupted. Zhang Yu noticed them. Oh, how they are at the wrong time. On the other side, another group of Night Watch was hurrying. The commander of this detachment ordered the rapid removal of all wounded from this place. A girl from this detachment asked if anyone had taken the necessary anti-pollution drugs. People were dying, and they were needed very urgently. It also took a few more people to completely block the view of the eyes. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Zhang Yu told how a big-eyed monster rushed straight at him, and he twisted him in 2 moves, and then a crow flew up and exploded just like an airplane. At that time, another tried to sneak up on him from behind, but he managed to react in time. He didn't have time to finish because Yao Yao hit him in the face. The girl still couldn't understand how he could boast after so many of his wounds. She brought him water and asked him to drink it quickly. She also brought medicine to cauterize all the wounds, and he showed her the place on her face where exactly she needed to cauterize. Yao Yao knew this without him, but instead of being angry with him, she simply smiled discreetly. First, she treated his hand. It was a bit painful, so much so that he jumped on the spot. Zhang Yu knew that he needed to take this medicine. Yao Yao did this on purpose so that he would know how to show off. He asked her if she was angry with him. This question was inappropriate because it was already clear that yes. He left her alone, looking around and worrying about what happened to him. Hearing this, Zhang Yu tried to apologize for it. Yao Yao grabbed his face with her hands and told him that he didn't need to apologize. It turned out that she just wanted to put a band-aid on his wound, and she made him promise that he wouldn't do that again. He promised her. By the way, there was something else strange. She decided to share this with him. She said she fainted while someone else was attacking her, and then I woke up safe and sound. Zhang Yu knew this but could not show it, that it was he who saved her. Instead, he asked what was so strange about it, and added that it must have been the instructor who saved her. But she knew that it was Brother Yu and said so. He tried to convince her that it seemed. Plus, how did he get into training camp? She didn't know it, but she was sure. At the moment when she almost lost consciousness, Brother Ye definitely saved her, and oddly enough, then she uttered some name, and Brother Yu saved her so quickly. She had the feeling that they had known each other for a long time. She wanted to say something else, but Jiang Yu asked her if she doubted him. Of course not. She believed that Yu was not as half-baked as Jiang Yu. Oh, if only she knew the truth. She kicked him to get his attention. Yao Yao asked if it was possible that Yu was studying with them. Jiang Yu replied that he thought definitely not. He tried to explain his opinion by saying that brother Yu is very strong. He is special, a hero with a keen sense of justice. Moreover, he is very handsome. Can such a person just be a student? Yao Yao agreed with him, but how could he know about Yu's beauty? Beauty isn't that important. The most important thing is that brother Ye couldn't be in the middle of a training camp. Yao Yao agreed with him again. There was annoyance in her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Yu was called by instructor Song Qingyan. Yao Yao asked how his injury was, but it was minor, so everything is fine. Jiang Yu greeted him and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl said that thanks to him and other instructors, they are now alive. Song Qingyan answered correctly that all this happened due to their negligence, and they should have intervened and resolved this situation. He also noticed that Jiang Yu was not among the rescued students. Did he really get out of there alone? And the guy confirmed it. Well, then the inspector promised that he would look forward to his next appearance. He is the only one who knew his secret. And therefore I understood that it would be quite difficult to get out alone. The influx of others was too large. By the way, there are too many people in the room where the testing was carried out. So he came to check them personally for contamination. Great. There was no contamination, so he asked them to quickly take their medicine and return. In the meantime, he will go check on other students. The guys said goodbye to him. In fact, with the help of this device, he wanted to test his guess. He looked at Jiang Yu's results and was very surprised. Jiang Yu's rank was second, and the instructor guessed that he was hiding his true strength. But this level would still not be enough to withstand the sight of the eyes. The strangest thing was that his pollution index was 0. He said that he came all the way himself, but as long as you kill others, you are drowning in pollution. Jiang Yu asked Yao Yao whose name she said. She told Daddy, and he was upset that it wasn't his. If only he knew the truth. Inspector Song Qingyan was now even more interested in him because he had so many secrets. Yunhai University included not only a training camp, but also a full-fledged educational environment. Coming closer to him, Jiang Yu noticed girls with beautiful legs. This angered Yao Yao and she walked forward. She got upset and said, "That will go to the hostel." She was unfamiliar with these places, so he offered to take her around. Did he really want to take him to the women's dormitory to gawk at the other girls? And it was true. She hit him and told him not to talk to her anymore. Yu Jiang approached him unnoticed and asked what happened to Yao Yao. And he is still the same, not to mention himself. He has gained about 5 kilograms of weight. Jiang Yu seemed to understand the reason for this change. His ability is gluttony. The more he eats, the stronger he becomes. And I didn't suffer from indigestion. Initially, his abilities were not suitable for this university. But then they lowered the bar and he was able to pass. Jiang Yu was heading to the first corps, so a friend offered to guide him. A minute later, they arrived. This building was the best and most beautiful. Jiang Yu noticed that it looked a lot like a hotel. This dormitory is for the best students of the training camp. The amenities are top-notch, and the ambience is good. In addition to the dormitory, there was also a small garden, training room, and library. Everything is created for the highest comfort. They came to his room 101. Jiang Yu was surprised that it was open. Shouldn't he be living there alone? They opened the doors and entered the threshold. His room had a large bed, ventilation, and good lighting. The guys discussed whether they would have strong freshmen to fill them up. If yes, then they shouldn't stop there either. They were already sophomores. Finally, they noticed that someone had entered the room. One of the guys turned to Jiang Yu and told him that he must have made the wrong body. The guy said this was his place. These are the rules of the Yunhai training camp. Jiang Yu's friend said that this is nonsense, and there are no such rules. This dormitory was for freshmen, so of course they were not happy with it. The guy laughed, and then he opened the door to the corridor and shouted that the 2 first-year students said that this was their dormitory. After a second, nothing happened. But after 10, the neighboring doors opened, and the students came out from there. These guys thought that the newbies didn't understand the rules at all, and they will have to explain everything. Jiang Yu's friend would first like to warn them that they are the best students, so the guys should think carefully before doing anything. It looks like they occupied the entire floor. Jiang Yu asked him not to worry. After all, they, like their elders, could not spoil the first impression. Jiang Yu was right. They won't get into a fight today. They were about to leave. As he left, he added that after all, second-year students take on a lot. This expression was unnecessary. This angered the guys even more. This must be what Jiang Yu wanted, and now he was going to introduce them to his shadow power. But he was not the only one who decided to show his abilities. This scared all the other guys a little. It seems the guy has strong abilities and didn't even intend to use them, but simply showed them to rein in the others. He looked at Jiang Yu with eyes blazing from fire. Jiang Yu guessed that this brother had pupil abilities. The guy asked what Jiang Yu's name was, and he answered him. The guy thought that Jiang Yu should not have performed today. If he still wanted this room, he had to follow Yunhai's rules. In this case, it was supposed to go to the arena and fight for it. Jiang Yu agreed and replied that one fight would not be enough. He believed that all the guys in this room would have to fight. The news is that in the special training camp, there was a person who decided to speak out against the senior students. That guy, Shimu, likes to bully people, and one of the students decided to help them retake the hostel. The guys decided to go cheer him up. They did not believe that he could cope with everything alone. They didn't know where to go, so they just followed the crowd. A lot of people gathered to watch this fight. Everyone was registered so they could start choosing weapons and equipment. The guys were not at all surprised by this. They knew the rules. So we weren't in any particular hurry. Senior students could only sympathize with the newcomer. Jiang Yu's friend thought they should leave, but he knew what he was doing. His friend thought that from all these weapons, he should have chosen something bigger. But blades weren't particularly suitable here. Jiang Yu thought about what would be the best choice then. Shimu had already chosen his weapon and was waiting for Jiang Yu. He believed that it was better for the newcomer to surrender now if he had chickened out. Of course, Jiang Yu just laughed at this. He just needed time to decide which weapon would be best suited here. Shimu was surprised that he didn't even choose a defense for himself. Did he really think that he'd get away with it anyway? Shimu was angry. Such terrible arrogance. He believed that now he would definitely win. Jiang Yu realized that Shimu was also the owner of the shadow. Now the battle promised to be interesting. The audience perked up. Jiang Yu stood still and didn't even think about leaving. Shimu was behind him and had already swung, and some kind of reaction occurred, and behind her a thick fog rolled in. Jiang Yu's friend was a little scared. The other guys also looked puzzledly into the depths of the fog, and within seconds they were shocked by what they saw. Jiang Yu won and was already waiting for the next one on the field. He reached for his weapon. Afterwards, he asked if anyone else would dare to fight him, but there was no answer, so he suggested attacking everyone at once. It was a daring challenge. The guys from the third year got angry and rushed to attack him. They did not take any weapons or any equipment. Fists and good physical training were enough. A few other guys thought it was interesting and they were in on it too. And these guys have already taken weapons for themselves. Jiang Yu was pleased, and now the most awaited moment had arrived. System, attribute, shadow, person, stalker, killer, stalker. Hiding in the shadows, no one knows about his existence. First, he could easily hide in the shadows without fear of being discovered. The shadow is his second home. Second, it is worth paying attention. When the identity is revealed, the effect of this ability is noticeably reduced, but the presence of a shadow could still be considered deadly. After absorbing the shadow species' personality fragments, his abilities increased noticeably. Moreover, he had already tried the stalker ability when killing an eye species, but in this real world it was still impossible to activate it. Killer, mark, and numerous wars. Numerous wars. A real killer could navigate the battlefield very well, and also sees all the available advantages. Thanks to numerous battles, he will be able to grow quickly, and sometimes get the opportunity to gain new abilities or significantly strengthen existing ones. Numerous wars specifically exist so that Jiang Yu can develop much faster. If the battle is intense, his abilities will improve at a breakneck speed. Jiang Yu's friend didn't understand what was happening. Part of him was scared that people were just attacking each other, and he wondered if this could be stopped as soon as possible. The inspector replied that his friend himself challenged everyone, so there was nothing to worry about. Even she noticed that Jiang Yu was not as simple as he seemed. Indeed, within 5 minutes he had dealt with everyone, and even then did not have time to break a sweat. Shima's elder was watching him all this time. Truth be told, he didn't expect a high school student to have such an advanced level of physical fitness. However, the outcome of the battle depended not only on this. He threw away his apple and instantly cut it into hundreds of pieces. At least that's what it seemed like. And then looked at Jiang Yu. The apple fell and he stuck it on the end of his blade. He believed that the outcome depended only on technology, and he proved it. The guys were rooting for him, and they just asked not to give in to some schoolboy. He was one of the top 3 of his age. Jung Yu managed to notice that this guy was just a fencing master, like the hero of some book. His past opponents were too weak, so he didn't have a chance to gain more experience. The time has come to show yourself. This guy didn't move, and Jung Yu was already too close to him. This guy explained that he is a species of eyes that inherited the power of an ancient demon. After activating his ability, Jung Yu's movements no longer seemed so fast to him. Not only could he easily dodge his attacks, but he could also watch his every move. In his eyes, Jung Yu was just an innocent lamb that needed to be tamed. He swung at him. Jung Yu's reaction was the best. Still, it was not in vain that he practiced so much in the shadow layer. He stopped a couple of steps from the attacker. The guy praised him. The reaction was indeed good, but he was just training. Now it's time to act seriously. He attacked Jung Yu. System. Numerous wars were launched and the enemy was analyzed. The angle of release of the attack will be directed from top to bottom diagonally. The opponent simultaneously tenses his shoulders and forearms and tilts his wrist to the right so that the attack goes more smoothly. The distance between his feet is not so large that it would not cause any inconvenience. He also rotates his waist to enhance his punches. An attack should not be repelled. The best solution was to move to the right and then launch a counterattack. The enemy's weak point was in the area of the shoulder blades. The guy did not understand how it was possible that Jung Yu repelled his attack. Jung Yu noticed that his technique did not work at the last moment. The guy seemed to suspect something too. Really, they are both a kind of shadow. Things are bad. The influence of his appearance is not so strong. If Shiku activated his abilities, Jung Yu was afraid that he would have a hard time. Jung Yu asked him if he was really scared. In response, Shiku just grinned. It was funny to him. Jung Yu tensed. System. The enemy will try to be a little cunning. You had to not let yourself be deceived. It was worth paying special attention to the shoulders. The greatest amount of effort comes from the waist and is directed to the shoulders. The moment the shoulders drop, the movement begins. It is recommended to strike precisely at the moment when the shoulders are tense. Using these tips, he managed to slightly injure Shika. Shiku was very surprised because he had been mastering these techniques for 5 years. But this guy succeeded the first time. He also noticed that Jung Yu's swordsmanship had improved, but he decided not to give up. During the battle, he did notice something. Jung Yu looked at him and smiled. He stopped and turned his back to the enemy, and the next moment he turned and ordered to use all his skills. Before this, Shiku just wanted to teach him a lesson, and now he was very angry, and he was determined to destroy him. This is what Jung Yu wanted from the very beginning. Special technique, afterimage section. They got into a fight again. Shiku struck, and this filled him with horror. Jung Yu not only withstood his blow, but also somehow appeared behind him with lightning speed. He struck him, wilting chrysanthemum. It was a very painful blow after the enemy has been successfully defeated. Jung Yu even managed to thank him for the important lesson, system. With the end of numerous wars, Jung Yu gained new abilities. Intuitive defense. Like a natural-born killer, he possessed superior intuitive defense. He was now able to detect potential danger and was also able to make the right decisions. Jung Yu was happy that he could get a really good skill this time. It was as if he believed in himself even more and dared to challenge everyone. He challenged everyone at Yunhai University. It ended with him ending up in the hospital, but Jung Yu still had a smile on her face, but his head was not doing well. Yahello didn't understand at all how he had the brains to start all this. It was she who simply did not see how majestic he was at that moment when he challenged everyone. All the senior students just silently watched everything that was happening, and the girls shouted words of support. In the end, he was attacked by more than 100 people. He wished he could have activated his shadow form. Yahello was angry with him. If the instructor had not taken him away, he would definitely have remained disabled. Jung Yu asked what about her dormitory. It was probably also occupied by older students, but it turned out not. He was upset, but she didn't understand why and asked. Jung Yu thought that if she had nowhere to live, he could take her in with him, where they would live happily and carefree. He was too busy thinking about it. Yahello would rather sleep on the street than with him. Their friend commented that they could act more calmly. It seems that they did not lose heart. They didn't even notice how instructor Song Qingyan entered the room. He believed that from the looks of it, Jung Yu should recover soon. He was already feeling better, so he asked when he could start training. Did he really lie that his wounds still hurt? The instructor told him that he should not rush. His training will be different from others. They will discuss this later. And all because he has already reached the second rank of special. Zhang Yu was wary because he thought that no one except Yao Yao's father knew about this. Oh, I shouldn't have put myself out there in the arena today. Now his friend understood why he was so cool today. But Yao Yao was a little upset. When did he manage to do this? He got away with what he himself had just learned and was very surprised. The instructor said that he would have the same base as everyone else, but to gain practical skills, he will be forced to take classes with second-year students. These would be practice battles, but Zhang Yu was still very happy. He will be able to use the technology of numerous wars and also accumulate a lot of experience. Inspector Song noticed that he liked to challenge other strong opponents. When the time comes, he promised that he would personally accompany him to training. A few days later, Yunhai University. The bell called everyone to the first pair. Zhang Yu and Yao Yao and their friend were already sitting there. Yao Yao had already reprimanded him because today was the first day of classes and he had to behave seriously. But he didn't think so. Anyway, he had already read the history of the special ones at her house. She warned him that if he failed the exam, he would not be able to enroll in a subject in his specialty. Before he had time to answer anything, the lesson had already unexpectedly begun. The lecture had not yet started, but all the guys were already sitting waiting. Zhang Yu was very surprised that instead of a projector like in his school at the university, there was a huge ball. It was very similar to the image that he had already seen in Uncle Lu's room. The first lesson was on the history of special people and was taught by teacher Su Jianyang. History of the Special, a course that describes all the main events before the disaster and up to our time. This is a completely new course. This item was very important for 3 species specifically, but the rest should not despair. The teacher set up the ball and it began to show something to the whole audience. The year when others arrived, the real world began to suffer from numerous aggressions. At first, no one understood. Where others came from, they had to be assessed as a species unknown to science. The unique structure of the bodies of others, as well as the constantly released pollution, opened the door to a new world and began to drive everything crazy. After half a month, about 36 faults had formed around the world. A large number of second-rank others emerged from another dimension and began killing civilians in large numbers. The strength of others was small. Simple bullets and artillery fire were more than enough to tear their bodies apart. Under the counterattack of the military team, all others were destroyed. But the most terrible thing about them was not their strength, but the price for liquidation. And this price was the pollution that formed in the bodies. Every time one of the others was killed, one of the civilians died. Luckily, the cost of killing low-level others is limited in scope, so people tried to strike from a distance. It seemed that at least temporary stability was coming, but as the number of cracks increased, the world began to undergo simply enormous changes. Compared to people, animals and plants are more susceptible to environmental pollution, and wildlife is no longer safe at all. On the first day of the second year of the new era, Beidou and Nando announced the creation of large gathering places and planning for the mass relocation of civilians. In the 5th year of the new era, others began to massively attack gathering places of peaceful citizens. To find a way to combat them, people began to conduct various tests, and in the meantime, the mortality rate reached 97%. But since then, people have learned a lot, and humanity has entered a new era of special ones. Although research into the power of special people has advanced, people still remain only at the initial stage and cannot compete with Shenzhou yet. That same year, 15 countries declared their collapse, and accuracy increased step by step. Soon after, prohibited items were discovered, and a new wave began in Dazhou. By relying on forbidden items, some people began to develop new ranks of power. They founded the Dawn organization and made significant contributions to the fight against the others. Zhang Yu remembered that this is the same organization that Yao Yao told him about. In the 10th year of the new era, people finally found a way to advance to the second rank through more legal methods. Our special power made a big breakthrough. Now people were able to fight with others on an equal basis. In the same year, full-fledged gathering places of Beidou and Nando were created, and then the other 8 gathering places, Qingyang, Maiyi, Atai, Xinghuo, Linan, Guangdong, Changguan, and Tianfu. One of the guys asked where people got so many places to gather. The information they received was completely different from what they had heard before. The teacher knew this and agreed that now it was difficult for them to accept all this, but he only stated the facts. In the 20th year of the new era, another of the third rank suddenly appeared. Ordinary artillery fire could no longer cope with him. Nando's gathering place handled everything, but the price was too high. In the 30th year of the new era, the first type of special appeared, which was superior in strength to all previous ones. He led an army of others that besieged an entire city, and the distance did not allow the use of nuclear weapons. The guys asked what happened next. The teacher probably didn't want to say this, but there was no point in hiding it either. Maya's gathering place was destroyed, leaving no survivors. The audience became too quiet after these words. The teacher did not break this silence. Yao Yao was upset. Zhang Yu, on the contrary, tensed. In the 40th year of the new era, others of the fourth rank appeared. During the explosion of a nuclear weapon, their mutation occurred. Others came out of the flames, and the gathering place of Atai was allowed. In the 50th year of the new era, Tianfu and the surrounding areas faced the cracks of the abyss and numerous threats from others. And all this led to the first great migration of peoples. In the 60th year of the new era, the southwest and northwest of Daju completely turned into abandoned areas. In the 70th year of the new era, others headed north. If it weren't for the linen gathering place, people would have lost it too. As a result, the second great migration of peoples took place. But this time, it was special. 100,000 young people gave their lives so that the other half of the population could move safely. But it was that year that the north and south were cut off. Nando has become a city, alone. After all the information, the pair was finished and the guys went outside. Many people were even frightened by the atmosphere of this university, while others had already gotten used to it. Everything seemed unreal, because it seemed like there was peace all around. Yao Yao did not expect that the reality would be much harsher. Yes, but with Zhang Yu's current strength, it wasn't worth worrying too much about. Nando is in distress. Yao Yao wondered how much longer Yunhai could hold out. Who knows? Zhang Yu believed that he should definitely survive the year. The girl did not react to this, but still he decided to come up to her and hug her. If the end ever comes, he will protect her until his last breath. Yao Yao only called him by his first name. He invited her to take the first steps before others took over this world. Yao Yao threatened not to approach him. It seems that they are not at all desperate. The history teacher immediately recognized Zhang Yu as special. After so many years of teaching, I have never met a better mindset among students. The guy was surprised that this man knew him, but the fact was that the entire Yunhai University had been buzzing only about him since the very morning, so his name quickly spread. Zhang Yu didn't understand anything and decided to ask about it. He was interested. Why did the teacher decide to tell them such sad facts right away in the first lesson? Isn't it better for everyone to know the truth as early as possible? This is not bad, but after what they saw, everyone lost heart. Despair is also good. Spring has come. After the harsh winter, only plum flowers survived. It's the same with people. A person can survive only if he is in despair. And although Zhang Yu is now the second rank, but with all due respect, he was not that special now. The guy didn't understand because the teacher himself had just said that he had already reached the second rank. So why didn't he consider him special? But does possessing the power of a special person immediately make him special? Zhang Yu thought about this question. Possessing first-rank skills is the initial stage on the path to madness, and the second rank was considered the most dangerous. Contamination of the body and acquisition of a non-human appearance. It feels like you are sinking to the bottom. It's like you're standing on the edge of an abyss. The teacher really wanted to know if he really felt any of the above. Did he see the abyss? The current Zhang Yu was not yet ready to become special. The teacher left and finally advised me to think about the last question he asked. Can everything in history be considered true? Zhang Yu left a mental checkbox to somehow think about it in his spare time. Yao Yao asked what he was thinking about, but he didn't want to tell her, so he did. That he will go to prepare for the next lesson. Basic knowledge of special ones. The source of the power of the special comes from the other. There is a type of fire, a type of bones, an eye type, a type of blood, feathers, and many others. They could hunt and kill others, but the cost of killing them would be reflected on their body. In addition, special ones could absorb the power of another, thereby adding it to their own power. The next lesson is physical training. It was necessary to concentrate all the energy in your body and release it. After physical training, it was lunch. There was stewed pork in the university cafeteria today. The weather was too good, so most of the guys went outside for lunch. The next lesson was practical. Jiang Yu was upset that Yao Yao was assigned to the third group. After all, her talent should be determined by the same level as his. Uncle Lu must have tried hard. They deliberately distanced her from him. Starting today, teachers began the basic course of training. Students will be taught by specially trained instructors. The results of this match and their skills will be taken into account during the entrance exams. Now students need to listen carefully to the instructions. They were asked to step into their classrooms and begin preparations immediately. Jiang Yu directed them to the first group by their first instructor. The guy was surprised, because the instructor he came across was not too thin. The instructor called on them to show attention in his direction. All the guys stood up straight and looked ahead of them. But this instructor shouted quite impressively. The instructor ordered them to just stand. Jiang Yu was surprised. What about combat training? Are they just going to stand there? But after a second, he felt something. It was a murderous energy. The body did not move. And it's not just him. All the guys couldn't move. Jiang Yu didn't understand what it was. Maybe some kind of ability. Killer energy came from the instructor. He noticed how several guys, unable to withstand the tension, collapsed to the ground. And I realized that this standing is a way to evaluate their abilities. The one who can survive to the end will be considered the toughest. 15 minutes later, the only one left standing was Jiang Yu. The teacher asked everyone to rest. The guy couldn't stand it anymore either, so he was very happy when it was all over. Song Qingyan came to look at him and noticed that he was still as assertive. He gave the guy his hand so that he stood up and told him to follow him. Jiang Yu asked where he should go, whether he would really train with second graders. But no, special conditions were provided for him in the training camp. The instructor led him straight to the middle of the sports field. Jiang Yu was surprised because there was nothing there. But really, that's it. What was needed was already there. This will be a pair training. The other guys also noticed that he was training individually with Inspector Sun. They thought it was cool. But the inspector always fought to the end. Jiang Yu felt a little awkward when the others started looking at them. Therefore, he suggested changing the training location. Sun guessed that he had a bit of public fright. The inspector remembered General Li's words to give his nephew personal training so that he would not be seen again. He told Jiang Yu about this. If he has any objections or suggestions, then it is better for him to contact his uncle personally. The guy noticed that Uncle Li manipulated him too often. Inspector Song suggested we start already. Jiang Yu warned that he should not waste his strength. Then there was no need to despair if something happened. Sun warned that you can give it your all. He will not resist. The guy considered this the beginning of the battle, and he was the first to attack. The guys thought it was too beautiful. They thought that he overpowered the instructor in one fell swoop. What power! Most of the guys were already in their third year of study, but the gap between their abilities was very large. They supported Jiang Yu and wished him good luck, and someone thought that it was a huge mistake. Another instructor noted that his first move was to kick, which was not a good decision. He is now easy to catch and counterattack. This is the wrong shot. It's clearly not worth learning from him. Its durability is just what you need. But the train of thought is too simple. It's easy to predict. Jiang Yu didn't expect this, but he clearly had no intention of giving up. This guy is much stronger than he was before. Although his skills are far from masters, he is clearly superior to beginners. Perhaps Inspector Song was wrong. Each time the guy's blows become faster and more powerful. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice how he sped up. He was already very close to strike him in the face. Jiang Yu was already happy that he would still be able to do this. But not here, that was. Sun grabbed his fist, and then he grabbed my wrist. Jiang Yu was very surprised that his attack was so predictably simple. The inspector raised it above him, and he threw it to the ground. Jiang Yu fell and closed his eyes. Everything happened in a matter of seconds. He was defeated. For a second, the guys thought he would win. But they did not expect such an outcome of events. It turns out that at first, Inspector Song deliberately gave in. In wrestling, the main thing is not only the body and skills, but also the work of the brain. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was already trying to get to his feet. He managed to notice that Sun still used his abilities. But in fact, not only with them, he also tried to keep his body in shape. He won solely due to his extensive combat experience. Strong body, training, tactics, all this forms the ideal basis for the battle and is also a key factor in its outcome. But simply learning is not enough. The situation on the battlefield is changing quickly, so constantly getting used to what is happening is clearly not an option. All that remains is to adapt. Therefore, it takes a lot of time to develop fighting instincts. Didn't Jiang Yu think so? He grabbed the inspector's hand. Inspector Song obviously didn't expect this because he had already won. Jung Yu believed that cunning on the battlefield was also important. Sun landed on the ground. At this point, the battle was over. Another inspector announced that the rest was over, and it was time to get back to business. The first 2 days will be aimed at adapting students. From the third, all classes will be divided. It didn't matter if you were a guy or a girl, the rules were the same for everyone. Another test has begun. Now it was in the Yao Yao group. She needed to hold out as long as possible and not lose heart. After this test, Jiang Yu asked her why she was still in the third group. She set herself the goal of getting into the first group as quickly as possible, so that he would not mock her. She was worried that everything would be fine with him. Although this is just a sparring match, she knew Jiang Yu so that at some point this battle would not become more fierce. He received well from the inspector, and to Yao Yao it seemed like some kind of deadly training. Sun also noticed that he was stubborn in addition to his persistence. Sun thought that he could easily defeat him, but he even had to resort to his abilities, amazing skills, just like his uncle in the old days. Jiang Yu really didn't want to stop and attacked him again and again. But the inspector asked him to stop. That's enough for today. It seemed to him that the guy's speed had slowed down, which meant that he must already be at the limit of his capabilities. But he didn't take something into account. Jiang Yu was indeed strong and fast. After so many attempts and efforts, he still managed to strike Sun. The inspector was very surprised. This was a personal victory for Jiang Yu. He was very happy. He finally succeeded. To do this, he first put a lot of force into his strike in order to distract Sun, and then went on the offensive. Song Qingyan admitted that Jiang Yu was special, and there was no doubt about it. All-seeing, he was distracted from his thoughts by the guys addressed to him. He just wanted to ask if they would make him pay for the broken training ground. If so, let the committee ask his Uncle Lee for money. But the inspector told him not to worry. Later, they will restore everything here themselves. This is foreseen by the program. Jiang Yu ended up in the university hospital again. What a coincidence. This is the third time he comes there, and each time he runs into a pretty nurse. He didn't forget to ask what her name was. The girl wanted to draw all his attention to her and tell him something. It turned out that this girl came to the university for an internship. She had already noticed that the guy was asking her name for the third time. He looked on his phone at the list of subscriptions to his channel. He found out that she was his follower and must be a fan. Having done her job, she began to leave, advising him to rest. But the guy didn't want her to leave him alone. At this moment, Inspector Song entered the room. Jiang Yu was surprised that he did not continue his training. Song Qingyan is the chief hand-to-hand combat instructor, so it's okay if he's away for a while. He brought him medicine and asked him to hurry up and drink it to restore his strength. The guy thanked him. This medicine noticeably increased his strength. Jiang Yu felt better. Now he could train all day long. Sun said that when he feels better, they will be able to continue classes. By the way, sometimes the guy feels that his condition is unstable, but he could not explain in more detail. Inspector Song also wanted to discuss something with him. He said that they will continue individual training, but will make some adjustments. Jiang Yu to go on an internship with second-year students. He was surprised to learn about this, because he had not yet finished school. He came to the camp for knowledge. The inspector thought that even this way he could cope. The inspector had some work to do, so he was about to leave. As for the guy's skills, he had already sent him information by email. There was no need to tell anyone this. He opened his email on his phone to check. As soon as he pressed, a mini projector with a person appeared. It was Xiang Yang. In this video, he will explain some basics of the special skills, but first you need to familiarize yourself with the content. Question: what are special skills? Answer: the first rank is considered enlightenment, the second rank is considered alienation, and only the third is the true rank of the special. It is fundamentally different from the first two. When internal pollution reaches a certain level, it causes great harm to a person. Soon the forces will not be available in the quantities in which they were available before. But if something like this happens to a special one, even if he is affected by 100 different copies of pollution at once, his powers will increase 200 times. These are the very skills of the special one. The principle of operation of special skills is not so complicated and is tied to 3 factors: physical training, the amount of contaminated energy, and the concentration of willpower. The combination of these 3 qualities will produce a special one with incredible power. Example: this target is made of heat-resistant alloy number 7, which is considered the strongest and most durable. she is able to withstand physical damage from a special rank 2. It was worth paying attention. Now he will use about 500 units of power, which is equivalent to a 3rd rank special. As a result, although the targets scattered in different directions, they did not receive significant damage. Now this man again uses 500 units of power, but only in a special manner. Jiang Yu was amazed. This man had enormous power. Special skills are a combination of physical strength, special energy, and willpower, which soon combine into a single whole. This man described everything in detail and showed his strength with an example. His strength was powerful, and Jiang Yu felt it even through the screen. The mannequins will no longer be able to stand, and great willpower will even help you move mountains. Then he showed the ruins. Some kind of gathering place, probably, that's what the guy thought. The skill of the special is an unstoppable trend. Jiang Yu found this very amazing. This technique is considered a special skill, 100 cracks. If you have the strength and energy of the 3rd rank, then this strength can be safely equated to limitless. This man wished good luck in training and asked to remember that the skills of the special are the means by which people can deal a powerful blow to others. For some reason, Jiang Yu thought that everything would go well, but some problems are already beginning. Well, okay, this is a special world, and it's not surprising that it's filled with a lot of unknowns. Special skills are techniques that only 3rd rank specials can master, but each of these special skills significantly drains strength and energy. First, attention to detail. At this stage, good control of your body is very important. Second, overclocking. Mobilize all your muscle groups to push your endurance limits. Skill is very closely related to willpower. Willpower will help you get out of shackles. Third, emotions. The mind must be calm. The word is water, and thoughts must be like waves, either rising or calming. It is important to pay special attention. Physical fitness, willpower, and body abilities are not only a certain quantity, but also a quality. At an early stage, you should not rush to play with quantity for quality. Jiang Yu found it all too complicated. System, name, Jiang Yu, attribute, shadow. Remaining time, 5 months. Estimate, he can live for a whole year. It will be strange if he declares in front of everyone that at such a young age he has special skills and therefore asks for some kind of reward. The next day, the guy asked Inspector Sun if he could help the night watch at such an early age and whether it was even legal. He also asked him to share some details about this. But the only thing, what the inspector told him was that he would run with the sophomores, Jiaolong Stadium. After he entered there, he needed to run with all his might. The watch determines his physical condition only when a certain number is reached. Only then the training will be considered completed. And also not a single instructor will help him, unless he gets fatally injured. Strange way to train. At the sight of the stadium, Jiang Yu rejoiced. From the outside, he was much cooler. The inspector asked him if he would risk running there. This must be a joke. His uncle is a retired general, and his father-in-law is an active member of the Yunhai Night Watch. Can he give back? And what will happen to him? Well, if it does happen, you'll have to rest for a couple of months. But he will apply for a special substance that will help him get better faster. Jiang Yu didn't think it would be of any use to him. They walked for a couple of minutes in complete silence. The guy noticed that this room looked more like a prison. Something was wrong there. He asked the inspector what the name of this place was. Yesterday, he thought that he would be sent to an electronics factory. What a factory! This was Jiaolong Stadium, although students preferred to call it the place of escape. Oh, then Jiang Yu needs to really think about it. Sun nudged him a little, and the door closed behind him. Jiang Yu was a little scared by this, and at this moment, Inspector Song called Uncle Lee to tell him that the deed was done. Everything is okay. Jiang Yu shouted that there was someone else there with him and asked to be released. Sun reported to Lee that it was making too much noise. The guy thought it was terrible leadership. Sun reported that he considered the guy hopeless. Jiang Yu truly found himself in too disgusting a place. Suddenly, one of the doors opened. The guy was very surprised and did not immediately understand what to do. Although he did not know what danger awaited him there behind the door, but instead of hanging around in that room forever, it was better to see what was there. He gathered his strength and ran. But these little animals that looked like toads wanted to hold him. They won't succeed. He will use his abilities. A couple of seconds later, he was already outside the door. It was a strange feeling. It was as if all the dangers were behind us. Suddenly, he noticed someone else. This must be another student who is going through this strange task. This guy turned to him and advised him not to think about anything and just run. This must really be the only way to get out of here. This guy was surprised when Jiang Yu said that he is from the first group of the training camp. He had just enrolled, and it was quite strange why he ended up here then. Well, he's probably too good. This guy thought that apparently he had very serious connections, and it couldn't have been otherwise. Jiang Yu asked what was really going on. He just had to run as hard as he could, always use his willpower, and resist the others that would constantly surround him. The guy wished him good luck and rushed forward. But Jiang Yu still had a few questions left, so he caught up with him with his speed. He asked how he could get out of this place. The guy was surprised at such speed and decided to explain it to him one last time. You just had to run, and the way out would appear by itself. He also said that some students run for several months. Each one is different. He ran past several more students. Behind Jiang Yu, there was another who wanted to attack him, but he managed to grab him by the paw and throw it away from you. He won't allow anyone to touch him. He caught up with this guy again and asked if these others could be destroyed. He once again said that they just need to run, no matter what monsters attack them. And if they start killing them, they will become lethargic. They clearly did not need this. Another guy yelled at them to do more. Then they said and continued to run. Jiang Yu noticed in time that there were holes under his feet, and something kept falling on my head. And there were also rooms that smelled terribly of something. There were many holes in the floor, small and large. Many people simply did not notice them and fell through there. Jiang Yu noticed that the same thing almost happened to one girl. He managed to grab her hand in time and get her out of there. The girl asked him why he decided to help her. Well, how else could he have acted? Since he saved her, she reported, that she had to repay him with something. There's simply no other way. Strange rules at this university. Suddenly he heard some kind of quiet whistle. Sharp intuition in this place was absolutely important. These bones pierced the walls. This meant the appearance of a bone other. There were already 2 of them at once, and they were both of second rank. Jiang Yu can handle them too. He gave them back the bones. He was not only able to dodge these bones, but also redirected them towards his opponents. This was the first time the girl had seen such a brave man, and the other one kept up with them. So he asked the girl to run first and not look back. He used a shadow attack. This should have helped stop him. The enemy was successfully defeated. Intuition again helps him a lot. He felt that someone else was trying to attack him. And he was right, he turned around in time, so he managed to deflect the blow and jumped to the side, barely dodged. The new abilities seemed to be working really well. Concealment. A second, and Jiang Yu disappeared into the shadows. This made it easier to observe the mysterious attacker. At one moment, a sudden thought came to him. Is the training camp really that dangerous? But the instructor will intervene if someone is in mortal danger. But it's still too risky. If it weren't for his sharp intuition, he would have been left without a heart. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a girl's cry for help. She was attacked by someone else. And then suddenly he let her go. She hit the ground very painfully. She appears to have lost consciousness. Jiang Yu didn't know what to do now or how to help her. She could only hope that the training camp inspectors were watching them and would be able to help her now. Due to this, the girl dropped out of the test. Literally within 10 minutes, the first person was eliminated. It looks like it's time for him to cheer up and pull himself together. Jiang Yu ran forward, and on his way he met a flower, a cannibal with a blood volume of 20%. He tried to attack the guy. The level of this flower is also not low. Fortunately, he doesn't have much life left, so Jiang Yu should be able to deal with him easily. He attacked him back. This flower may still become invisible. The guy still couldn't understand why there were so many strange people in this place. He understood that he could not get tired. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight. It was simply necessary to successfully calculate the trajectory of his attacks. System, shadow pupil, activation. Now he saw everything. He also managed to notice that this other person's use of stealth was simply excellent. But it's time for him to retire. Jiang Yu inflicted a terrible wound on him, what immediately deprived him of a blood volume of -10%. But the flower still remained alive. The guy wasn't going to just leave it like that. We need to bring the matter to an end at any cost. Having finished, he thought that these others should not pose direct harm to life. There was no longer any time to waste. It was time to run. He also noticed that the pollution was affecting him too much. Is everything really that complicated? My head was spinning as if I had been drinking. Suddenly, he was attacked and wounded in the shoulder. It was very painful. Jiang Yu looked around. It was another second rank who had 70% of his blood volume left. He slowly approached the guy, and behind him there were a considerable number of others. They released another with 70% to attack him. From this, he concluded that the people from the training camp were real animals in the flesh. He looked at the others again and noticed something there. Behind them there was some kind of door. Unlike the others, for some reason it was located on the left side and not on the right. Zhang Yu suggested that this might be the way out. He wasn't sure, but it was still worth a try. It was necessary to enter there before all the strength dried up, so he decided to give it his all, and he attacked the other first. At that moment, a thought came to him, that it was this other person who could open the door. But this version was too dubious. Although judging by the way someone fought, I wanted to believe this more and more willingly. But is it really important? There is a door and it's good. Another inflicted several bloody wounds on Zhang Yu. Well, this power of the other did justify his current rank. If everything continued in the same spirit, Zhang Yu was very afraid that he would no longer be able to withstand. At least he couldn't use all his abilities to the maximum. He still managed to get to this door. Apparently, all that was left was to speed up. It was necessary to take all the initiative upon ourselves. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he grabbed another by the hand. Zhang Yu will not allow anyone to attack him again. And now the volume of the other's blood was 27%. With his peripheral vision, he noticed that the others were also trying to attack him. System. The enemy's line of sight is mostly on the right side. If Zhang Yu moves his left shoulder away, he will be able to dodge the attack. A sound piercing the air is heard from behind, and a blow is approaching. It was urgent to take half a step forward. Zhang Yu was glad that he could see the direction of his attacks. This was more than an excellent skill. The next second, he felt a certain feeling of lightness and sophistication, and then I had to run away. In the process of this, he was horrified, because others appeared on his path again, whom he had definitely already defeated before. Zhang Yu hesitated a little. He needed time to think about everything. Conclusion: the special training camp has definitely gone crazy. In this case, he decided to quietly hide from them in the shadow layer. He opened a portal and he stepped inside. With his current physical strength, he clearly cannot cope with this entire crowd. This is very bad, but he clearly had no intention of losing. The bone pierces the lower abdomen. It was possible to hold back the blow, but in this case, you would have to injure your palm. As soon as he took hold of the bone, he had to bend back 40 degrees, and the vine would penetrate the other. Well, meticulousness in such a matter clearly does not hurt. Where do such brilliant thoughts come from in his mind? But are they intelligent? It was not so important now, it was time to act. He pierced another with force, and attacked another. Zhang Yu's strength is about to run out. He was glad that he managed to accomplish everything he had planned. With the last of his strength, another tried to get him, but nothing came of it. The guy had already dived into the portal. The entity was very angry, but could not do anything. Zhang Yu still couldn't believe that he was able to escape from them. Through the portal, he found himself much closer to that door. But coming a little closer, he doubted. There were no windows or doors. He went inside and started screaming for someone to save him. He turned around at the noise behind him. It was again another of the second rank. Zhang Yu had already begun to doubt that the training camp did not want to kill him. He ordered the other not to even try to approach him, but he attacked anyway. As a result of this, the main character flew away a good dozen steps. It was a bit painful. While I was lying there, I managed to curse at the instructors and promised that now I would definitely get to them. And when I opened my eyes, I didn't understand what place I found myself in. Zhang Yu only remembered that he was attacked by someone else. He opened his eyes wider and realized that he was in a hospital room. A nurse was sitting next to him. Since he woke up himself, she asked him to undress himself. But he was not going to do this in front of everyone. The nurse just needed to give an injection. The girl finally said her name. Her name is Yang Qi, and she asked not to ask any more questions. She definitely wouldn't answer anymore. And if he still dares to ask something, he will receive it. Zhang Yu only inquired about his condition, whether everything was fine and whether there was anything serious that could affect his training. She checked his reaction. He was in pain, and if it hurts, it means that everything is normal. It's just that now he needed to take the medicine for a few days and everything would be even better. She warned that if something goes wrong, then let him press a special button near the bed and it will immediately come back. The guy must admit that he liked her company. By the way, he still couldn't remember. What exactly happened in that place? After his escape, someone must have helped him deal with the others. But he still didn't understand why it was necessary to let such high-ranking monsters in there. This gave him the idea that there might be some secret hidden behind all this. But for now, it's best for him to rest properly. It was already evening and Jiang Yu woke up. He found his friend next to him. He came immediately, as soon as he found out that he was brought to the hospital room on a stretcher. He thought that Jiang Yu might have fought with the second years. Jiang Yu told him to take it higher. After all, he went through a special training camp room. Instructor Song was now on the main platform, and his friend with Yao Yao came to him, but he did not wake up, so she returned to training. Jiang Yu was surprised that everyone was still training. They managed to notify the guys about his injuries. Yao Yao couldn't sit still, so she immediately rushed to him, but later she still had to go back to training. Jiang Yu immediately decided to get out of bed. His friend asked where he was going since he was wounded, but that wasn't important. What was important was that he didn't want to lie there anymore. His blood volume was 66%, which is the acceptable limit. But for some reason, the body still did not recover. Looks like it's time to get some food. When they left the room into the corridor, the nurse immediately noticed him. She also did not hesitate to ask where he was going. The injuries were not particularly serious, so he said that he wanted to immediately return back to the hostel. The nurse warned that if something happened to him, the entire medical staff would have to bear responsibility for it. But Jiang Yu was not going to give up his plan. He tried to convince her that if something happened, he himself would be ready to bear responsibility. Who needs him anyway? After leaving the hospital, his RG asked about the responsibility the guy was going to bring, including that nurse. What about Yao Yao? But she had nothing to do with it. The friend apologized. He just didn't think about it. In parting, he advised him to just go to Yao Yao because she was terribly worried about him all this time. His friend is not included in the first zone, so he stayed outside to wait. Jiang Yu really was about to go to Yao Yao and exchange a few phrases, but on the way to her, he noticed Inspector Song. He was clearly waiting for him. The inspector was surprised that he came to his senses so quickly, but why didn't he rest for a couple of days? Many students are ready to give everything to sit idle like this for at least one day. Jiang Yu replied that these were nothing and were not worth worrying about. The inspector asked him to sit down. Well, against the backdrop of everything that was happening, Jiang Yu's second rank was not so noticeable. And regardless of his rank, his energy was depleted very quickly. The guy asked when he could start training again, but that will happen next week. In any case, he shouldn't overdo it with his training just yet. Jiang Yu still insisted that this was nothing to him, but Inspector Song didn't think so. In that case, how could he possibly pass the sophomore final exam? Since this is a final exam, earning points must be very important there. He wondered if students would rely on running away. But then what is the point of taking this exam at all? Walkthrough, traps, students. Now Jiang Yu was collecting all these obvious facts in his head. Is this really cooperation? And he was right. The final exam tests each student's ability to cooperate with each other. Well, the most important thing about this activity was to see if the students would work as a team to face adversity together. Yeah, it's an amazing university. Jiang Yu decided to switch topics a little and asked what the inspector thought about teacher Su Jianyang. At the first lesson, he did not kill almost everyone with his statements. Inspector Song thought for a while. He could understand, after all, this was the first time the students learned the truth about the real world. Panic, despair, and anger are all completely normal reactions. At the inspector's first lesson, it was even worse. Then for 3 whole days, he puzzled over the real essence of this world. He asked why such a question had suddenly arisen. It seemed to Jiang Yu that Teacher Su was very passionate about his subject. Mr. Su's classes are really very useful. They lay the foundation for students so that they can confidently move to the next level. The guy had the second rank. He was stronger than most of his peers, but you shouldn't be a hero and brag. Otherwise, it won't lead to anything good. Jiang Yu assumed that Inspector Song was at rank 3, and he was right. But at the second rank, he was unable to lay a solid foundation, so now he is forced to be in a slight stupor. The guy was daydreaming a little. The path to becoming special is not as easy as he might have initially thought. At first, he thought that in order to become strong, it was enough to meditate and absorb as much positive energy as possible. Sun noted that if everything were so simple, they would not be standing here. Hearing this, the guy asked him not to be such a perfectionist, but he was just stating facts. The first rule of every special person is not to fall into despair and pessimism. There must also be rules, but Sun forgot them. Suddenly, Yao Yao called out to the guy. She suggested that he go for a little walk while they both had some free time. He was going to finish the conversation with the inspector, or generally find out a little more, something useful and interesting about the special ones, or the next tests. It was so quiet on the street that you could hear the university flag fluttering in the wind. The textbook said that lightning and 4 stars, each image on the flag, is very important. In the middle was a symbol of the Great Week, and the stars around it represent great people in times of disaster. Lightning and stars united the efforts of many people. Reality is actually not as good as it is often portrayed in novels and stories. In reality, people have to fight. Even though reality is dangerous and cruel, you must never give up. Jiang Yu understood this, so he tried his best to stay afloat. Difficulties sometimes frightened him, but this is not a reason to give up everything. Inspector Sung quietly approached him and asked why he was so interested in the flag. Did Jiang Yu really want to become the standard bearer for the week? But no, he just thought about the origin of stars. Everything is written in textbooks. The 4th part represents the Night Watch Division, and it had several names. The Bureau of Others, the Department of Others, the Bureau for Managing Others, and many more. The names were different, and then people came to one thing. The inspector asked him why he thought it was Night Watch. Probably because at night there are more dangers, but it's probably for the best that he didn't know this. Jiang Yu understood perfectly well that there was a lot he shouldn't have known anyway, but for some reason the inspector always helped him very well. Jiang Yu promised that he would not tell anyone about this. The guy approached Yao Yao and asked where their friend had gone. It turned out that he ran to take a seat in the food stall. Yao Yao tugged at his jacket sleeve. She was still worried about him, but he hastened to reassure her. Everything was really fine with him. If only he knew how much she was afraid for him when she found out that he was brought in on a stretcher. After these words, she turned away from him and began to cry quietly. Jiang Yu extended his hand to her and asked her not to cry. Her tears fell on his finger and he tasted them, but they tasted too salty. Yao Yao called him sick and asked why he was trying to cry. The guy did it just to remember their taste. The next second he grabbed her and pressed her to him, asking her not to worry so much anymore. No matter what he faces in the future, he will now remember the bitterness of her tears, so he will not give up. He better keep his word. Otherwise, her father and uncle will smear him. Jiang Yu lowered his eyes and saw the abrasions on the girl's knee. He asked if she had gone to the doctor. She remembered going to training, but hearing from the other guys that Jiang Yu was brought on a stretcher. She immediately rushed to him, and on the way I fell and badly hurt my knee. But she decided not to go into details and simply said that she hurt herself during training. She really wanted to eat, so she hurried him. Yao Yao couldn't wait until she could finally enjoy chicken and cola. Half a month later, training field, Jiang Yu's battle with another. He tortured the other one so much that he began to run away from him all the time. This just amused the guy. He warned us that we shouldn't be so arrogant. Did some people really think that it would be so easy to hide? Jiang Yu activated the tag. Training field, control room. Inspector Song watched him all the time, and when he realized that the guy was planning to eliminate this other person, he ordered the training to be stopped altogether in 10 minutes. He hurried to check on Jiang Yu. It seems that the guy is making great progress. He could easily deal with almost all other second ranks that were found on the field. Each time, Inspector Song doubted his shadow specialization more and more. And what if he had some kind of military inclinations that predominated? The guy believed that anything could happen. Sun advised him not to get too carried away. He also asked him how he really felt about the mission. In addition to simple training, sometimes inspectors often present various types of missions. Would Jiang Yu like to try his luck? So far, the guy has not been able to fully expose himself and his abilities, so he won't be able to absorb anything else. He replied that he did not want to waste time, so he would not go anywhere. The inspector forgot to clarify that if you successfully complete this mission, it will be possible to receive a certificate that gives you the right to no longer be in the training camp. In this case, Jiang Yu agrees to try his luck. The inspector took him to the guys with whom he would have to carry out the task. In the crowd, he noticed a girl who seemed very familiar to him. It was the same nurse Yang Qi. The guy asked for the 5th time what her name was. Was it really so difficult to remember? Jiang Yu had simply never seen her without a nurse's uniform before. She looked great. Sun asked to stop talking about nonsense and sit down. They have something to talk about. Recently, traces of blood-type activity were discovered in the shadow layer of Yunhai, and there were casualties. At first, there were quite a lot of representatives of the first rank around the second rank. The guy's task was to clear this territory of others. Half an hour later, Jung Yu fell asleep on Yang Chi's shoulder. Almost the whole way she was thinking about what he was doing that was sleeping so soundly. Suddenly they were informed that they had arrived and needed to prepare. The guy jumped up in surprise. He looked at the girl and could not understand where the drool came from on her clothes. And when I realized it, I immediately apologized. He hasn't fully recovered from yesterday's training, so he tends to sleep all the time. He wanted to help wipe off the saliva. To this, she just smiled. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the phone and ordered the guy not to move. Otherwise, she would tell Lu Yao Yao everything. Jiang Yu was not afraid. Only now he realized that Yao Yao was watching him, and he just wanted to wipe away his drool, nothing more. They got so carried away that the inspector had to hurry them up and get out of the carriage. So the radar showed that at the moment the sight of blood was not that far away. Therefore, the guys were asked not to disperse. Some of the people here were very ferocious. Jiang Yu inquired that if they stayed, they would be captured by the sight of blood and suck out all the blood. But it turned out not. Others were also not so simple. First, they catch the victim and play with him until the very end. Well, the girl needed to check his details, so she asked him not to stay away either. Jiang Yu himself had no idea where this kind of blood was hiding. He seemed to be very agitated. The inspector was not at all surprised because this was the guy's first mission. It usually takes about a year to reach the second rank, so Inspector Sun had only one thought in his head. Jiang Yu had already been to the shadow layer before. This was all very serious. But aren't they afraid that sooner or later his body may not cope? It is quite rare to meet a 17-year-old teenager of the second rank, but they do exist. The inspector was wondering if this guy could succeed in his business. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had already found the first other. Another of the first rank was successfully found, which means that another of the second rank is somewhere nearby. The guy caught another first rank, and then the second rank attacked him. He repelled his attack with ease, and then he began to attack himself. The inspector was not going to stand by, so he ordered the rest of the guys to leave this other one to him and the main character. They were supposed to do something else of the first rank. He asked Yang Chi not to engage in battle at all, because she is a doctor, and her help may still be needed. But suddenly, another first rank appeared behind her. He wanted to attack the girl. She grabbed his head. She just needed to use her abilities, which is what she did. Horror and admiration merged into one feeling. She did this with an unquenchable coldness in her gaze. Jiang Yu had never met a person with such abilities before. Another was successfully defeated. The girl collected their blood in a special tube. The guy came closer and was a little surprised by this. She absorbed another and could do it again. At that moment, he decided to ask what kind of ability she had. This is the ability of the Devourer. It turns out that he can release his tentacles at any time. Jiang Yu found it funny, but he really didn't expect this from her. He wanted to look at the tentacles, but the girl categorically forbade him to do so. She also said that if he did not unfasten himself, she would report harassment on his part. Was she really going to inform on him because his uncle is a general? She knew that his uncle was a retired general, and his father-in-law was the current leader. Jiang Yu was surprised that she knew so much information about him and asked her not to get excited, because he was just trying to joke. But she still decided to show him a little of her abilities. She allowed him to look, but on the condition that he would at least remember her name. So isn't it time for the guys to start the real hunt? The guy appreciated her ability. He thought it was cute. The girl was very surprised because before people were afraid of her ability, and this guy was the first to appreciate it as something cute. Even more, they somehow attracted him. Yang Chi warned him not to dare approach. Jiang Yu thought she was very good. He laughed at her because she thought something wrong and he was not talking about her. He just had a wild desire to enter the shadow form. Somehow it's all strange. In this case, is there really any contradiction between their types? They must be connected in the abyss. He believed that now he would have a hard time. At this moment, the inspector asked the girl to take care of the others he had brought. And then he asked why the main character still kept the other one with him. But won't he be killed immediately after his capture? He thought it was best to hand him over alive, since he still had 4% blood volume left. Sun thought that he had outplayed children's games. After all, you can't see this. How could he find out about 4% blood? By the way, these species are usually not found nearby. Apparently, this other person simply had no other choice but to attach himself to this particular species. He was clearly not feeling well. Suddenly, the guy noticed some movement on the roof of one of the houses. Now, this is a fact. Someone is watching others. He had seen this before. There was someone 100 meters away from them, and it was already impossible to deny. In the end, not everyone favors the special. Some are simply jealous of power, and then they take the wrong path and disappear. And it was like that from the very beginning. When the guys left, another one immediately approached the other one. This other person must be a girl. She fell to her knees in front of him, and she began to treat him. This didn't help much, but still 4% remained. At this moment, Jiang Yu grabbed her hand. He caught her. This other one was not like everyone else. She looked human. Another got angry. The guy was surprised that she just gave half of her blood to her ally. It seems that these were once spouses who instantly became different. No matter what happened to them during life, he could not leave them alive. Jiang Yu hit her. She only has 10% of her blood left. It looks like the next blow will be the last. He was already close to her. Well, have a nice trip. This other one extended his hand to him and tried to say something. He never doubted his actions. But the moment she extended her hand to him, a shiver ran through his body. Okay, in the end, he kills someone else, not a person. In the moment, he thought about what would be right after all. Inspector Song approached him and said that now it is just different and this process is irreversible. And he was right. Therefore, you should not feel sorry for others, because everything can end badly for yourself. But if in the future Uncle Lee or Yao Yao become different, will he really have to kill again? Reality. Sun talked about how a guy should first get a license to become a full-fledged member of the Night Watch. I wonder if my uncle knows about his part-time job. It turned out that General Lee personally decided this issue. He watched a video of his battle, so he figured out how to keep him busy. And so he now allowed him to hunt others. Uncle Lee is now completely afraid for him. On the other hand, this is a good opportunity for additional training. They went to the computer where the guy had to enter his name. The inspector also said that General Lee said that if his nephew wanted to go to training camp freely, then he should go through at least 3 missions a week. Jiang Yu was a little indignant. 3 missions was too much. But doesn't he really want to go to the Night Watch office? Now he needs to go to classes at the camp, and then complete tasks. If he meets someone else who is not on the special list, then you can try to destroy him. This will also be considered as mission completion. The inspector still had work to do in the camp, so he left. And why does he need a license himself? Jiang Yu did not understand. Did Inspector Song deliberately use it to take credit for the first mission to himself? Suddenly he heard a rather familiar voice. It was Danka. He called the doctor and inquired about someone's well-being. He has already left the building and exchanged his glasses for medicine. Jiang Yu had not seen him for more than a month, and now he was wondering what happened to him. Judging by his intonation, Jiang Yu concluded that he might have gotten into some kind of trouble. He thought it was worth keeping an eye on.